So it's Saturday, and you're spending the weekend eating and drinking whatever you want and telling yourself, I'll start over on Monday or I'll get started on Monday. I want to talk about why you should never do that. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to my channel. If you're new, thank you for stopping in. If you're returning, I knew you was going to be back. So, we're going to get into why you should stop telling yourself, I'll get to it on Monday. First things first, there's nothing special about Monday, okay? Except the fact that it's irritating as hell to everybody that works a 9 to 5 job. Monday is one of the most annoying days of the week. Why would you make that your day to start a new task, challenge, journey, whatever it may be? If you feel like you've spent the weekend wasting it away, eating whatever you want, and you just can't get yourself back on track, I am here to tell you, you absolutely can. So I just spent the past 4 or 5 days eating out. If you've seen it in my other video, I was eating out. I was being, dare I say the L word, lazy. I was leaning more toward convenience foods because I wasn't hungry. I was sick, and I figured, well, if I'm going to eat, it may as well be something terrible because terrible is easy. That was dumb. That was dumb as hell. And I am now trying, not even trying, I am now like snapping myself out of it and getting back to doing what I was supposed to be doing. If you have ever experienced the turmoil of yo yo dieting, where do you think that comes from? It comes from starting over and over and over. And you're only starting over if you're actually going back to your old habits to begin with. Now, weight loss and change is not linear. We kind of go like this. What am I trying to do? Like this? We do like that. We do well, we do bad, we do well, we do bad. But it's a mindset thing that needs to be adjusted, okay? If you spend the weekend out having a few drinks with your friends, if you spend the weekend having tacos and pizza, don't wait till Monday to say you're going to have a salad. Spoiler alert, I don't eat salad, so that's a weird example. But whatever your thing is that you're going to do on Monday, just do it today. Just do it right now. It's Saturday. Hopefully it's Saturday when this gets uploaded. Just do it now. Like, don't wait. Like, right now. Like, if you're going to go to the gym, don't wait till Monday. Just do it now. If you're going to stop eating candy or sugar or whatever, don't wait. Just do it right now. Because you're robbing yourself of a day or two or whatever to actually get closer to where you want to be. Never mind the fact that it's almost the end of the year. If you're that person saying you're going to start in January, I see you. I see you. Don't know. We're not doing that. We're not waiting till our New Year's resolutions to finally decide to be healthy. We're not waiting until our New Year's resolution to finally decide we're going to try a GLP-1. We're not waiting until the new year to decide we're going to go to the gym. I'm talking to you Planet Fitness goers. I'm not judging. I'm not shaming. I'm judging a little bit. But I'm not shaming you. I'm just saying, go ahead and sign up for Planet Fitness this weekend. Why are you not doing that now? What exactly are you waiting for? Now, I'm a procrastinator. I am a procrastinator, but I also am a recovering yo-yo dieter, which means that I cannot wait to make the right change. To I can't wait for the perfect moment. The perfect moment is when you think of it. Okay. That might sound a little corny, but the perfect moment is exactly when you have that thought to yourself that says, okay, I need to do something differently. That is the time to start. You start with a baby step, you start with something small, but you do start, whether that's working out in your home, whether that's changing one thing about what you eat during the day, whatever it is, you start it today. So, coming off of my hiatus of a week or so of fast food, it's time to get back to cooking. I'm getting ready to go to the grocery store and I'm gonna get some stuff. I'm gonna get some shit. I'm gonna get in that kitchen. My ass is gonna cook. I came from the gym. I'm a person that all I eat is chicken and maybe a little fish here and there as my protein. But every once in a while, I'll throw some steak in there. And today's one of them steak days. Now, I personally don't have the debate on whether or not beef is good for you. I just know it's a good source of protein, and I'm gonna go get me some. I'm gonna make me some pepper steak, and we're gonna get back to what I was supposed to be doing today on a Saturday. I'm not waiting till Monday. I had said in like 2 videos ago, I was like, oh, I'll wait till Monday to go to the gym, and then I'm like, you got to be a better example than that. So drop a comment. Let me know what change you've been wanting to make, whether it's on Monday, Sunday, or for the new year. What change have you been waiting to make that you've decided, you know what? I'm just going to do it right now. Go ahead and let me know. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I only judge sometimes. But it's okay. You can judge me too. Be nice though. Be nice about your judgments. That's it for now. I'm going to go. Hello, gang. Hello, my good people. How are you doing this Saturday? Oh, I didn't close the door. Hold on. Oh, well, is the cat still? Yeah, the cat's in here. That's why I haven't closed the door. Okay. Hi, guys. Hello, JC. Hello, Sushi Fitness. Thank you, girl. Hello, Delilah. Delilah was looking good today. I got to stop in while I was preparing for my stream. Hey, Jen. I'm going to get back to your comment in a second. Delilah, after I say hello to everybody. Hello, Sway. I think that's everyone. Okay. Is that everyone? All right. Hello, everybody. So we are going to have some fun tonight, y'all. I rewatched my stream from last night Can y'all hear me? Test, test. I rewatched my stream from last night and I was dying laughing at that whole fast food section. I had so much fun with that I figured why not go over that a little bit more during today's stream because we're going to be talking about eating and we're going to be talking about eating a lot. We have a couple of Dr. Fung videos to go over regarding calories and how calories don't actually cause excess weight gain or weight gain at all. And we're going to be going over a video recommended that is from another content creator. All right, so as you come in, please go ahead and like the stream and vote in the poll. Let me see where you are in the poll now. So the prompt was, do you watch content creators that stop their GLP-1? 64%, yes, I do. 9% says I've seen the videos, but I don't watch. 18% says I haven't seen those videos, and 9% says I didn't know creators stopped their GLP-1. So I can't vote. I'm just go ahead and tell y'all when I see those videos come up, I don't watch them. I don't watch them. I don't click on them. They do get recommended to me. They are in my algorithm, but I don't watch them. Okay, I just like Jen said earlier. I don't need that negativity in my life. I think that's what that was about, right? Delilah says to the poll only when I was already watching and enjoying their journey prior. Otherwise, I really only watch other types of channels. Okay, all right. And Delilah also says, I feel like it's weird to tell us all about why you started and why you're on it, but then go off and not ever share why. You say, why did I stop? Because of a few reasons and never address. That's weird to me. Well, Reindeer stopped watching those videos and Sushi Fitness never got one recommended. That's why I put that in the poll because I'm assuming that there has to be some people that just never seen those videos come up, so they never had that option, to watch them unless you're already watching a creator that has said, "Hey, I stopped my GLP-1," right? But those videos have been recommended to me. I just haven't clicked on them until today. So we are going to be going over what's her name? Jasmine Flowers. I got a Jasmine Flowers video recommended to me. And because of the video that was recommended, I didn't have to, but I decided to go back and watch a previous video that she was referencing where she talked about stopping her GLP-1. So I have officially been drugged into I stopped my GLP-1 and started to gain weight rabbit hole. Okay. Now, I don't so she would watch it if it got recommended. Okay. I have one for you today if you're interested because we're gonna watch a little bit of it. I don't recall, maybe you guys know if we've covered Jasmine Flowers before. Um, I don't know, but y'all can tell me if and also I sidebar real quick. If you have sent me content to react to in the past like couple of months and I never got around to it because life just got crazy and it got busy, if you remember what it was you wanted me to react to, go ahead and feel free to send it again because I'm getting back into actually being an adult and reacting to the stuff that you guys sent me. In fact, I think Michelle might have sent me one about another content creator stopping their GLP-1, and I was just like, I can't. I was like, I can't. But I am willing to do it. I put it to the side and then completely forgot about it. Okay, so they say 80% gain or regain after stopping. Okay. She never said why she stopped the GLP-1. Okay. I still watch Jill and sometimes catch Jasmine still. Okay. Hello everyone. Kim watches Jasmine. Okay. I'm not familiar with her content. So if you guys are familiar, then you can give your input in the chat along the way. So I just wanted to start out with the video that I was playing at the intro. If you missed it, you can go to my channel and watch it after this stream or on a different day, or you can just go back to the beginning of the stream and watch it. It was a video of me from a year ago talking about don't be the person that waits till Monday to start whatever you're going to start, right? And I still feel that way today. Now, what prompted me playing that is I was watching one of Jasmine's videos that we're going to talk about today, and she was talking about how she told herself she can just start over on Monday. And I was like, oh, I did a video on that. So that's why I wanted to start the stream out with that. All right. So we are going to guys, I'm trying to get okay, this is going to be a long one, right? When isn't it a long one? But I at least took notes and I have a template that I'm following today. Okay. I've been doing pretty good with following my template and stuff like that. But when I tell y'all it's gonna be a long one, y'all know we're gonna be here for at least 3 hours. Like, so you may as well go get your snacks, go get your water, get ready to bring me into the bathroom while you do your skincare. All right, because we're gonna be sitting here for a little minute. Now, this is just pure poetic justice, right? Because I feel that the video that I'm going to be reacting to, as far as Dr. Jason Fung, and we may not watch all of it, is actually closely related to the video that I'm going to react to regarding Jasmine Flowers as well. So it won't be too like we won't be jumping from one topic to the next. They actually are similar to each other and they involve eating. Okay. And we're going to do a little bit of questioning about how we are supposed to relearn our appetite while being on the GLP-1. Now, just a quick disclaimer, I was already going to talk about this before deciding to do the Jasmine Flowers video. I just got recommended her video last night. This stream was already scheduled a week ago. Okay. So in case any of her supporters are in here, okay, guys, don't get offended. All right, I'm gonna be gentle. This will be fun. It'll be okay. And if for any reason, I don't know. You never know, guys. You never know. If for any reason you guys see her come into the chat, just make sure that I see it. Make sure y'all point that out to me, okay? All right. So, like the stream, if you haven't already, I am going to be plugging the likes as much as possible because I'll be getting off of these streams. And I'm like, how is it at 100 views already? And I got 14 likes. What are y'all doing? I will do whole sidebars. I will sit here and play on my phone if y'all are not getting these likes up. Now I know my usual is gonna be getting likes up, but everybody else, I'm watching you. You cloud watchers, don't be hate watching. And if you are hate watching, then unlike the stream. Okay. I'm watching you. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll be knowing how we roll with the skincare. All right. We're just going to jump into it with Dr. Jason Fung first because I feel like he's going to get us on a roll. And also, if you haven't seen my post, y'all, I have my receipts, okay? Because we was getting down and dirty about the fast food yesterday. I have my receipts, guys. I have my receipts for the fast food and the sugary coffee that I have been drinking since the start of December, right? And we're going to go over how much I spent and how many times in a week I had each item. I'm going to put myself on display and embarrass myself. Whatever. Okay. If you're going to judge me, be gentle about it. All right. So let's get into Dr. Jason Fung first. The first video is Why Do We Get Fat? Part 1, The Biggest Lie in Obesity Medicine. I love Dr. Jason Fung. Okay. I am a Dr. Jason Fung groupie. Don't you say anything negative about him because I will cry. Okay. Like, he's not my dad because Dr. Now is already my dad. So unfortunately, that place is already taken. But I love me some Dr. Jason Fung. So we're gonna get into his first video. Thank you to Reindeer for making the recommendation. And let me hush my mouth and get into it.
Hi, today I'm going to talk to you about what.
And I am going to speed it up. I may try a few different speeds. Just let me know. Just let me know if it's going if it's too fast, that it's like kind of annoying to listen to. Law V is going there with her fast food receipts. I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna put myself on blast. Why not? I've been doing that since I've been on YouTube. Okay. All right. So especially if I'm gonna be talking about other people, I gotta put myself on blast too. So let's speed him up. He talks very he's already on 1.25. Let's speed him up to 1.35 and see how that sounds.
Causes weight gain? We don't often think about this question because it seems so obvious. Calories, right? Wrong. Calories don't cause obesity. I outlined this in my first book, The Obesity Code, and also its sequel, The Hunger Code, due out in March of 2026. Spend 2 whole books talking about what causes weight gain, because if you think it's all about calories, then you've already lost. Calories don't cause obesity. It's the biggest lie in obesity medicine. So this is the way that most of us think about weight loss. What causes us to gain weight? Well, body fat, which is simply the amount of calories that are stored on the body, equals calories in minus calories out. Okay, you can rewrite it a different way and say that increase in body fat equals the calories in greater than calories out. This is always true, and nobody is disputing.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted as well. I'm going to go ahead and start another poll regarding whether or not we believe in calories in versus calories out. So that's why I'm going to be quiet for just a moment.
That. However, it doesn't mean what most people think it means. This is how most of us think about it. The calories in is what we eat, so that's our personal choice. The calories out is both exercise and basal metabolic rate, which is the amount of calories your organs need to generate body heat for your liver, your lungs. And this is considered largely fixed, so therefore it's all about exercise. Since choice of foods and exercise are under conscious control, we can simply lose body fat by eating less, moving more, and therefore we will lose that weight.
Okay. So this is the general understanding, correct? I am not here to push anybody in one direction or the other. So go ahead and like the stream and vote in the poll. Okay, the new poll. I'm not here to push anybody in one particular direction or the other. Many people believe in calories in, calories out, and some people don't. Some people have never heard of that. They don't know what it is, and some people are undecided. So we're going to see if Dr. Jason Fung can break this down for us. So he's just starting out by explaining what the conventional understanding is.
This causes us to consider obesity as a personal failing. It's a lack of willpower. This is actually not true at all for several reasons. First, this assumes that the control lies here in what you eat and how much you exercise, and this is dependent upon the calories in, calories out. And there is nothing that controls the body fat.
Okay, so conventional understanding is what you eat and what you do, the calorie content of what you eat and the calories you burn based on what you do controls the body fat. Eat less, move more. I have heard that so many times in my weight loss journey. Well, we're going to be talking about eating less tonight, reindeer. We're going to be talking about eating less. Hey, Sydney. Hi, Vanity and Venetians. Are we reviewing Dr. Fung tonight? I have a couple of his books. I appreciate him. I have both of his books. I have The Obesity Code and is it what's the second one? It's The Obesity Code, and he has one coming out in 2026, The Hunger Code. But he has one on fasting. Oh, he has the Diabetes Code. I have that one, and he has one on fasting that I have as well. I haven't read them in a few years, but I love his book, so I'm excited for the one coming out in 2026.
That's simply not true. We know that there are a number of hormones which affect the amount of body fat. How much body fat somebody carries is very important. In the wild, you never see morbidly obese lions and tigers and giraffes. Why? Because if they carried too much body fat, they wouldn't be able to run away from predators and they wouldn't be able to catch their prey. If they carried too little body fat, they wouldn't be able to survive famine or winter. So how much body fat an animal carries is of vital importance and therefore very, very tightly controlled. In the biblical story of Joseph, they talked about 7 years of plenty. What they didn't talk about was an ancient plague of morbid obesity. The second thing is people often say, if you simply eat less, you'll lose weight. It's a mathematical certainty. That's completely false. Why?
Okay, he's coming out swinging. It's a lie. We've been lied to. I don't know. I'm not making up my mind. Technically, my mind's already made up. I believe Dr. Jason Fung. Okay, I'm ruining everything. But let's just say my mind's not made up. Let's say I'm coming into this with fresh open ears. Okay, he's coming out swinging, saying this is a complete lie, right? He didn't say calories don't matter yet. Maybe he will say that. He didn't say what you eat doesn't matter. He didn't say your amount of activity doesn't matter. But what he did say is there's not a direct causation between what you eat or how much you eat and how much you move. There's not a direct causation when it comes to how much body fat is stored, right? There's a different mechanism when it comes to how body fat is stored or burned, and that mechanism is hormones. So that would be the endocrine system, right? Hormones is the endocrine system. Is that the right one? I believe so. Okay. Lizzo told us her weight loss is due to calories in, calories out. Then she went and got on a GLP-1. Lizzo is not allowed into my safe space. Okay. It's more complex than one way or the other. Okay. Seems to me that this is going to be a nuanced position and not as simple as simply calories in, calories out is wrong or doesn't matter. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see how simple or complex he lays it out to be.
Because there are actually 3 variables here: the calories stored, calories in, and your calories out. If you reduce one of these variables, you can balance it with a change in either the body fat or the basal metabolic rate, which is your calories out. Think about it this way. If you store money in the bank, the money stored equals the money in minus the money out. Okay. But just because you make more money doesn't mean that you're going to save more money, because they're two fundamentally different things, and there's a third variable in there. Same thing here. If you simply eat less, you could lose body fat, or you could simply reduce your metabolic rate.
Okay. So he's not denying that if you reduce your calories, you could lose body fat. But there's another mechanism or there's another option there. Or so like you okay, so if you eat less, you could lose what you've already stored, or you can just burn less. Like you can just your basal metabolic rate will go down, right? So we can see how those are two different options. How does your body know which one to do? I'm hoping that's what he would clarify moving forward.
You could reduce how many calories you burn. So you eat less, but you burn less, and you won't lose body fat. And that doesn't break any laws of thermodynamics. In fact,
I can't shut up. Okay. Did we catch that? So he said you could eat less, but then you'd also burn less. That doesn't break any rules, right? So when calories in, calories out people talk, they say laws of thermodynamics. It's the laws of thermodynamics. It's science. It's science. This is the way that it is. Like, right? Okay. So if you eat less, then you will burn less is also a part of that same law, right? Right? Like your body can figure out, okay, so there's less fuel coming in. We're just going to burn less of what we were already burning. To me, that makes sense, but y'all can let me know.
Is inevitable that your basal metabolic rate is going to drop. People will tell you that if you simply eat 500 calories a day less, you're going to lose about a pound of body fat. So does that mean in 1 year I will lose 50 pounds, and in 5 years I'll lose 250 pounds? That means I should weigh roughly negative 100 pounds? Absolutely not. So as soon as you start to reduce your calories in, your calories spent, or your basal metabolic rate, immediately starts to go down. In fact, every single study has shown this. I've seen people with basal metabolic rates of 800 calories a day because they were yo-yo dieting, they're controlling their calories, they push their calories down so low that they force their body to reduce their metabolic rate that low. This is not true. The arrow of causality does not go from the calories to the body fat. That's not how the body works. So at the same time, we know that this equation is true. So how does it work? Well, you have to say what causes the increase in body fat. Well, it's hormones. So the major hormone we talk about is insulin. Insulin is a natural hormone. It tells your body to store more body fat. When you eat, your insulin's going to go up, which is going to tell your body, hey, you should store some of this for later. That makes sense. When you don't.
Are we following so far? Somebody could still come out of this and still say, well, no, I disagree with Dr. Jason Fung. And in that case, y'all can just let me know. But so this is the mechanism of how your body knows to put fat into the cell in the first place, right? So your body doesn't say, from my understanding, okay, you ate 500 calories, open the cell door and put them into the cell, like the body fat cells. No, the adipose tissue. No, you eat the 500 calories, and depending on the insulin response, right? So broccoli is going to have a different response from cookies. That is what that insulin is what that insulin signal is what unlocks the cell and says put this into adipose tissue. That's my understanding. That's what he's explaining now. I'm pretty sure my BMR is very low. I wish there was a test to find out. Me too, because I've done a lot of yo-yo dieting, and I think that's why it's 10 times, not 10 times, but it's a lot harder for me to lose weight now than it was at 20. Like I would have had this 100 pounds off in less than a year at 20. But I've yo-yo dieted a lot in the past 10 years.
Don't eat, your insulin's going to fall, and your body's going to say, hey, you should release some of those calories you stored. So if you have too much insulin, it's going to tell your body to store more body fat. And therefore, this is going to lead to you eating more. How? Well, you're going to get hungry.
JC says insulin isn't primarily concerned about body fat. Insulin is concerned about energy wherever it comes from. I'm not sure what you mean, JC. Do you want to clarify that? And oh, like, who the hell is Lala? Delilah, you threw me completely off. Okay, I'm gonna read your email and just I'm like, who the hell is that? Then I clicked on it and I saw you. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna read your email in just a moment. Okay, and JC, if it's too much to type, I can always drop the link for you. You could come up, explain it real quick, and then drop back down. But if you want to type it, you can. Um, it's a longer discussion. Okay. I mean, if you want to come up and explain it real quick, you can, but if not, that's fine too. So insulin isn't primarily concerned about body fat. I don't think that was the point. I think the point was that when it does come to body fat, the only reason your body knows where to put the energy, the food that you eat, right? The only reason your body knows what to do with it is because of hormonal responses. Insulin is just one of those hormones. Insulin is a storage hormone. That's not up for discussion, right? Insulin doesn't say burn this. Insulin says store this. Store this here, 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 and here. So fat is a form of storage, right? Because insulin is also plays a role when it comes to rebuilding muscle as well. So it's not that fat storage is insulin's primary concern, but it is one of the functions. I am not suggesting that you don't know insulin, but a lot of the times when we're talking about like, okay, so take a step back. For one, not everybody watching is on the same level of understanding. Two, this may not be new information for some of us, but it can be very new to some people. If you take a look at the polls, some people said that they are undecided on the information. And for three, what he's saying is what he's saying. People can agree or disagree. At the end of the day, he's the doctor, and another doctor could potentially say something completely different. But when it comes to what we're specifically talking about here, as far as what causes weight gain, the point that he's trying to make is that calories solely are not responsible for weight gain. And he's trying to explain the other mechanisms involved, insulin being one of those mechanisms. So we don't need to necessarily be so dismissive of the information. Not to say that you are, but it, so I'll leave that there. Let's continue.
Because if you think about why you eat, it's not all your own personal choice. You eat because you're hungry, and you stop eating when you're satiated. So satiety. That is, the insulin is going to affect the body fat, which is going.
Yep, this is why I struggle with Dr. Jason Fung. Didn't explain what all insulin, that is all. I wish he did. Okay, so let's try to explain it. And I'm not a doctor. Don't listen to me. Y'all go talk to your doctors. Dr. Jason Fung is a nephrologist, which means he is a kidney specialist. Okay, he deals a lot with type 2 diabetics. And JC said that she is a type 1 diabetic, which is completely, even though they have similar names, two completely different I don't want to say diseases. That's not the right word. What would be the right word, JC? Medical conditions. Type 1 and type 2 are two completely different medical conditions. Type 1 has to be treated with insulin because the body does not make it at all or does not make enough of it. And you cannot live without insulin. If you did not live without insulin, if you did not have any insulin, you'd waste away to nothing, right? So before the discovery of insulin, a lot of type 1 diabetics would perish from not being able to store body fat because insulin is one of many storage hormones. Since the discovery of insulin, that has given type 1 diabetics the ability to hold on to their body fat, and it also gives them the ability to lower their blood sugar, right? So their blood sugar is not too high. Now when it comes to type 2 diabetics, type 2 diabetics have an issue with too much sugar in the blood for an extended period of time. It's measured by the hemoglobin A1C, which is a measurement of how much sugar has been in your blood for the past 3 months, okay? Now, for some reason, the medical field thought it was a good idea to treat type 2 diabetics that do not have an insulin deficiency. They have an overabundance of sugar problem. They don't have an insulin deficiency. They thought it was a good idea to treat type 2 diabetics with insulin because it worked for type 1 diabetics, okay? Now, with Dr. Jason Fung, he works with obese, majority of the time, right? Obese, sometimes, most of the time, I would say elderly, type 2 diabetic patients. So his priority, for the most part, is to reverse the type 2 diabetes, not type 1, and to get the weight off. And maybe I should have said that in the other order. Get the weight off in order to assist with reversing the type 2 diabetes, which again is a condition of too much sugar in the blood. So back to JC's point, saying that there's her issue with Dr. Jason Fung is that one, he doesn't explain insulin. And as a type 1 diabetic, that can be very frustrating. Technically, type 1 diabetics aren't up for discussion when we're talking about obesity, technically. Like that's, to me, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but that would be unrelated. Like you can be type 1 and obese, you can be type 2 and obese, but type 2, 9 times out of 10 is going to be exacerbated by the obesity, if not caused by it. So, but that's not necessarily the case for type 1 because they're two completely different conditions. So that's my understanding. As far as what is insulin, insulin is a hormone. It's that simple. What it does, it tells the body where to store energy, energy being blood sugar. Okay. When we eat food, it gets processed and broken down and turned into blood sugar. Insulin tells the body where to put that sugar. That's the simplest way to put it. There's many other functions of insulin, but that's for this conversation, as far as calories and weight gain, it's okay to simplify it. It's okay to break it down to layman's terms. That's my way of putting it into layman's terms. I can't help that. I'm just that sweet. That sugar ends up in my blood. Insulin isn't the first treatment for type 2. Diet and exercise is the first. Not, oh, no, that's new. To be clear, that's only recently. And when I say recent, I mean in the past 10, maybe, I won't even say 15 years. I'll go out on a limb and say the past 10 years. When insulin was discovered, it was used for both type 1 and type 2. Insulin has been, not necessarily anymore, but before the 2000s, in the 1900s, insulin was the primary intervention for type 2 diabetes. Okay? Like it was the primary intervention as far as medically. Now, if you're talking holistically and you had somebody that knew a bit of information about nutrition and diet and exercise and and weight and all of that, then sure. But as far as the medical, medically, insulin and blood sugar lowering medications, right? If not insulin, let's say blood sugar lowering medications were the primary intervention. Type 1 can develop insulin resistance. I didn't say that they couldn't. Anybody that has too much insulin can develop insulin resistance. That's not new. I didn't say that it was. I did not say that. I feel like the point is being missed though, JC. But continue to give your input. I'm just trying to like clear it up as much as possible. Type 1s can develop insulin resistance, but type 1s are in the minority. So I'm not saying that they don't matter. I'm just saying that realistically, like when we talk about it doesn't really matter because we're not even talking about diabetes. Can we back up to that? This video isn't about diabetes. So it doesn't matter if you're type 1, type 2, or don't have diabetes at all. It doesn't matter. Like you can be insulin resistant and not have diabetes at all. So I kind of went left with the diabetes because you mentioned type 1, but it really doesn't matter if you're diabetic or not. The video is about whether or not calories causes weight gain. That is it. Whether you are diabetic or not, insulin plays a role in causing excess adipose. That's the point. So it doesn't matter if you're diabetic or not. Doesn't matter because I would consider myself insulin resistant because I was 242 pounds. There is no way in hell I made it to 242 pounds without having an issue with insulin. And that doesn't mean that my body wasn't making enough of it like a type 1. That doesn't mean no, it just means that whatever insulin my body was making, it wasn't working properly. So, let's continue with the video.
Going to make you hungry or full so that you gain the weight that your body was told. What if you simply don't eat the number of calories that you need to gain the body fat? Well, very simple. Your body then decreases your basal metabolic rate. It burns fewer calories so that you still gain that body fat. If you simply focus on eating fewer calories, but not focusing on the hormones, what happens is that you are going to try to eat less, but your body's going to make you more hungry. You're going to fight this and fight this and fight this until you break. Then you're going to eat and gain the body fat that the insulin is telling your body to do. Either way, you're going to gain the weight because that's what the hormones told your body to do. So the arrow of causality goes from the increased body fat, which is the cause, to the eating behavior, not the eating behavior to the body fat.
Okay, so he's suggesting that as your body puts on more body fat, the hormonal response that we're getting from that is causing us to eat more because it's not registering that we already have enough food, if that makes sense, or we already have enough food storage, which would be body fat. So the way it would work is you're trying to go on a diet, so you cut your calories. You cut your calories and your body can either choose to store choose to burn what's stored, which does happen to some extent. But at some point, your body just decides, okay, well, we're getting less in, let's just burn less. If you start to burn less, then your body is going to get the signal that you need to eat more. Okay, does that make sense? Your hunger is going to get stimulated. And he's saying that insulin is the controlling mechanism for this.
This does not break any laws of thermodynamics. This is still true, but it recognizes that this is the most important thing. So why does calories in, calories out sound so logical? Because it's classic circular logic. Let's write the equation. Increased body fat is caused by calories in greater than calories out. Okay, we agree on that. Now look at this equation. Increased body fat is equal to calories in greater than calories out. These two terms are equal, which means that you can take one of these terms and replace it with the other. Just like if I said 3 plus 4 equals 7, anywhere I saw 3 plus 4, I could put 7. And anywhere I saw 7, I could put 3 plus 4. So let's replace this term, calories in greater than calories out, with this term. Increased body fat is caused by increased body fat. I haven't said anything about what actually causes it. The same thing that causes it is the thing itself. It gives you no insight into what actually causes the calories in to be greater than the calories out. It's only describing what the process is. So let's ask the question again. Say I get rid of this term and I say increased body fat is caused by excessive insulin. Now, this term can be replaced by calories in, calories out. So I can say the increase in calories in over calories out is caused by the hyperinsulinemia. Now that tells you a lot more useful information, which is to say,
and also something that I'm familiar with when it comes to Dr. Jason Fung. Now, this is up for debate. So we all are familiar. Well, I think y'all can let me know if you're not in the chat and I can try to break it down. Because JC mentioned insulin resistance, right? So is anybody, if you're not familiar with what the concept theory, it's a theory, to be clear. Insulin resistance is just the theory, right? Like it's not a medical diagnosis. We're trying to get there, but it's just something that people have, doctors have proposed could be going on. So if you don't know, if you're not familiar with insulin resistance, then you can put a number 1 in the chat. The reason why I mention that is because Dr. Jason Fung has described an alternate theory, right? And that's the thing with a lot of science. Like a lot of science is based around theory, right? And it's like, how much information do you have to support that theory? So insulin resistance basically says that the body is if insulin is the key that unlocks the cell to let the energy flow in, right? Sugar flows in, or adipose flows in. Fat will flow into the cell, right? Well, insulin resistance says that the key, the cell is not unlocking for the insulin, right? The insulin isn't working. That's what insulin resistance is. So the insulin isn't doing what it needs to do, or what the body needs it to do. Well, Dr. Jason Fung just said hyperinsulinemia, and he describes hyperinsulinemia as a state of having too much insulin, meaning that the body is constantly having to produce more and more and more and more and more insulin to do the same function. So it's not necessarily that the cell isn't opening, like it's resistant to it. It's that we have too much of the insulin. So that's what he means by hyper, which would mean too much of. Hyper, like hyperglycemia, hyperthyroidism, having too much insulin is what he means by that. But it's a theory. Okay, that's his theory. And insulin resistance is a more popular theory, but it's not something that's necessarily been proven, right? That this is happening to everybody that has too much body fat. Kim says, but at the end of the day, doesn't that still just equate to eating? I think you meant too many calories. There's a typo. Hold on. But at the end of the day, doesn't that still equate to eating too many calories? Maybe causes weight gain, regardless of what is happening in the background, to cause less to burn than what came in. Kim, I'm misunderstanding your comment. Can you type it again for me? It's probably autocorrect messing you up. What I think you're saying is, but doesn't it come to calories at the end of the day? Okay, in order to answer that question, the follow-up question would have to be, then are you asking, do you get the same response whether you eat 10,000 calories of broccoli? Let me not be ridiculous, okay? Whether you eat 500 calories of broccoli or salad, let's say a big salad, no protein. Whether you eat 500 calories of salad or 500 calories of chocolate chip cookies. So if I go back to your comment of, isn't that just saying that no matter what, eating too many calories is causing the weight gain? No, because then you would be saying that the 500 calories of broccoli is equivalent to the 500 calories of cookies. Calories in, or if that is what you're saying, then okay. But the calories in, calories out people will say, yes, the 500 calories of cookies and the 500 calories of broccoli are equivalent. So if you're counting your calories, you can fit the cookies in as long as they fall within your calorie allotment for the day. Is that what you're saying? So if you're let's say if you have a budget of 1500 calories, it doesn't matter where that 1500 comes from as long as you maintain the 15. Is that what you're saying? Weight gain causes insulin resistance, or 500 calories of protein, totally different. Right. So you can help me clear that up, Kim. Also, if it's easier to just talk, I can drop the link. You can come up. You don't have to put your camera on, and I can drop you back down. What Dr. Jason Fung is proposing, which is what I subscribe to, is that no, that 500 calories of broccoli or salad is different than that 500 calories of chocolate chip cookies, because when you eat the broccoli, your body's going to get one response. When you eat the cookies, your body's going to get a completely different response. When you eat the broccoli, this is where insulin comes in. Back to JC's point about insulin not being the primary, fat storage not being its primary function. It doesn't have to be. It's one of the functions. Okay. When you eat the broccoli, you're going to get very, very, very little insulin stimulation, right? So that broccoli is going to be the energy from that broccoli is going to be, pretty much used up. There's no reason, there's no mechanism that says store the broccoli. Okay. If you eat the cookies though, if you eat the 500 calories of cookies, same amount of calories. So ideally it just shouldn't matter. If the number is all that matters, if the amount is all that matters, the number shouldn't matter. But if you eat the cookies instead, your body's going to have a completely different response. That insulin response is going to be significantly greater, by a magnitude greater. And all of that sugar from those cookies aren't going to be able to be used up at once, right? So what happens when the insulin is stimulated and the sugar that's needed immediately is used up? What do you do with the excess sugar? Type 2 diabetes. Now, some people never make it to type 2, but this is how the type 2s end up there. What does your body do with that excess sugar from those cookies? It converts it to fat. It puts that fat into fat cells. It doesn't happen with the broccoli. It does happen with the cookies. But if they're both 500 calories and all that matters is the number, how are you getting two completely different responses? That is the importance of the insulin. So although we may not be necessarily addressing diabetes at this point, type 1 or 2, it doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Now, some people get to the point, type 2, where this is working so poorly that they develop an overabundance of sugar in the bloodstream, if that makes sense. But when we talk about how too many calories, we know we mean bad calories. I agree with all calories are not the same, but if you're eating 3,500 calories extra, even if healthy, you will gain weight. Okay. So I think Jen and Sushi is saying the same thing. Okay, so that was my response to Kim's point. Now, if you eat too much of anything, the key is too much. If you eat too much of anything, will you gain weight? The answer is yes. That, to me, from my understanding, if you cut any amount of calories, initially you will lose weight. If you eat too much of anything, you will gain weight. Okay? Does that clear that up for Jen and Sushi? Like the point? All right. But now, with that being said, there have been studies done before informed consent. Before informed consent, I believe, there have been starvation studies done and there have been overfeeding studies done. And in the overfeeding studies, people were overfed, prisoners, consent taken away, prisoners were overfed thousands and thousands and thousands of calories. Now, the only thing that I don't recall is what were the macros of these calories. I don't recall if it was mostly protein. I don't recall if it was a bunch of sugar. I should look it up real quick, and I'll probably look it up while I'm playing the video. But they were overfed thousands and thousands of calories, and it was so hard to make these people gain weight. It was so incredibly hard. And they just kept force feeding them until they finally gained weight. The second they stopped feeding them, the weight just fell off. Now, there have also been starvation studies done. There have been starvation studies done where people, this would be related to fasting. So I don't know. The starvation studies were done to get a better understanding of what the body does with 0 calories. Okay. So there's eating too many calories, there's eating too little calories, and then there's eating 0 calories, right? So there have been studies done, and I'm saying starvation because they called it starvation studies. There have been studies done regarding what happens when you have 0 calories, which is a completely different response. This is the fasting response, okay? So insulin falls, that storage hormone falls, insulin falls, and then the body has to figure out what to do next, okay? So we have 3 different scenarios. There's overeating, there's undereating, and then there's not eating at all. From my understanding, the body is going to respond differently to each scenario. One more thing about if you eat too much of something. Yes and no, because it depends on what you're eating, right? So it would be incredibly difficult. I don't even know how this would be possible for a person to eat 2,000 calories worth of salad. Just the produce, no protein, no fats, no dressing, no nothing. It would be incredibly difficult for a person to do that, right? So when Jen says, okay, but when we talk about overeating, we know we're generally talking about unhealthy or bad food. Well, yes and no, because it wouldn't be impossible or too difficult. Well, it would be difficult, but okay. Let me clear this up and then I'll continue the video, right? So with the salad example, fiber is going to stop you before you can make it to the 2,000 calories. Point blank period. Volume, sheer volume, and fiber is going to be the first mechanism that stops you from eating the 2000 calories of salad. Okay, so we know we're not going to eat 2000 calories of salad. Okay, then there's protein and fats. Peptide YY, cholecystokinin, these are receptors that are going to tell you when you've had too much to eat, right? Just like the GLP-1 and the GIP. These are going to be receptors that are going to tell you, okay, enough, you've eaten enough, right? So you get that from protein and you get that from fats. So because they're more calorie dense, can you get the 2000 calories in? Yes, but it's very likely that those satiety signals are going to stop you before you overeat them. So where does the overeating come in? Majority of the time, unless you are morbidly obese with a stomach that can just handle that capacity and your hormones are out of whack, for most people, for the average person, the overeating is going to come in with the carbohydrates, so the starches, the sugars, um the processed foods, those things combined with the nutrient dense, the calorically dense fats and proteins and all of that, right? Or even the fiber from the salad. So that would be like adding croutons to your salad. That would be like having a chicken breast alone versus a chicken sandwich, where you have the bun and you have all of the toppings on it and you have the french fries. That would be like having the milk alone versus having the milk with the breakfast cereal. Or do y'all put milk in oatmeal? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So when it comes to overeating, the point is that the point of this video that he's making is that people say it doesn't matter what your caloric makeup is. His stance is that it does matter. That is the point of talking about insulin, because you're going to get two different responses. But technically, if you eat 10,000 calories of anything, are you going to gain weight? Yeah. If you cut out 2,000 calories, are you going to lose weight? Yeah. But depending on what the makeup is going to determine how effective or easy one or the other is, right? So if you have a diet that's 90% protein, it's going to be much harder to put that weight on. Even if you overeat 3,000 calories, it's going to be much harder to put that weight on. Same thing goes for losing the weight. Yes, initially you can cut out 500 to 1,000 calories. That's going to work in the beginning. But what happens when your body just decides to burn less because you've been eating less? Then what? Those are the additional mechanisms that are being discussed.
If my insulin levels are too high, how can I bring it down? And what does this mean practically? It simply tells you that certain foods for the same amount of calories are going to stimulate different amounts of insulin. Cookies are going to stimulate more insulin than an egg. So it tells you that cookies are more fattening than eggs. Brownies stimulate more insulin than spinach. So therefore, brownies are more fattening than spinach. Why?
Okay, is that really up for debate? Cookies are more fattening than eggs. Brownies are more fattening than spinach. Is there anybody that there may be, because the calories in, calories out people disagree with this. So you all, some of you, if you disagree, you let me know. Is this up for debate that one group of food is more fattening than the other? Like, I don't see where that's up for debate. I don't see where eating a bowl of spinach is the same as eating cookies. I don't see where eating 3 eggs is the same as eating a slice of chocolate cake. I don't see where those things are equivalent. Reindeer says no debate. Reindeer, you don't count because you sent me the video. I'm just kidding. I don't see where those things are up for debate.
Why? Because the foods release the hormones, which is information. So food contains not just the calorie, but it also
He says the hormones are information. I would go a step further and say that they are instructions. Hormones, okay, I said this before in a video or live stream. The body does not speak the language, or no, I said it in a video. The body does not speak the language of calories, calorie counting, right? There are no calorie receptors. There are no caloric receptors. Does that mean that calories don't count? No, they of course count, right? Because if anybody says, well, then I could just eat whatever I want, that's not true. Okay. The body does not speak the language of calories. The body does not know what calories are. The body does not measure calories. What the body does understand and the language that the body does speak is hormone responses. The whole entire endocrine system, right? So whether it's thyroid hormones, whether it's um, sex hormones, whether it's insulin, whether it's stress hormones, right? Okay. How does the body know to prepare for a baby, right? Hormones. How does the body know there's no baby coming and it's time to do your thing, have your cycle? Hormones. How does the body regulate body temperature? Hormones. How does the body regulate body fat? Hormones. Calorie counting people. I'm a calorie counter, right? But I am not a calorie like I'm not the type of person that only thinks that calories count, right? Some people only will say it's all about calories, right? But riddle me this, right? If it is all about calories, are we then saying that thin people, people that have never been obese in their life, the reason that they are thin is because they're so good at counting calories? Does anybody even know what a calorie is? One, does anybody know what a calorie is? How do we determine what a calorie is? How do we determine how many calories are in a food, right? And are we then saying that thin people are just master calorie counters? Like all of the thin people, the reason that they are thin and have not people that have been obese and then became thin, because we can think that potentially there's some calorie counting in there, but people that have been thin their whole lives, never been overweight. The reason that they're thin is because they're just master calorie counters. Just pondering. Okay, ponder, Kim. Give me your ponderance. I don't think that's right, but energy unit. No idea what a calorie is. Okay, so I'm going to explain to you guys what a calorie is. Okay, so let me actually, well, just so it doesn't look like I don't completely know what I'm talking about, let me tell you my interpretation of what a calorie is, and then I'll look up the definition and see how close I actually got, right? So a calorie is a unit of measurement, or a unit of measurement for, a type of energy, right? And it has only been used as a unit of measurement in the past, I want to say 100, maybe 100, I don't even think 150 years. How calories came about is an inventor or scientist or whatever built a machine called a something calorimeter. I can't pronounce it, but I'm going to look it up so I can show you guys. You build a machine, you put an object, piece of food, piece of wood, piece of person, put your finger in there, don't matter. You put something in the machine, it burns it, and out comes this unit of measure we call calories, right? So when it comes to deciding, when we get food labels and stuff like that say calories and this and that, a tree has calories. How do we know how much calories are in a tree? We don't, unless they put it in a machine and they burn it and they figure it out. But that's how we can tell how many calories are in food. It's just a simple unit of measure. So when I say that the body does not have a calorie receptor, calories were invented. Like the way to measure it was invented, which, okay, like it's a way to tell how much energy a particular thing has, right? So let's see how close I got with my definition. Let's see. What is a calorie? Sorry, let me share my screen so y'all can see. And then we'll go to how were calories discovered. Okay. So let's see what AI says. Oh, you know what? Let's go to Wikipedia because maybe it'll give me everything I want in one place. Will it tell me? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I think I was wrong. I said 150 years. It's a little bit older than 150 years. Okay, so the calorie is a unit of energy that originated from the calorie theory of heat. The large calorie, food calorie, dietary calorie, or kilogram calorie is defined as amount of heat needed to raise the temperature of 1 liter of water by 1 degree. See, I didn't even know that part. Okay. So it's a unit of measure when for heat. Okay. So in nutrition and food science, the term calorie and the symbol cal may refer to the large unit or to the small unit in different regions of the world. Okay, so let's go to the history real quick. So the term calorie, no, I want to go to the machine that was invented. Okay, so in 1879, wait, no, I just saw, where's the machine? Hold on. I'm sorry, y'all. Where's the machine that was built? I still can't say it. Okay. Calorimetry. Calorimetry. I can't say it. Hold on. It's not helping me. Let me look up the calorie machine. Let's see. Invention. Let's see. Okay, the calorie machine concept originated with an American chemist in the late 1800s. Okay, so about 150 years. Okay. Who developed large respiration calorimeters. Oh, I said it, calorimeters. Okay, sealed chambers to measure human energy expenditure by tracking oxygen, carbon dioxide, and heat, proving that food's energy, calories, could be quantified like fuel for an engine. Okay, his work building an earlier bomb calorimeters for burning food samples established a foundation for nutrition science and calorie counting through modern devices now use sensors or AI for we don't care about no, we don't care about AI. Okay. So the bomb calorimeter, okay, a device used to measure the heat released when a food sample is burned. Okay, so that's what I was explaining. All right. So the amount of heat energy from a particular thing. And in this scenario, I guess with weight gain, the thing would be food. All right. Let Dr. Fung finish his point, and then we can continue. Okay, definitely not saying thin people are master calorie counters. I think there are a lot of things at play. As everyone's body genetics, etc., is different. No, I know. See, you know what I'm noticing? I feel like what happens is when we start questioning certain things about the calories in, calories out theory, that when we start asking questions that really can't be answered, then we jump to, well, there's a lot of things at play. Well, duh, we could just start there. I'm not picking on you, Kim, but yes, right? Because you're not the only one that said that. Somebody else said that too. Like, well, there's a number of things, obviously, right? But the point is, like, let's not move away from the point. The point is that conventional thinking, right? Your doctors, your science, our scientists, our medical institutions, this is the conventional thinking, right? It's starting to shift now in the past 5 to 10 years, but conventional thinking for the past 50 years or even 100 years has been this is the end all be all. Calories in, calories out. As long as you count your calories and cut them, you will lose the weight, right? We know for a fact that that has not worked for the majority of people, right? At least not long term. So, this video is challenging that idea that calories in, calories out is what causes weight gain or weight loss, right? So, for the people that feel like that is accurate, right? Let me go to the poll. Let me go to because I'm not just nitpicking, okay? Do you agree with calories in, calories out? 53% of people said, yeah, duh, it's science. And I'm not even judging for that. 53% of people said, yeah, duh, it's science. Okay, so if that's true, how do thin people stay thin? How are thin people, if it's just about calories, how are thin people staying thin? Do they just come out of the womb being master calorie counters? I'll do you one better. If that seems unfair, I'll do you one better. Ponder this, guys. If it's just about calories in versus calories out, why are some babies and children obese or overweight? Are they just bad calorie counters? Are their parents just bad calorie counters? Let's go with, I'm going to play the video while you ponder. Should I start a poll, or do y'all just want to answer in the chat? Let me know if you want me to start a poll. The question is, for the 53% of people that said, yeah, duh, it's science. Okay, got you. Calories in, calories out. Then why are babies and children, either some of them, a lot of them, too many of them, overweight or obese? Are babies and children just bad calorie counters? Are the parents just bad calorie counters? Is that what it is? That's not an answer, Jen. The parents are usually fat. Okay, so does that mean that the parents are bad calorie counters? Insulin resistance doesn't play a role in calories in, calories out, reindeer. So that can't be an answer. Insulin resistance would be closer to Dr. Jason Fung's idea, but no, like calories in, calories. We're talking about specifically calories in, calories out. If you eat too many calories, you gain weight. If you eat too little, you lose weight. That's where we are. So how do you explain fat babies and fat children? How do you explain obese babies and children? Are they just bad calorie counters? My kids eat a ton and they are both underweight but healthy. How is that possible, Sushi, if the more you eat, the more you gain? That's what the calorie counters say. The more you eat, the more you gain, the less you eat, the more you lose. How's it possible that your kids eat a ton? Why aren't your kids becoming obese based on the number of calories they eat? Bad. That's not funny. Okay, Jen says bad genes. Gotcha. So how do we explain people losing weight, eating 1,200 calories a day, but eating pizza, cookies, chips to do it? Again, I think it's all too complex to break it down to just one thing. No, it's not that complex. Okay, so let me answer your question. How do people eat 1,200 calories of garbage and lose weight? Because calories aren't an absolute. That's the point that Dr. Jason Fung is making. So you're like leaning. It's like you're so Kim, what I'm gathering is that like you lean more toward calories in, calories out, but when explaining it, you kind of lean more toward what Dr. Jason Fung is saying, right? So to answer your question, how do people eat 1,200 calories and eat junk food and lose weight? For one, if they were eating 4,000 calories more than they should have been, naturally, at first, cutting those calories are going to cause some weight loss. He explained that at the beginning of the video. Nobody, that's not up for question. That's not up for debate. Remember, when it comes to calories, if you eat less, this is what he said at the beginning. If you eat less, your body has two options: to burn what you've stored, or to just burn, to just burn less altogether. What I'm saying is, at first, the body will burn what's already stored. That's the weight loss. But the second part of that is that eventually that will stop and your body will not lose any more weight, and it will just instead burn less. So the weight loss stops. So for those people that drop their calories down to 1,200 and they lose weight at first, one, the weight loss eventually stops. So they better hope that they make it to the goal before the weight loss stops. The next thing that happens is that their basal metabolic rate, how much they burn at rest, drops down to below that 1,200, right? So that they don't starve to death. Because the body doesn't speak the language of calories, the body speaks hormones, right? So if the body knows you're not eating enough because you're eating 1,200 calories, yes, the weight will go down at first, but then your body will just decide to burn 1,000. Now you're eating 1,200 calories and your body's only burning 1,000, you start to regain the weight. This is how you get into a cycle of yo-yo dieting. This is how the yo-yo dieting cycle goes, around and around and around and again. So now what are you supposed to do? You ate 1,200, you lost a little weight, you're feeling good about yourself. Now your body's only burning 1,000 calories. You're still eating 1,200 and your weight starts to tick up. What are you supposed to do? Eat 800 to get under that 1,000? He said in the beginning, he's seen people with basal metabolic rates of 800 calories. No matter what you eat, you're going to gain weight at that rate. No matter what you eat, you're going to gain weight. That's where I'm at with that. I want somebody to explain the obese babies to me though. Good genes. That's how they got the good genes, not from me. Kissed by the Sun says, hello, thank you for falling out of the clouds. Says, I believe genetics play a part, Both of my girls ate the same diet. One is normal weight and one is overweight. Okay. I think we need a poll for why babies, toddlers are obese. Okay, I'll start a poll. I am now thin, but I'm new thin. We're vein thin. We're give me the fat shot thin. Hey, Michelle. um okay, so let me do a poll to make it easier. I want somebody to explain the fat babies to me, because I feel like I lost y'all there. Like there was a lot of pushback as far as the whole calories thing, and now that I'm like, okay, well, explain how people are just naturally thin. I didn't get an answer to that one. Okay, so well then, if you can't explain the thin part, explain the fat kids. I'm still not, other than genetics, like, so you're just either lucky or you aren't. Like, you just either win the genetic lottery or you don't. Is that what we're going with? Okay, let me start a poll. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, so the poll ended majority, yeah, that's science. Do you agree with calories in, calories out? Okay. All right, so let's start a new poll. Let's start a new poll. Okay. Now, mind you, anybody can answer this, but this is mainly for the people that said, yeah, duh, it's science, the calories in, calories out. I need y'all to explain to me the fat kids, okay? How do babies, infants, I'll even go infants, end up overweight, obese? I didn't realize I didn't have my glasses on the whole time. I gotta go librarian on y'all. Okay. How do they end up overweight or obese? Okay. They eat too many calories. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I could have played the video while I'm sitting here typing.
Also contains the instructions of what to do with those calories. It tells your body, should I store those calories as body fat or should I burn those calories? If we simply take this equation now and turn it around and simply move to the calories in equals body fat plus calories out. I simply move the calories out over here. Same equation, energy balance equation. But what it looks like here is that for every calorie you eat, your body can either store it as body fat or burn it for energy. And that's the difference. Same calories, same number of calories. The difference is, does it store or does it burn? And that depends on the hormones. You got to focus on the hormones. And it doesn't mean anything other than some calories are good and some calories are bad. Some calories are more fattening than other calories. That's it. And that's just common sense. So anytime somebody tells you you should just count your calories, you should cut your calories, they don't understand that food also contains information which tells you about the hormones and what your body is supposed to do with those calories. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Okay. So I didn't think I was gonna spend. I like that video. Thank you, reindeer. We may not have time to get to the second one today, but we will eventually get to it. Because I definitely want to make sure we get into Jasmine flowers and I want to get into my fast food receipts. Okay. So like the stream and vote in the poll if you haven't already. So the question is, right? Because see, let me just tell y'all something. I talking about calories, y'all start talking about genetics. We wasn't talking about genetics, but I went ahead and put it in the poll, right? Okay, I put it in there, right? So the question is, how if calories in, if the calories in, calories out model is accurate, if that is accurate, how do we explain why infants and babies end up overweight or obese? Okay. And the options that you have is that they eat too many calories, they don't eat the right calories, they don't exercise enough, it's genetics, it can't be helped. Y'all are fake as hell. Go ahead and vote in the poll, and I'm gonna tell y'all why y'all fake. Go ahead and vote in the poll. We just went through this whole video regarding why calories don't cause weight gain in like at the surface level, right? The pushback was, well, at the end of the day, it must come back to calories. Because if you eat too much of anything, you'll gain weight. And how do we explain people that cut their calories and lose weight, right? So it's calories, 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 calories. 57% of you said that you agree, duh, it's science with calories in, calories out, right? Okay. So calories. But when I ask about the kids, nobody wants to talk about calories. Now it's genetics and it can't be helped. Do y'all see the contradiction in that, or am I tripping? Am I tripping? Because I wasn't gonna, I didn't think that we were gonna end up here in the conversation. But now that we're here, let's talk about it. How do we go from calories mattering, right? The amount, the actual amount of calories, how do we go from that mattering to when we talk about kids, now we're on to genetics? Nobody really like talked about genetics until I mentioned the babies. You do know that those babies will ultimately end up adults that are essentially told calories in, calories out. So why is it about calories when they're adults, but it's about genetics when they're children? Somebody is going to have to square that circle for me before we move on. Somebody's going to have to square the circle. I need y'all to make it make sense. Both of my brothers are incredibly skinny. The younger one is bigger. Um, Oh, I'm sorry. I missed something. Okay, so Kissed by the Sun says definitely hormones. Is winning the genetic lottery bad? No. Do you see this face? I won the genetic lottery. It's not. I'm not. What I'm saying is, are we saying that the babies are doomed? Y'all are voting that the kids are doomed because of bad genes. And I'm saying that y'all fake as hell. Y'all fake because we just spent all this time talking about calories and how people believe this and calories are this and calories. Okay, well, are we saying that the kids eat too much? Why are we so comfortable saying that the adults eat too much but not the kids? What's going on? Somebody square the circle for me. Both of my brothers are incredibly skinny. The younger one is bigger than the older, but still underweight. Yet I am normal size. Mom and dad too. Okay. Um, yeah, not bad for them, but bad for me. Without the shot, I don't have an off button. I will just keep eating. Okay. I was a roly poly oly baby. So are we saying that more than one thing can't be true? I reduce my calories, I lose the weight, but I also believe that the way my body processes calories is different from my skinny cousins. No, I'm not saying those things can't be true. My kids stop when full naturally. Okay. Hi, Delilah, Reindeer, Jen, Sushi, Chad just woke up. Okay. I was a chubby baby. Y'all okay, y'all talking about everything but the point. This adult did eat too much. That's why I need Zep. Okay. I'm not moving on until one of you answer the goddamn question. Y'all not answering the question, okay? Y'all not answering the question. We're talking about fat and obese children, overweight and obese children, okay? All right. How do babies, infants end up overweight or obese? 11%. Please go ahead and vote in the poll if you haven't already. 11% say they eat too many calories. 11% say they don't eat the right calories. 22% say they don't exercise enough. 56% say it's genetics, it can't be helped. So the kids are doomed. The majority of you feel like the kids are doomed. If you haven't already, please like the stream and vote in the poll. Is that what we're going with? The kids are doomed? Because I feel like had I asked the same question about adults, most of y'all would have said that they eat too many calories. But because I feel like that was most of the pushback I was getting. I can use myself as an example. When I was losing naturally, I was 150 pounds down, then suddenly nothing. I was at 1,200, 1,500 calories. So I got to 500, 800 calories a day. Okay, hormones control hunger and satiety by sending signals to the brain. I believe it definitely plays a part in obesity. Kissed by the Sun, are you on a GLP-1? I am. Most of us here are on GLP-1s. That's exactly right. Like, this is what I don't get. This is and Kim, now I'm gonna pick on you. Okay. Now I'm gonna pick on you, Kim, because you are your comments are the best example. So thank you so much for participating. If calories are really that important, right? Then how Then what was the point of getting on a GLP-1? Because we do know that GLP-1 agonists, like that GLP-1 and GIP, we do know those are hormones, right? GLP-1 medications are GLP-1 and GIP agonists. So they stimulate those hormones. So y'all are telling me that we watched a video where the point that was trying to be made was that the hormone insulin is a huge contributing factor to overweight and obese. Well, he didn't say obesity, but he said weight gain, right? More so than calories. And we're getting pushback regarding the calories, but we chose a hormonal intervention for our weight loss. Why didn't we just cut our calories? Us GLP-1 users. And I don't want to ask a second question and get y'all off topic. I'm not moving on until somebody explain the fat babies to me. Somebody explain the children. Your mom, or you're saying this is like the theoretical baby? Is that what you're saying? Or you mean like your mom? Can you let me know, Kim? Obese babies don't eat the right calories. Okay. They don't have off buttons and don't feel full. Okay. I just ordered and will be joining you soon. Can we all welcome Kiss by the Sun to the GLP-1 gang? I'm so glad. Are you going to be on tirzepatide or semaglutide? So Ozempic or Mounjaro, Zepbound, Wegovy. Okay. I didn't vote because I don't believe it's simply calories in, calories out. Okay. I'm really talking to the majority of people that said that, calories in, calories out is science. Like, duh. Okay. GLP-1 gives me a full filling. Never had that prior. Okay. I never considered that. My off button was broken as a child. Do you think so? Okay. F them kids. Shut up, Jen. Okay. My fat cells wouldn't shut up, so I would eat because of those hormonal signals. Okay. But y'all understand, y'all are giving me hormonal responses and not caloric ones. Do y'all see the point that I'm trying to make here? Do y'all see the point that I'm trying to make here? The GLP-1 has helped me stick to lower calories because I don't feel hungry all the time. I never said hormones weren't important. Oh, okay. So you were saying the moms have gestational diabetes. Okay. Because you can have an overweight baby without you having gestational diabetes, just to clarify. Okay. So I asked the question, why are babies and infants obese? Majority of y'all in the poll voted genetics. I didn't even say y'all were wrong. I just wanted y'all to stand on it. Are we saying that the babies are doomed? I put it in the poll. Yes. Most of y'all are saying that the babies are doomed. Now, in the chat, assuming y'all are the same people that voted in the poll, now y'all are saying hormones. But nobody's answering the question about calories. Except Reindeer. Reindeer just say that the babies aren't eating the right kind of calories. Okay. So how does a baby choose their calories? How does an infant or a baby or even a fetus, how do they choose their calories? Oh, we got somebody joining us with the homie. Welcome to the gang. I hope you subscribe. We're a little vain over here, Kissed by the Sun, okay? So we care about A1Cs and lower insulin and lower blood sugar and lower body fat, but we also care about being cute and putting on muscle and looking good and having healthy skin and all of that. We're a little vain, okay? So we care about snatch waists and sharp clavicles. Just so you know, we care about these things over here. We're a little vain. We're just a little vain, okay? We're just a little vain. They just need GLP-1 medication. The babies? Some kids are overfed. They can't self-regulate. So okay. So Sushi, help me out. Are the kids coming out of the womb hormonally broken? Okay. My mom said my brother was never hungry, so I'd take his bottles and drink them because I was never full. Oh, okay. Babies are not doomed, but they may have difficulties maintaining a healthy weight later. I have known people who were fat babies but grew into normal weight adults. I didn't say that the babies were doomed. The people that voted in the poll said that they were doomed. It literally says it's genetics. It can't be helped. It can't be helped is the same as saying they're doomed. They're doomed. It can't be helped. Yes, they're hormonally broken. Some. Okay. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say the calories people died on this hill. Well, they didn't die on the hill. I was trying to get y'all to die on the hill, but y'all are like, y'all are not standing on the point, right? So when we were going over the video with Dr. Jason Fung, the title of the video is Calories Do Not Cause, what is it? The title was, hold on. The title was, Why Do We Get Fat Part 1, the biggest lie in obesity medicine, right? And basically saying that calories don't cause us to get fat. Is that an absolute? No. But the point wasn't that it's an absolute. The point was there are other things that need to be considered before just the number of calories, right? Now, the pushback that was being received, or not necessarily pushback, but like the alternate perspective that was being received in the chat was that, well, ultimately it does come back to calories and kind of poo-pooing the hormonal aspect, right? The hormonal aspect was kind of being poo-pooed and bringing it back to, well, at the end of the day, calories do matter, right? Okay. So the question then was, well, what is the significance? What is the importance, right? So I looked at the poll and most people said that they believe in the calories in, calories out model. That model specifically says that when it comes to weight gain, you're eating too many calories. When it comes to weight loss, you just need to eat less of them. They're calories in. So for all of you that are mentioning hormones, if you voted for calories in, calories out, then you contradicted yourself because calories in, calories out does not mention hormone responses. That was the point of the video. It does not mention anything about hormones. It's all about the number. 500 more, 500 less, 1,000 over, 1,000 under. That's it. 2,000 over, 2,000 under, 3,000 over, 3,000. That's it. You either eat less or you either eat too much or you eat less in order to lose the weight. No talk of hormones, okay? The question about naturally thin people was asked. Nobody wants to talk about calories. I said, are they just better calorie counters than the rest of us? Crickets, nothing. Now about babies and kids. Are the kids just bad calorie counters if they're fat? No, it's genetics. It can't be helped. Now we're talking about hormones. So the only point that I'm trying to make is that when you, from my perspective, when you push back on calories in, calories out, to me, it falls apart. And nobody can really stand on it when you start to incorporate the children because babies aren't in control of what they eat. So unless we're just saying that the parents are bad calorie counters, right? Because then we would have to, then that would suggest that y'all's parents, when they had y'all, they were busy. If you were a normal weight baby, they were good calorie counters. And if you were an overweight baby, like Delilah's mom was a bad calorie counter, which doesn't make any sense to me. Or for y'all that have children, if you have a normal weight baby, then like Sushi Fitness is just a great calorie counter. Or if you have overweight kids, then you're just a bad calorie counter. Or if you have one kid that's overweight and one kid that's a normal weight and they eat the same diet, like how does the calories play a role in that? That don't even make no sense. How can two kids eat the same diet? They've done this study with twins, identical twins can be fed the exact same diet and have completely different outcomes. Identical twins can grow up in separate households with separate diets and both end up obese. Now, how does that work? That would be genetics. That don't got nothing to do with calories. That would be genetics, right? Identical twins are the best link to the genetic aspect. If you have identical twins, you separate them at birth. One is raised with a quote unquote healthy lifestyle. One is raised with a quote unquote unhealthy lifestyle. those twins can end up with the same body type, even though they grew up in completely separate households. So, genetics, hormones, calories, the actual answer is it all plays a role. Now, I know that a couple of people said, "Oh, it's a multitude of factors." But I feel like that was only said after I pushed back on the calories. So yes, we can agree that it's a multitude of factors, Kim. Okay? But at first you said, doesn't it just come back to calories? That's what you said the first time. That's why I was pushing back. All right. But thank you for participating. I always pick on Kim because she can take it. I know you think we are not answering the question, but but what I think again is that is so complex. For me, counting calories with the help of Zet has helped me lose weight. It's what I'm trying to explain to you, Kim, is that it's not complex. Like just because there's a multitude of mechanisms doesn't make it complex. Okay, I take that back. The human body is very complex, right? That doesn't mean we can't break it down into terms that we can understand, right? That doesn't mean we can't break it down to layman's terms just because the human body is complex. So, by that, what I mean is like when you first said, doesn't it come back to calories? That would contradict the statement that you're making now about Z-bound. But then again, let me go back to your previous comment because you said that Z-bound is okay. So let me put it to you this way. So Kim, basically what you're saying is the reason that you think Z-bound works is because it helps you eat less calories. That's what you think helps you. Um, that's what you think is causing the weight loss, right? So most people would say, I don't understand why people are taking a GLP-1. That's just eat less, move more, right? It only works because it cuts your calories. Let's start a poll. Let's start a poll, and then we can move on. I'll get caught up on your comments, and then we can move on. There is a second video. There is a part two. If we have time at the end, I'll play it. But otherwise, we'll get to it another day. It's genetics. It can't be helped. So the kids are doomed. The kids cannot be helped because they just have bad genes. Their parents should have did a better job at I don't know. Their parents their parents doomed them with their bad genes, okay? So, how does a GLP-1 help with weight loss? Okay? Let's just end it here. Let's just ask this question and we can move on. It helps eat less calories. Okay? Um it helps lower blood sugar. Hold on. Give me a second. Um, oops. Typos, Brody. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Okay. That's the last poll before we move on. Okay. All right. Thank you guys for participating. Um, Years ago when I had sleeve surgery. Oh, by the way, Kim, when I said y'all wasn't answering the question, I was talking about the kids. No, based on calories, nobody was answering that question. Years ago when I had sleeve surgery, it helped to stimulate the hormone ghrelin. Interesting, which helped in my satiety. I knew then the hormones controlled my hunger. Okay, I also had some food insecurity in my childhood, so that plays a part. Okay, for me, I think it's half genes, half environment. Okay, um, the trend B says, hey girl, could it be hormones aren't stabilized till after puberty? But even still, some people still are born with conditions that affect hormones. But I think overall it's a combination of things. Okay. Hey Nicole. Hey Nicole. Um, oh, thank you. Thank you, Kiss by the Sun. Let's move on from fat babies. The kids be fat. What? The kids be fat. It could be all of the above. Okay. So the question is, how does a GLP-1 help with weight loss? It helps eat less calories. Like, what do you think is the primary reason that a GLP-1 helps with weight loss? It helps eat less calories. It helps you eat less calories. It helps lower blood sugar. It helps burn fat. It helps curb cravings. What do you think is the primary reason that a GLP-1 helps with weight loss? Kim, tell me your answer in the chat because you brought up Zepbound. Okay. Now it could be all of the above. And if it's all of the above, then that's fine. But like, okay, we know it does all of those things, but which mechanism do you think is the primary mechanism? Like, for example, if it didn't curb your cravings, would you still eat less calories? If it causes you to eat less calories, what if it didn't help with your cravings? If it lowers your blood sugar, do the calories matter at all? That's why I made them separate, even though you can say all of the above. Well, it's not all of the above because it definitely doesn't help burn fat. It does not do that at all. Not even a little bit. Not 0.5%, 0.25%. It doesn't do that. GLP-1s do not burn fat. They do not do that. It is perfect. We are Zepbound groupie. I'm a Zepbound groupie. I be trying not to crown myself the queen, but y'all, like, I'm about this close. To crowning myself the Zepbound queen. Okay. For me, I think it helps stabilize my blood sugar, which in turn helps me not have a BED episode. Okay. For me, it helps me to eat less calories since you made me choose just one. Okay. Okay. And Kim, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying that you couldn't eat less calories before because of hunger or cravings, right? So you needed the GLP-1 in order to enforce less calories. Nicole is basically saying all of them, but if you had to pick one, waiting for someone to show up with my with the Zep. Oh, that's too much. I meant multiple options. Sorry, it helped me burn fat. As a type 2, it helps lower my blood sugar. Okay. Well, it helps control everybody's blood sugar. It's a blood sugar medication. And it does that by stimulating insulin. So okay, so a GLP-1 has multiple mechanisms, right? So it's going to stimulate those satiety hormones of GLP and GIP. And it also helps to stimulate another hormone by the name of insulin. There we go. Insulin's coming up again. Insulin is coming up again. Insulin's coming up again. But my understanding of the GLP is that of like Zepbound, right? Of tirzepatide. When it comes to stimulating insulin, I don't know about semaglutide, but when it comes to stimulating insulin, it is a more controlled release of that insulin throughout the day. So here's my theory. Here's how I look at a GLP-1. Okay. I would have picked it helps lower blood sugar, but a better option there would have been it helps to stimulate insulin. Let me tell you why. The reason why I think that's the primary function, even outside of curbing appetite and cravings and all of that, right? Here's why I feel like the insulin component is most important. If you're not on a GLP-1 and you have, let's say, insulin resistance or hyperinsulinemia, whichever one, you had a problem with insulin, right? That means that one way or another, there's too much of it, correct? There's too much of it. Too much of it is being stimulated at one point. So it's constantly telling your body to store fat, store fat, store fat. Are we in agreement that insulin tells the body, it does a lot of things, but one of the things it does is tell the body to store fat. Otherwise, other than cortisol, right? There are other hormones that will tell your body to store fat, but insulin is the main one that we're concerned with here, right? When it comes to eating. So if the insulin is constantly being stimulated, pancreas constantly stimulated, and your body is constantly in a state of store. It don't matter. Open your ears, people, because I get to die on this hill because y'all not gonna knock me off of it. And if you think you can try. I'll even drop the link for you. Before a GLP-1, my GLP-1 people, right? Before a GLP-1, if your insulin is constantly being stimulated, there is no way for you to burn fat. Period. It does not matter, right? In the long term, how much you cut your calories. Before a GLP-1, it don't matter, right? So let's say you're constantly in a state of storage and then you cut your calories, right? So you initially lose weight. Eventually that's going to stop. You're still going to be in a state of storage because of the type of food that you're eating. Okay. When you get on a GLP-1, why is it that some people don't have to change what they eat, but they still end up losing weight to some extent? Whether they cut their calories or not. That's another thing. Whether they cut their calories or not, they still end up losing some weight. The reason that I think that is happening is because the tirzepatide is controlling the release of insulin. So you're getting, instead of a flood of store, you're getting pulses, right? You're getting pulses of that insulin, which means there are windows where your body can release the body fat. Your body can't release body fat and store it at the same time. It's either doing one or the other. And in order for it to release it, the insulin has to be lowered. That is where the tirzepatide comes in. Because the tirzepatide is lowering that insulin, which not lowering it, but giving it more of a timed release, which will also help lower the blood sugar. I think that's what's allowing the body to release the fat. Okay. I think that's what's allowing the body to release the fat. There are plenty of people that can eat at maintenance, right? Like they can eat, for example, I don't cut my calories intentionally, right? When I started on a GLP-1, I will say I was overeating, which is what we're going to get into next. A lot of us are overeating. I would say I was overeating. So when I got on a GLP-1, naturally, I lost some weight in the beginning because I couldn't eat as much. So that's Kim's point. You eat less. Okay, perfect. Great. That works. But eventually, after a certain amount of weight loss, that ain't enough, right? You can't cut your calories forever. You can't cut your calories forever. So Kim, let's say you're at 1,500 calories now, but you don't make it to your goal. Are you going to cut to 1,200? Okay, let's say you cut to 12. You don't make it to your goal. What do you do then? What do you do then? If a GLP-1, if the primary focus is for you to cut your calories, what happens when you cut to the point where now you're at 1,200 calories? I'll do you one better. For the people that have made it to their goal, how many calories do you eat per day? I'll do you one better. The only way that would make sense is if everybody that has made it to their goal on a GLP-1 is eating like 600, 700, 800 calories a day. That's what y'all living on. Oh, Sushi, you made it to your goal? I didn't know that, girl. Sushi? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Congratulations, girl. Okay, so Sushi, you're at 1,200 calories and you're at your goal? Are you at your goal? Yes. Come on, folks. 25 watching and 18 likes. Please like the stream. Please like the stream. Please be nice to me. Be good to me. Be good to me. Be good to me. 50% of you said helps lower blood sugar. Okay. Thanks. Yes. Oh, I didn't know that, girl. Congratulations. Or maybe I did know that and I just forgot. I eat 1,200 to 1,300 calories a day. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. So Michelle, I know you're not at your goal. Okay. So Michelle, You eat 1,200 to 1,300 a day. Okay. If you stop losing weight, will you eat 1,000 calories a day? Or anybody? If anybody. Sushi Fitness. If for some reason you started to regain some of that weight, even while still being on the GLP-1, would you then cut your calories to 1,000? Oh, thank you guys for saying congratulations. We didn't know that, did we? Delilah says congratulations. Michelle and Jen say congratulations. Nicole, also at her goal, says I probably average 1,200, sometimes lower, sometimes higher. That's a good answer. Sushi Fitness says no, she would not go to 1,000 calories. Okay. Did y'all pick 1,200 because that's just what y'all eat naturally, or like was there a reason for that? Yes, I would have done that and still couldn't keep losing. Now, Delilah, I agree with you. I know why that's true. That's what Jason Fung was trying to go over, but I'm just trying to figure out for everybody else. So you're a personal example. Okay, got you. Also based on my activity level that day too. Okay, that also makes sense. Okay, Michelle also says yay sushi. I don't think I will gain on 1,200. Okay. No, I have to eat to lose weight. Okay, so you're eating 1,200. If you can't lose any weight, like cutting further is not the option. Well, now I'm confused, Michelle. Now I'm so guys. Michelle says we have to eat to lose. Well, are we cutting calories or are we not? Do we cut the calories or we got to eat the calories to lose? I agree with you, Michelle, but I'm just using your comment to pick. I have no more weight to lose. Yeah, no. Okay, so you're done. You have a weekly budget. Okay. Okay. How okay, matter of fact, this is a better question. Who lost weight on a GLP-1 and never counted calories? Put a 1 in the chat. Oh, there we go. I don't track and have no idea how many calories I eat. Okay. So Jen never tracked her calories to lose her weight and she's at her goal. So how do we explain that? Anybody want to take a shot at it? Jen didn't track her calories to lose and she doesn't track her calories to maintain her weight. How do we explain that? If the theory of fat is stored in times of famine, then it burns that fat to function. So then why do we need to eat to lose when the fat needs to be burned since that's what it's for? Well, to Michelle's point, you're both right. But to Michelle's point, when she says I need to eat to lose, it's because of the hormonal responses that will be triggered if you eat too little, right? Remember, there's eating too much, there's eating too little, there's eating enough too, but most people, right? There's eating too much, there's eating too little, and then there's not eating at all. Three completely different responses. Eating too much of a particular, type of food that stimulates insulin is going to say to store. Eating too little is going to say burn less, but don't release either, right? Because your body doesn't know what's going on. Not eating at all says, okay, where do we get the food from? So what you're describing, Delilah, would be fasting. In order to burn what we have, right? We can't have the body thinking that we're not getting enough. So you either make sure you get enough or you go down to zero. In those two scenarios, the body will know what to do. But if you fall in the middle where you eat, but just not quite enough, your body will hold on to storage and it will burn less than you want it to. Okay. I know during my journey, I ate under 1,200 a lot. Okay. So how do we explain Jen's experience? Jen didn't track at all. Jen doesn't track. How did Jen successfully lose weight on a GLP-1 and manages to maintain her weight? Now we've moved from fat babies to Jen. The calorie counters. The calorie counters got me in a tizzy. I'm a calorie counter, but I'm not a calories in, calories out person. I'm not one to think that calories don't matter. I just don't think they matter as much as people think. I think the composition of your calories matter more than the actual amount. And the reason I say that is because I eat at maintenance most of the days, right, of the week, right? I I sometimes eat at 1800, which is maintaining for my weight. Sometimes I eat less, like around shot day. So let's say days 0 through 2 or 3 or something like that. Sometimes I eat more. Let's say I have a really high activity day. Let's say I double up on my exercises. I can eat more than 2000 calories. So I can do all of that and still lose weight. Um, can't explain what works for someone else. I track calories and have a lost 84 pounds since February. I eat 12 to 1500 days, sometimes more, sometimes less. I appreciate that, Kim, but that does not answer the question. My BMR is an estimate of 1185. Sushi, how tall are you? Because the more weight we lose, our BMR goes down as well. Mine went down from about 2100 to 18. Because the smaller you are, the less calories you need. Um, so technically, if I was bed bound, I could gain on 1200. Okay, but you're at goal as well. You're at goal. Um, how tall are you? How tall are you? I listened to my body most of the journey until I started tracking. Um, Jen also doesn't eat all the overly processed food. She eats very well since it is very hard to overeat. Me and Jen was just talking about eating fried chicken last night. What are you talking about? Jen is not some perfect health. I mean, she eats well, but she eats trash like the rest of us. Maybe not as much, especially as far as sugar. But Jen indulges. Jen has a Big Mac every now and again. 5'4". Okay, that makes sense. Okay. That makes sense. Tonight I had bacon cheeseburger and a handful of fries, half a can of Pepsi. I made it at home, so maybe 900. I don't know. My BMI was really high. 426. Okay, 426 pounds. I will eat the same again around 4 a.m. Um, okay, so we can move on. All right. The point was tracking is not a bad thing. But if we oversimplify weight gain and weight loss, right? This is the overall point before we move on. If we oversimplify it to just calories, this entire conversation that we just spent 2 hours on unintentionally, because I won't let it die. But this was centered around the people that believe that it's all about calories. So if you have gotten to the point, or if you believe it's a combination of things, then great. We've agreed the whole time. But something about that Jason Fung video and talking about insulin, y'all wasn't saying that at that time. Like, we could have avoided all of this if everybody from the beginning would have just said, well, it's a combination of things. People got real hung up on the calories. That's why I'm like, okay, so if y'all are standing on the calories in, calories out, if y'all are standing on that, then you got to explain this, you got to explain that, you got to explain, how does the body know how to do this? How do these people know how to do that? Why are the babies fat? Do the babies just not, do they just eat too much? Do the fetuses just not work out enough in the womb? Like, how are we explaining all of this stuff, right? So we're gonna land at it's a combination of things, and I'm gonna let y'all off the hook. Okay. I'm gonna let y'all off the hook. Hey, the real MVP. Hey, Vanity. I just wanted to chime in and help the discussion. Like Jen, I did not and do not track calories. I mostly ate around 1200 and intermittent fasted to allow my body space to burn the fat. Allowing your body space to burn the fat means allowing that insulin to fall. That's where the fasting comes in. I would agree. Are you getting rested up, Jen? Oh, okay. Y'all talking about work. We don't want to talk about work. 80-20. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Let's move on. Shout out to you guys. Please like the stream if you haven't already. And thank you to Reindeer for that Jason Fung video. There is a part 2, but because that took 2 hours, we're going to just go on and move on to something else. And then I will come back to part 2 on another day. Okay. All right. So I'm going to breeze through this next part, and I wanted to spend longer on it, but because we're behind, I'm going to just breeze through it really quickly so we can get to Jasmine flowers. So y'all, I enjoyed our conversation about fast food yesterday. I went back and listened to it, and it was really entertaining. Okay. So I got receipts. I got the receipts. I don't have them like printed or anything, or like I can't put them up on the screen. I'm just gonna give you guys what I paid for fast food and sweetened this, branded coffees since December 1st. and we're going to go into some things that I could be doing differently, and y'all can tell me how y'all feel about some things that y'all can be doing differently, okay? Um all right. So since December 1st, okay? Since December 1st, okay. Okay, so let me work backwards from today. So today, y'all, I almost had a meltdown. I wanted a McDonald's iced coffee for $1, but there wasn't a McDonald's near me. Like there wasn't a McDonald's for several miles. So I'm like, and I was like, literally, there was a Dunkin' sitting right there when I came out of the gym. And I'm like, oh God, I don't want to spend money on Dunkin'. It's gonna be like $4, $5 for a coffee, and I don't got time for that. Or for a latte. I'm like, okay, well, maybe if I get an iced coffee, it'll be cheaper, right? But when I got to the menu, I realized they had the Dunkin' latte, which I haven't had in forever. So I ordered me a medium Dunkin' latte. Let me see how many calories, since we're talking about calories, right? Let's see how many calories is in a medium Dunkin' latte. Let me share my screen. Okay. All right. So calories in medium Dunkin' latte, iced Dunkin' latte. This is why we're fat now, right? So a medium iced Dunkin' latte from Dunkin' has about 310 calories for the regular version made with coffee and milk, but this can change with different customizations in milk. All right. Now, although I do track calories, I track to make sure that I'm eating enough and not too much, right? I don't want to overeat, okay? I don't want to overeat, but I don't want to undereat either. I like to eat at maintenance at least 5 days out of the week, maybe 4. So when it comes to the Dunkin' latte, I'm more so concerned with actually the sugar content than I am the calories. But since we were talking about calories today, I decided to look up the calorie content. And it's a 300 calorie. It's a 310 calorie coffee, okay? All right. So I spent $6 on this coffee and I was not happy about it. But it was delicious, okay? So we talked about yesterday when it comes to fast food how if we're going to eat fast food, it may as well taste good, right? Um But when it came to this coffee, did I think it was worth the price? No. Was it delicious? Yes. But did I think it was $6 delicious? No. So I was having a little bit of a crash out when she told me the price. I was like I kind of want to say, "Ooh, never mind. Let me get an iced coffee and hopefully that's like $3." Um but I ended up getting the iced Dunkin' latte, the 300 calorie coffee. I'm not even going to tell y'all how much sugar is in it because that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about, okay? Now, I also had this week, right? This week, I had McDonald's once and I spent $11 on that. When I had the McDonald's, for $11, I had I think a 3-piece chicken tender with fries and an iced coffee for $11. I also had McDonald's again. I had an iced coffee for $1. Now, this is not all in the same day, but this is just this past week. And then I went to McDonald's another time. I'm working my way backwards, right? So we're going backwards in time. I went to McDonald's at the beginning of the week and spent $8, and that was when I had the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit that I told y'all about. That was nasty, but it was a meal. So I had the bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, hash brown, and an iced coffee. Now, before we move into the next week, or the previous week, what have I learned with reflecting back on how many times I stopped at McDonald's this week? So, for one, none of the food that I got was good. So, I spent about $20 at McDonald's this week. None of the food was good. Well, the french fries were good, but I could have got that for free on a Friday. Remember, we talked about free french fries on Fridays at McDonald's if you spend $1. The chicken tenders weren't good. The biscuit wasn't good. The hash brown was good. It was. And my coffee was good, right? I'm going to go ahead and say for 2026, this is a no-go for me. All right. The paying for food that doesn't taste good is going to be a no. It's going to be a no for me, right? Um, and I just have to accept that. It doesn't mean that I can't indulge in a little trash every now and again, but can the trash at least taste good? Like, can the garbage at least be tasty? And as far as I'm concerned, my breakfast biscuit was not good. And the chicken tenders were not good. Moving forward, if I go to McDonald's and I buy those items, I know I'm buying something that does not taste good. And why would a person do that? Why would a person do that? Why would a person go spend, let's subtract the coffees, which would have been $3 for the week. Why would a person go spend $17 on food that don't taste good? Not that there's something wrong with enjoying a little trash, but why would the trash not be bussing and we go pay for it? Now, Sushi talked about a tasty Whopper. Was it a Whopper? I think it was a Whopper. Wait, Whoppers aren't McDonald's. Whoppers are Burger King. I don't know why I was thinking McDonald's yesterday when you said Whopper. Now Sushi endorsed a tasty Whopper. Sushi endorsed a tasty Whopper, and somebody else had endorsed a Filet-O-Fish. Okay. Addictive chemicals. But if it don't taste good, how addictive can it be? Now, it used to taste good. It used to taste good years ago, which is why I went and had it. But I think that I'm acknowledging a little bit of like habitual eating versus like really, really expecting something to taste good. And I just feel like if we're going to eat out, it should taste good. I didn't know what to get. I never really ate there. I took my son. Oh, wait, what are we talking about? I missed something. I'm sorry. Are we talking about Panda Express? I'm all up in y'all business. I'm sorry. Um, y'all must be talking about Panda Express or something. The meds change our taste. I think so, but I also think that the quality of certain foods are also like lacking as well. Um, the meds changed my the meds didn't taste my taste, like it didn't change my taste buds, but it changed my tolerance for certain foods, right? So like um French fries don't aren't less tasty, but I can't enjoy them as much because I can only get through like a little bit. You know what I mean? I get full too quickly when I eat them, so it's not as good of an experience when I eat them. But I do think for some people their taste buds do change. All right, so it doesn't stop there. Um, I also had Culver's this week, so basically I've been eating out a lot this week. I don't know why, other than just sheer not planning, right? I talk about this a lot. Like last week I did a lot of planning, but this week there was like zero planning. So I ate Culver's, which was again like chicken tenders and french fries. It was okay. Uh, but definitely wasn't worth the money. I spent $12 there. And I forgot to mention, I had Uber Eats last night when we was on the stream. I was talking about getting my wings, but I didn't pay for it. Amex gives me an Uber Eats credit, so I used my Amex credit to get the Uber Eats, and my food was good. I had some hot wings and again some fries because I just keep it's a habit. I just keep ordering them. And it was actually, considering that it was really cold last night, so it's kind of, one with Uber Eats, with food delivery, it's kind of hard to get your food while it's still hot, but especially when it's freezing cold outside. And it came from far away. My chicken was so good. It was delicious. It was delicious. I have more to talk about what I ate last night and missing my shot, but we'll get into that when we talk about jasmine flowers. So I've eaten out a lot this week. Like it's just been a lack of, like, a sheer lack of planning. So last week I went to a restaurant for the first time. A fast food restaurant. I didn't know it was fast food because I ordered it on Uber Eats. Called Captain D's. It was not good. I had like catfish and fries. It wasn't good. Um, I also went to a place called Viva Chicken where I had rotisserie chicken, a quarter of a chicken. So it was a breast and a wing and a cup of rice. Did I have a drink? I think I had a drink too. And that was $18. Now the food was good, but it wasn't bussin'. It was good. I would eat there again, but it wasn't bussin'. And for $18, I think that's a bit high for a quarter of a rotisserie chicken with rice and a drink. $18 is kind of high to me. Um, I also went to Starbucks and spent $7 on a coffee. And oh, okay, the Uber Eats I already counted. Okay, I just put it at the end. All right. So that was all of the fast food and coffee that I've had since the start of the year. If you can believe it, just imagine like this week being every week before I started a GLP-1, like bad. So that's 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 to $80 in the past 2 weeks on a combination of fast food and coffee. The month? No, no, no. Okay, let me back up. That's what I've been spending since the beginning of December, right? I've spent about $80 on a combination of fast food and coffee. But as far as like me eating out about 4 to 5 times this week, I used to do that like every week before I started a GLP-1. So just imagine like every week of the month or shit, every week of the year being kind of like I didn't cook very often at all. Um Okay, coffee is too expensive to buy outside. Okay, so what do we think about $80 in 2 weeks? And the month is not even over yet. I feel like I should cut myself off. I feel like I should cut myself off. So let me start another poll because I want to know what's the worst part about this. Is it the price? Is it the selection of food? Is it the coffee or something else? Okay. Okay. So what's the worst part of my receipts? The prices per item, the total for the month, the food options that I picked, paying for coffee. And if you have an option that's not listed, you can feel free to drop it in chat. Okay, so what's the worst part of my receipts? So I spent $80 in the past 2 weeks on a combination of coffee and fast food. And the majority of my fast food was in 1 week, which was this week. On average, I spent about $10. No, I'll say 12. On average, I spent about $12 per meal, including a drink. And I spent about $6 to $7 per coffee. Haven't had much fast food. What was the total for the month? It's only been 2 weeks. So what date are we on? Yeah, it's only been 2 weeks. So since December 1st, I've spent about $80 on fast food and coffee. So let's say $60 to $65 on fast food and about $15 on coffee. I'm stuck on ice in my driveway. Be careful. Get a is the ice frozen like under the wheels? Get you a shovel and break up the ice, but be careful. Do you have a budget? I base spend on my budget. Yes, we're gonna get into the budget in a moment. But what do y'all think about like based on what I've told y'all? What's the worst part? Okay, so the total for the month is the worst part. Oh well, total for the month and paying for coffee is tied right now, but not enough people have voted. So 25 people watching, please like the stream and vote in the poll. Okay? Please like the stream and vote in the poll. All right. So kitty litter. Ooh. I don't got a shovel snow, so I don't know, or ice. Um, I thought coffee was gonna be far more than the food. No. Had to rock it back and forth. We just got 3 inches of snow. Oh my God. Be careful driving. Okay. So my budget. Okay. So I do have a coffee budget. Well, okay. I have a Starbucks budget. My Starbucks budget for the month is $50. My fast food budget, that sounded bad. My eating out budget for the month, because not every time I eat out is fast food, but 90% of the time it is. My eating out budget for the month is $100. $100. Now, I should not have gone to Dunkin' because I already have a budget for Starbucks. I buy a Starbucks gift card at the beginning of the month and I put $50 on it. And wait, no, not 50. Hold on. Is it 50? I think it's $30. I think I lied. It's $30. My Starbucks budget is $30 for the month. Oh, you know what? It was 50, so I can have it twice a week, and then I dropped it down to 30. That's what happened. I only put $30 on my Starbucks card this month. But the 7 I spent was before I loaded the card because I had forgot. So I paid for the coffee and I'm like, oh, I need to recharge my card, and I only put $30 on it. That's what happened. So technically this month, $37. My budget is totally blown by DoorDash. Start picking up your DoorDash, or is it because you don't want to go to the store in the first place? That's the point. Because you'll pay less if you pick it up. If you do in-store pickup, should be illegal. So my eating out budget for the month is $100, which means I've mostly blown through my eating out budget, and I still got 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks left in the month, which is crazy. Spending money on food that doesn't taste good makes me mad. I hate feeling like I wasted money. Right. So what I would like to do going into 2026 is have a little bit more planning and going into our eating out, which we're going to talk about at the end of the stream. So this one is intentionally long so I could spend tomorrow breaking up this stream and last week's stream. Actually, let me do a poll. Okay. Let me do another poll. This one I need you to participate in as well. No, let me ask it this way. So what I want to know is when I break down the live streams and I re-upload them, are the highlights helpful? This may be for most of y'all no, because y'all are here during the stream. Maybe I need to ask this on my community tab. Um, okay. So when I break down a stream after I go live and I break down a stream and I re-upload smaller portions, is that helpful? Yes or no? If there's a third option, drop it in the chat. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk more about the whole fast food thing and the changes that I plan to make for 2026 at the end of the stream. And the reason is because we need to talk about Jasmine first. Okay. Now, just to give you guys a heads up, if you haven't already liked the stream, just to give you guys a heads up, we're going to be talking about identifying restaurants that are worth the price. We're going to talk about whether or not we're removing drive-throughs, food delivery, sushi fitness, hint, hint, making eating out an occasion, right? That you have to actually plan for and get ready for and look good for and actually sit down and enjoy. 30 people watching. Thank you so much. Please like the stream and vote in the poll. Also, drop a comment. Let me know where you're watching from, or let me know if you're new. Eating in the car, mindless eating. We're going to be talking about a lot of that stuff, but we need to get into Jasmine. Okay. So thank y'all for bearing with me through the first 2 to 2.5 hours. Okay. Not I'm triggered. I rewatch at work. Okay. I bought my first microwave meal to try to have something fast that tastes good because I got away from prepping all my taco meat in the freezer bags and serving size portions as well as other homemade items. The weight of me, would you enjoy some content about that? Are you a content creator as well? Because I've been thinking about doing some content regarding like how I'm transitioning into meal prepping, but I hate filming what I'm doing. It's so much work. Like I just don't have the bug for that, like the vlogging bug. All right, so let's get into Jasmine Flowers. This video was sent to me last night, and I felt like it was right on topic with what we're talking about. Not familiar with her. But let me put her channel in the chat in case anybody is interested in visiting her channel. So, oh, sorry. um, okay. So I don't even know. I don't know anything about her. Okay, let me just start by saying that. If you haven't already, please like the stream. 32 watching. Okay. Michelle says she likes her. Okay. And somebody else said that they were familiar with her earlier. So I don't know much about her. But this video was sent to me and I started watching a little bit of it. I had to skip around because the beginning was like just I guess catching the audience up on some stuff. But the part that was meant for me to review was later into the video, which is what we're going to watch here. Just from my brief 10,000 foot view, my understanding is that she does weight loss content and she was on a GLP-1 and she is no longer on a GLP-1. Now, there's a video of her giving an update about not being on a GLP-1 anymore. That is not the first video that we're going to watch. The first one we're going to watch is the one that was sent to me. And it says the truth about my progress plus setting the record straight. So I am only going to give commentary on the part that was referenced as far as the video being sent to me, which is her addressing people regarding one of her last videos. I guess she felt like people were being negative toward her about her shit, like her impression on her, like her viewpoint on her weight loss journey and the decisions that she's making. I guess she was sharing that, and then some people were giving her some pushback. So she's addressing those people. But some of the points that she made was relevant to the topic that we discussed as far as calories, overeating, and of course, being on a GLP-1. Now, before we get into this, here's my stance on overeating, eat less, move more, all of that, okay? For those of us that have struggled with our weight for most of our lives, especially our adult life, for those of us that have tried dieting, have tried exercise, have tried calories in, calories out, have tried eat less, move more, a lot of us are bitter with traditional standards of weight loss, right? The conventional wisdom of surrounding weight loss. A lot of us are bitter, and I don't mean bitter as in like we got some sort of hate in our hearts, but jaded. Let's say jaded. A lot of us are jaded regarding the misinformation we have been giving about what it takes to successfully lose weight. Okay, a lot of that centers around people being demonized for the choices that they have made that have led to their weight gain, right? So much so that we poo-poo, so much so that we poo-poo the idea of overeating, okay? I'm gonna say that since being on this journey, I have lost weight plenty of times in my life, but this is the most weight that I've lost since being on this journey and getting to points where like my weight loss has slowed down or stopped completely. I have come to the realization that there are times that we eat too much. Okay. Now, when it comes to weight gain, although I gave a lot of pushback as far as calories in, calories out, do I believe that some people, a lot of us, especially in America, eat too much? Yes, I do. Do I think that that is the only factor when it comes to weight gain? No. Do I think it is the main factor, like the calories in, calories out people? No. I think hormones are the main factor, but two things are true at the same time. In fact, multiple things are true at the same time. I do think our hormones are out of whack. I do think we eat too much. I do think that we move too little. So I do think that we should eat less. I do think that we should move more. I do think that we should be on GLP-1s to get our hormones within control. I do think that we should reduce stress to address the stress hormones, cortisol. I do think that we should focus on our sleep. I do think that we should focus on our mental health. Okay. I believe all of these things at the same time. But sometimes when we have this conversation, people pick a corner and they stick there when they're pointing the finger at people that haven't successfully lost weight. But there are times when we are the ones that's trying to lose weight and we dismiss obvious changes that we could be making, like eating less. Like when we hear eat less, we're like, ew. What you saying? Eat less, move more? That doesn't work. Well, sometimes we do need to eat less and increase our activity. Sometimes we do need to change what we're eating. Like I get that we're a little jaded about the conventional wisdom, but that doesn't mean sometimes we don't need to eat less. You know what I mean? I don't mean sometimes we like even on the GLP-1, sometimes I do feel like I'm eating too much, but not necessarily calorically. Sometimes it is. I can have a 1,200 calorie breakfast, honestly, if I eat out. But sometimes it's calorically, sometimes it's macro based. So sometimes I'm eating too much of sugar. Sometimes I'm eating too much of fat. Sometimes I'm eating too little of protein. Okay, does that make sense? Y'all are following me so far? Y'all are following me so far? All right. So we're going to get into what it means to eat too much, how a GLP-1 helps us, and whether or not it's negative to address eating less, right? And we're also going to be talking about the makeup of what we're eating. So I always have to give this disclaimer whenever I review somebody else's content. It never goes well. I mean, it goes well in the moment, but I you know what? I feel like I always get some sort of backlash whenever I review someone's content. I feel like I like ice myself into a corner of YouTube where like other content creators just don't like me because I review their content. So let me just go ahead and get it out of the way. I don't. This is not to be this is not an attack. It's not a personal attack. I'm going to give my genuine perspective and opinion, but it's just my opinion. Um, the only person's feelings that I would care about in this moment is Jasmine's. I don't care how other people feel. Do not come into my chat or into my comments trying to defend somebody that does not need your defense, okay? I'm not talking about you personally. I ain't talking about y'all. If Jasmine needs defending, Jasmine gonna have to defend herself, okay? Do not come over here getting offended on the behalf of somebody else because you are likely to get cursed out. You can disagree, you can push back, but do not start windmilling thinking you're going to fight somebody else's battle because this is not a fight. It is not a battle, but it will become one if you try me. Okay? So now that my disclaimer is out of the way, if your name is not Jasmine Flowers, I don't care about your feelings, but you are free to give your opinion, but I don't care about your feelings. Okay? I don't care. I don't care about how you feel personally about what I feel about her. Okay? Are we clear? I'm not going to red banner it because this is not a rant. It is not a crash out. So we don't need the red banner. Jasmine's going to get the cutesy pink banner and pink background because we're not attacking. Okay. Feel free to give your opinions in the chat and all of that. But that's all it is. I don't really care about how you feel about how I feel about the video that we're about to watch. Okay. All right. So let's get into it. I fast forwarded to the point where she talks about addressing the haters. And then once we get through this, we will go back to a previous video where she talks about how her eating has been since being off of a GLP-1. Like the stream, if you haven't already, please like the stream. Please like the stream. Okay. All right, let's do this.
To go about losing weight, and they are going to, kind of make it very known that they disagree with how you're doing things. That's fine. I can handle, people having different opinions and ideas and, whatever. What I will not handle though is people just straight up being rude and condescending. I want to make something abundantly clear here to anyone who maybe just hasn't been following me for very long and is making assumptions based on just my current physical appearance. Maybe I have already lost a substantial amount of weight. So I don't think the problem is that I don't understand how weight loss works, because I have lost over 140 pounds at this point. I've been on my weight loss journey for almost 2 years. I work out consistently 5 times a week at the gym, lifting weights and doing cardio. I understand how to lose weight. Have I been struggling here recently with my weight kind of fluctuating? Yes, I have. And I've been very open and very transparent about that because I want to be relatable for people who are also struggling. And also, I just want to be real. I'm a real person. I'm a real human being who struggles with their weight. And I have struggled with my weight for like most of my entire life. And so, yes, there are going to be periods of time where I maybe struggle. And right now is just one of those periods of time. However, that does not mean that I don't know how to lose weight. It just means.
Okay. Congratulations to her for losing 140 pounds. I don't know what her starting weight was, so if anybody knows, y'all can tell me in the chat. If you know her starting and her, well, if you know her starting, we can figure out what her current weight is. Or if you know her current weight, then we can figure out what her starting weight was. But yeah, congratulations to her for losing 140 pounds. So she's making her claim that she knows what she's doing, right? She knows how to lose weight. And that's proven by her losing 140 pounds. Okay, I'm following so far.
I'm having a hard time doing what I need to do to lose the weight. And a lot of that has to do with what's going on up in here. And so when people come on to my comment section and try to give advice in a very condescending and rude way, and basically saying I need to give up every freaking thing that I enjoy eating, that I need to cut out all the sugar, cut out all the carbs, cut out all this, that, and the third, I just want to be very clear here. I will not cut out the sugar. I will not cut out all the carbs. I will not eat 100% clean whole foods diet probably ever. Like,
okay. Thank you, Jazzy. Current around 197. Did somebody else say that? Kim also said 187. Okay. All right. What's 197 plus 140? Y'all go ahead and do that math. All right. So let's start a poll. Let's start a poll. Okay. So y'all like the breakdowns. Okay, no problem. I'll keep doing it. I have stopped doing it for a while. But I will keep breaking down the live streams. No problem. All right. Okay, so it sounds like people in her comments are criticizing her method of weight loss through her diet. Okay. So the question for the poll is, do we need to cut sugar to lose weight? No, cut out. She said cut out. Cut out sugar. It's not necessary. Okay. So Jen says cut would be nice. Cut out? No. Okay, so what did she say? I think she said cut out.
will not eat 100% clean, all the carbs, cut out all this, that, and the third. I just want to be very clear here. I will not cut out the sugar.
She said cut out. So are people telling her that she needs to cut out sugar? Like she needs to give it up? Because I'm going based on what she said. She's giving absolutes here. Cut out all of the sugar. Cut out all of the carbs. I'm not going to cut out the sugar. That's what I'm not going to eat a 100% unprocessed whole foods healthy diet. Okay. So the poll is do we need to cut out sugar to lose weight? 0% says 100%. 29% yes, but the amount varies. 71% it's not necessary to cut it out. 0% say yes, but you can add it back later. Okay. Please like the stream and vote in the poll. All right, so let's continue.
I will not cut out all the carbs. I will not eat 100% clean whole foods diet probably ever. Like, let me take a step back. I'm never going to say never, because I will admit that the way I live my life today, the way I work out today, the way I eat today is honestly so completely different from where I was when I started out this journey.
Okay. Delilah says, I don't know that I've ever seen anyone tell her to cut it out completely and go 100%, but she states it that way, which makes me feel like that is how she takes it. People that, okay, my opinion, in my opinion, people that speak in absolutes in this way, right? It is a form of gaslighting. Okay. Now, I'm not saying she's doing this intentionally, right? But it's like if somebody says, we should eat less, and it's like, well, I may as well just not eat anything at all. Okay. That's not what I said. That's not what was said. Or we should eat less sugar. So I can't have sugar at all. No, that's not the point. Like maybe you're just eating too much sugar. Or cut down on the alcohol. Oh, so you're just saying I can't drink it all? No, maybe just if you're trying to lose weight, drink less of it, right? Yes, this is a YouTuber. I put the link to her channel in the chat. So I'm not saying she's intentionally gaslighting, but it comes off that way. Like, girl, ain't nobody now I don't know, but I'm just saying, this is my opinion. It's like, ain't nobody tell you all, like nobody said eat 100% whole foods or cut out all of the sugar, but you never know. Maybe somebody did say that. I don't know. Serena, hello. Is that I or is it one? Serena says, I watch her content with a side eye at first because she didn't reveal why she stopped the GLP-1. I kept watching because I think her journey is good information. Okay, thank you so much for falling out of the clouds, Serena. She's low-key gaslighting. Okay. Yeah, she has never said why she stopped, but says she hopes to be back on it again. Okay. Well, in this video, like at this moment, she's not talking about being on her GLP-1, but we will get to that. So I don't know if people are telling her she needs to stop all of the sugar. That seems a bit hyperbolic, right? If we don't want to say gaslighting, let's just say hyperbolic, right?
At 343 pounds, I probably would have
343. Okay, that was her starting 343. Let's go back a little bit.
Let me take a step back. I'm never going to say never, because I will admit that the way I live my life today, the way I work out today, the way I eat today is honestly so completely different from where I was when I started out this journey at 343 pounds. I probably would have said back then that I could never see myself going to the gym 5 times a week and eating the way I do now. So obviously things change, and it's taken almost 2 years to get to where I'm at, and I'm not perfect. My diet is not perfect, it's far from. That doesn't mean I haven't been able to be successful. I have been successful, and I am not about to give up the things that I love, including my iced lattes. This latte that I made at home is 115 calories and has 11 grams of protein, and it tastes like cookie butter fucking goodness.
Okay. So she's not willing to cut out the things that she loves. We're going to do a lot of polls. We're going to do a lot of polls. I'm not even going to do that because I'm not going to ask questions I already know the answer to. Okay, do we need to cut out the things that we love? No. Well, it depends. My answer is it depends, right? Now, she said that her coffee has 110, 115 calories. Let me go back.
Doesn't mean I haven't been able to be successful. I have been successful, and I am not about to give up the things that I love, including my iced lattes. This latte that I made at home is 115 calories.
Her latte has less calories than my latte. But I would be curious. I would be wondering what the carb content of that latte is. I would wonder. I mean, if we're saying like I can drink this latte and it's not going to stunt my progress, I would want to know the complete macros of the latte. Or does it not matter? That's the poll. That's the poll we're gonna do. That's the poll. That's the poll. And macros are protein, fat, and carbohydrates. As long as the calories fit. Um, oh, I only have so many characters. Ugh. Mm, okay. And so do the macros of her calorie of do the macros of her latte matter? Question mark. And y'all can tell me what you think. Okay. So through the macros of her 115 calorie latte matter. Okay. I believe she stopped because of finances. Okay. No, unless it causes you to to hinge. I don't think it was because of finances because she has okay, I'm not getting into her finances. I'm not getting into that. Yeah, I'm not getting into that. All right. So do the macros. Does the amount of carbohydrates, protein, and fat matter in this latte? Go ahead and vote in the poll and like the stream if you haven't already. So far, 33% say no, as long as the calories fit. 22% say no, drink what you like. So calories don't matter at all in that scenario. 33% say yes, macros outweigh calories. And 20% say they'll leave a comment. Okay. All right. I'm going to give my opinion. I'm going to say the macros outweigh the calories, and the reason I'll say that is because this latte could have 50 grams of sugar, or it could have 2 grams of sugar. It makes a difference, and both could be 115 calories. Well, let me see how many. Let me not get it wrong because some math nerd is gonna get me. So how many calories in 1 gram of sugar? Okay. What just happened? Sugar. 4 calories. Okay. 4 calories. So this latte, because it's a combination of things. It's carbs, sugar, fat, and if she used some sort of depending on what kind of milk she used, it could be protein in there too. Well, but if she used the plant-based dairy, I mean, not dairy, she used the plant-based milk, then there's probably no protein in it. But this could be 35 grams of sugar or carbohydrates, or it could be 2. I think it makes a difference, even though either way it's 115 calories. I think it makes a difference, but y'all can. I'm not gonna push back. I'm just letting y'all know what I think. Only if you are stalled and searching for something other than calories that might need to be tweaked or addressed. Kim, why do you give me such a hard time? Don't make it complicated. Point blank period in general. That's the standard in general. Do the macros in this latte matter? Not this caveat or that caveat, not based on where she is in her journey. I'm talking about whether she's losing weight, maintaining weight, gaining weight. In general, does it matter? Yes, especially with her having PCOS and carbs can really affect it. Okay. Who was that? Shorty's back. Thank you for falling out of the clouds. I just prioritize protein so I don't lose muscle. That's the issue. She's been hinging. She talked about it. We're going to talk about that when we go over the next video. I lost over 100 pounds, no muscle loss because of protein. I do believe those small things can lead to big pitfalls. Okay. So let's see. Most of y'all are saying no as long as the calories fit. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all have that. I think it does matter though. I think if this is a very high carb latte, that would make, like, for example, maybe I should do this for y'all on a live stream to make my point. But for example, like if I choose 2 shots of espresso, 0 calories, and I choose half and half creamer and 1 teaspoon of sugar with ice, that is going to be completely different, right? So 1 teaspoon of sugar would be 4 grams of carbs, I think 4. Versus me doing 2 shots of espresso, 0 calories. What kind of milk? What kind of milk do y'all like? Let's say I like whole milk, but let's say you're trying to, I don't know, watch your calories. So let's say almond milk. Let's say almond milk, which is not very high in calories. Let's say 2 shots of espresso, almond milk, right? Very low calorie, very low protein, very low fat. But 12 teaspoons of sugar. Or let's say I'm being dramatic. Not 12 teaspoons. Let's say 4 teaspoons of sugar. That's 20 grams of carbs. I think no matter where you are in your journey, those coffees make a difference. Now, if you just don't care, then you don't care. If you don't care, you don't care. But I think the coffee with the half and half, which is higher in fat, and then 1 teaspoon of sugar is a different coffee from a low fat, low calorie milk, but loading up on the sugar, if that makes sense. I think those coffees are different. I don't know, but the point is we don't know what we're looking at in that glass. All she said is at 115 calories. You can make that coffee 6 different ways at 115 calories. She thinks it doesn't matter. Most of y'all don't think it matters. Okay, moving on. Okay. Using those syrups is like 12 teaspoons. I was trying not to be, because honestly, if you do 4 pumps of syrup, that's about 12 teaspoons of sugar. I think 1 pump of syrup is about 3 teaspoons of sugar. And don't let it be a sauce, like a caramel sauce, like they be doing at Dunkin'. Diabolical. So that 115 calories, I think it matters whether it's 115 calories loaded with sugar or 115 calories loaded with protein or 115 calories, low fat, low sugar, low protein. I think all of that makes a difference, but let's continue.
It has 11 grams of protein and it tastes like cookies.
Oh, 11. Well, we got protein. We got 1 macro, 11 grams of protein. Okay. I think that's good. But I would still like to know how much sugar and fat is in that coffee, but whatever.
Pea butter fucking goodness. I'm not giving her up. And also, I fucking love Starbucks. And I know there's a whole political thing. I'm not going to get into that side of it. But when it comes to my iced cinnamon dolce, I fucking love that shit. And I'm not ready to give it up. I won't give it up.
Iced cinnamon dolce. Let's see. Iced cinnamon dolce latte. That sounds good. Let's see. Macros. Okay. So it varies by size, but a grande would be with 2% milk, no whipped cream, which is standard, has about 280 calories, 38 grams of carbs, 13 grams of fat, 8 grams of protein. So that's about 6 to 7 teaspoons of sugar. I'm not judging because I like the Jen, what's the coffee that you recommended to me? I get the dang thing every week. Now I can't remember it. Caramel. I forget. What is it called? Oh, she makes the coffee at the beginning of the video. Okay. Yes, being being insulin resistant, it doesn't matter. The sugar can cause a terrible spike. Okay. She uses syrups. Okay. Hey nerd, I don't know much about this, but I wonder if it's the fact that she's having coffee at all. How does that impact her appetite and her body? Okay. The ingredients of the coffee is at the beginning. I'm not gonna go back, but she did say 11 grams of protein. Sis passion about this coffee tells me she's having more than creme brulee, caramel brulee. I think it is. And I have it once a week because it's loaded with sugar. But she likes the cinnamon dolce latte from Starbucks. And okay. I don't know how many she's having. So let's see how much is in the coffee that I like and I don't know which size she's having. Caramel brulee. I think it's caramel brulee. This one has more sugar. This one has grande, 2% milk and whip. Oh, no. I get it without the whipped cream. Oh, so that doesn't help. 16 grams of fat, 44 grams of sugar, 9 grams of protein. Let's say I take off the whip. Maybe it has about the same amount of sugar as her coffee. Let's say about 38 grams. But I have it once a week. I don't know how long. I don't know how many. I don't know how many she's having. Usually a venti. Okay. Ooh, she has a venti. Okay, so let's go back and make it a venti. Hold on. Oops. 40 to 50 grams of sugar, 10 to 18 grams. So it gives me a range at that point. Okay. All right. I was just curious. All right, because these are things that she says she's not giving up, right? So let's continue.
I cut back on it. I try to fit it into my calorie deficit. I have found ways to make alternatives here at home that are less calories, but I'm not giving it up, guys. And
so she fits it into her calorie deficit, and she's found a way to make alternatives that are less calories, but not necessarily less sugar or fat. Okay.
I'm sorry, but if you're looking for somebody who is on a 100% whole foods, no junk food, no processed anything bullshit diet, I'm not your girl. I'm not your girl. And respectfully.
Okay, so for those of you that watch her channel, are y'all expecting her to be on a 100% zero processed whole foods diet? Is that what y'all expect of her? My Starbucks is done. My Starbucks still has it. She never was, not at all. Okay, y'all don't expect that of her. I'm trying to buy the stuff so I can make mine at home. I did buy Starbucks caramel syrup. But there's something in the spirit of the barista that just makes it so much better. Never saw her before. Okay. No, we already know she doesn't eat great. Okay, nobody expects her to do that. Okay. I'm not sure why she's saying that then.
You can unsubscribe because I would rather have people who understand where I'm coming from and who resonate with my story and resonate with my lifestyle, my realistic lifestyle as a 30-year-old mother with a toddler who is trying to lose weight and is just trying to do the best that she can. I would rather find the people who resonate with that story and have them be a part of this community, and have the people who are type A, freaking military, super fit, whatever. Genuinely, I could care less if you do not like the types of foods that I eat. Okay. Again,
Jen, you are a hot goddamn mess. I tell them don't put them crunchy bits in my. Now, the first time I got it, I didn't know no better. And then the second time I got it, I forgot. But now I tell them no whip. and no little caramel crunchy bits, the little hard caramel. Oh, I tell them, don't you, because the first time I said no whip, they still put the crunchies in there. They still put the crunchies in there. They sprinkled like an extra 15 grams of sugar in my coffee. So I gotta tell them now, don't you put them crunchy bits in my, don't put no sprinkles. Even though it's delicious, don't put it in my coffee. Okay? Don't do it.
I am not perfect. And I realize I eat a lot of junk food. I eat a lot of processed food. I eat very little whole foods. That's just the truth. And
Whoa, let's go back. That was a doozy. Let's go back. What'd you say, Jasmine?
you do not like the types of foods that I eat. Okay? Again, I am not perfect. And I realize I eat a lot of junk food. I eat a lot of processed food. I eat very little whole foods. That's just the truth. And I have talked about.
Who is she convincing us or herself? Now, she says she eats a lot of junk food. Admit it. A lot of processed food. Admit it. Very little whole foods. Admit it. So is that why she feels like people are telling her she has to clean it all up? Like 100%? Because she doesn't want to, okay, so this is what I'm gathering. She eats a very processed diet and doesn't want to eliminate any of it, and wants to be accepted for the fact that she's going to eat the way that she's going to eat. And if you tell her to clean it up in any way, shape, or form, you're trying to get her to conform to a whole food diet with zero processed foods. That's what it sounds like she's saying to y'all, because I don't watch her channel. Well, I'm watching it now, but that's what it sounds like she's saying. Because she's not willing to give up sugar. She's not willing to give up any carbs. She's not willing to give up sweetened lattes. She's not willing to give up processed food, junk food. And Jazzy says correct. Okay.
In the past that I have been this way my entire life. I have always considered myself a picky eater. As from childhood into adulthood, I have issues with textures when it comes to a lot of like fruits and vegetables and whole foods and things. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm like on the spectrum or something when it comes to that kind of stuff. Genuinely, like when I try to eat broccoli, it makes me gag.
Okay. This is where I stopped the video yesterday. I didn't get past this point. Okay, but we're going to keep watching. Okay. Believe it or not, I actually understand what she's saying here. I resonate with what she's saying about being a picky eater, okay? Not eating many fruits or vegetables, having a problem with texture. She said, like, maybe she's on the spectrum when it comes to this. I don't know. Sometimes I question myself, okay? If I'm a little touched by an angel, I don't know. But here's the thing. This is somebody, from what I gather, that, like she said, has successfully lost 140 pounds, has been on a GLP-1, is not now no longer on a GLP-1, and she's seeing her weight creep upward. When people are giving her suggestions about things that she should possibly change in her diet, she's like, no, I'm not changing it, right? I like what I like. This is what it is. And I've always been this way since I was a child. But then when she brings in the picky eater part, it's like she's justifying the junk food by saying she's a picky eater. This is where me and her have to part ways, okay? I resonate with being a picky eater. But the truth is, like, we're adults. She says she's a 30-year-old mom, okay? She says she's a 30-year-old mom. We are adults. I'm almost 32, so we're practically the same age. We are adults, okay? At some point, the picky eater conversation has to have a bit of clarity or just go out the window, right? Me personally, do not believe health revolves around the amount of vegetables in your diet. Me personally, I understand conventional wisdom. I understand get your fruits and vegetables, get your vitamins, your minerals, your micronutrients, your fiber. Did I say fiber already? I understand all of that. I just don't subscribe. I don't believe, me personally, not y'all and not y'all kids, I don't believe that my health is defined by the number of fruits or vegetables in my diet. Okay. I have a diet very limited in vegetables, almost zero, and very little fruit. I'm adding more in. Okay. I eat fruit more now than I did growing up. All right. Now, I too grew up on a very processed diet, but that doesn't mean that I have to that is like I'm locked into that way of eating, right? So for example, I grew up eating a lot of pizza and Chinese food like we talked about yesterday. Um I ate breakfast cereal. I ate lots and lots of white bread. I ate cookies and cakes and candy and all of that stuff. Had really bad teeth as a kid, growing up in poverty, eating a whole lot of processed food, not really taking care, not getting my teeth taken care of, not really, well, which would have been up to my mom, but I don't know. I just remember having like really bad teeth as a kid. So anyway, ate a lot of processed food, right? When I became an adult, did I still eat a lot of processed food? Yes. Yes. Have I spent the past 10 years of my life trying to undo what I grew up doing? Yes. Is it a battle? Yes. But is being a picky eater not an excuse? Is being a picky eater an excuse to not try? No. Okay. Is being a picky eater an excuse to not find a way to better your diet, whether you eat vegetables or not? No, it's not an excuse. Okay. So when she says, I'm a picky eater, I've always been this way. I've been this way since I was a kid. I don't know. I don't know if I'm on a spectrum, but like when I try to eat broccoli, I gag. Then don't eat the broccoli. Like if people are in your comments saying you would lose weight if you just ate broccoli, then I tell them, okay, well, I'm not going to eat broccoli, so I guess I'll never lose weight, which is not true, right? Um, this is not about the broccoli, Jasmine, I guess is my point. Okay. This is not about whether or not you eat broccoli. And if a person feels that way, then they don't understand the dynamics around food and nutrition, right? If you feel like your diet is locked in and the only way to change it is to eat broccoli, then you need to do some more research on diet. Like you need to do some more research on healthy ways of eating that don't involve eating processed food all day, every day. I'm going with all day, every day because she said that's all she eats. She says she eats very limited food. So, what I'm hearing with my ears is fast food, packaged food, frozen food, sugary beverages. That's what I'm hearing. Junk food. She said it, not me. Desserts, right? That's what I'm hearing when I have a very high processed diet. I eat a lot of junk food. That's what I'm hearing. Okay? So if your definition of cleaning that up is, well, y'all just want me to eat broccoli, there's a lot of wiggle room in between like eating dessert 7 days a week and switching over to eating broccoli and spinach. Like you got a lot of room in between those two things to do some cleaning up. So this she's coming off a bit tone deaf, like she can't understand that improving on your eating is a process. For some of us, it can be a slow process over many, many years, but like being a picky eater is not really an excuse to just eat only solely processed foods or 99% like that's not an excuse. Um and not liking broccoli is also not you don't have if you don't want I'm team don't eat the if you don't want to eat the broccoli, don't eat the broccoli. Like I'm team don't eat the broccoli. But there's a lot you can do that doesn't involve eating majority processed food, okay? I think when you're off TERS, it's unrealistic for people to have the expectation that you're going to do the things that you couldn't do pre-TERS. Okay. Um, Victoria Riley, thank you for falling out of the cloud, says, I watched her a couple of times. She doesn't eat the healthiest food. She did admit that. I don't eat like she does, so I quit watching her, but to each their own. Okay. Thank you so much for falling out of the clouds. I'm a picky eater, but my ass will try hard to eat what makes my body feel better. Um, I made it to go weight and can't eat fruits because of health reasons. Okay. Again, I don't think being healthy is defined, or even eating healthy is defined by your ability to, or your desire to eat fruits and vegetables. Um, I eat hella veggies though. Okay. Hey Andrew, how you doing? At 30, I ate to feel good and have energy and to make milk for my toddler daughter. Interesting. After she quit nursing, I started eating some junk and gained 30 pounds. You are what you eat. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. Yep, frozen pizzas, chicken nuggets, ice sugar laden coffees, Pop Tarts. Then the weekend eating and drinking comes in. Like the stream if you haven't already. I'm trying to think if I want her to continue before I re-engage. Let me let her continue.
And that's just my reality, you guys. And I've tried multiple times throughout my life to work on it, and I am trying even here today. I have this past week been trying to make a little bit of a conscious effort of trying to eat small servings of fruits every day, trying to get myself used to it, because I realize that it does take some practice to get used to eating certain types of foods. I get that, but I'm just tired of people coming in my comment section and acting like, oh, well, I know why you're fat. It's because you're drinking iced lattes. And no, absolutely not. I am.
Absolutely not. I don't know. I mean, this goes back to the macro question, right? Like, I drink lattes. I eat processed food. Some. I eat some junk food. Like, so it's not that you can't have these things, but she is the one making it sound like this is 99% of her diet. And I think that's where people have the issue. Like, there's, yeah, I indulge. And then there's, this is all I eat. And the impression that I'm getting from people that watch her channel and from what she's saying, it's it's damn near 100% processed. I think she's reacting to folks that expect her to make an 180-degree shift. What would that look like, nerd? What do you think that would look like? Okay, glad you made it to work. 180-degree shift. What would that look like? I watch you a lot. I like everything you post. I just comment. But love your channel. Who, me? You watch me? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for participating in the chat. It's good to see new people fall out of the clouds. Or maybe you're not new, but maybe this is your first time commenting. So thank you so much. Yes, glad Mia made it to work safely. Okay. So 180-degree shift. What would that look like? So that's a complete about face. So that would mean no sugar, no processed food, no sweet coffees, all vegetables. Like, so, but do we think really people really want that for her? Like, people really want her to like completely about face, or is it okay for her to like turn a bit cat a corner? Like, maybe not frozen pizza every night, maybe not drinking every weekend, like maybe not sugary iced lattes every day. Okay, maybe not dessert every night. What do y'all think? That's what I would feel. That's what I hope people are saying. If people are saying like put down the cookies and only eat broccoli, I don't think who would say, people would say that. But I don't think that's the overall point, you know? I don't think that's the overall point.
That because I am still on a weight loss journey and I've lost 140 pounds, but I need to lose more like 200 pounds to be in a healthy weight range. But just because I'm fat doesn't mean I'm not working towards that. And it doesn't mean that I don't know anything about how to eat in a calorie deficit, which is ultimately what.
Well, calorie people, here we are again. As long as she eats in a calorie deficit, why y'all got a problem with the way that she eat? What's wrong with all the processing? Can somebody tell me that? What is wrong with her eating frozen pizza every night if it's in her calorie deficit? Here we are again. Back to the calories. She eats in a calorie deficit. What is wrong with her having frozen pizza and drinking on the weekends? And what's wrong with that? Why is she getting so much pushback? I don't understand. Why are people pushing back? Here's my opinion. When you have lost all the weight on meds and have had to make a few changes to your eating because of it, when you go off, your food choices need to be looked at again. Okay. She's a real picky eater, but I've seen her make more conscious effort. And she recently said out of her own mouth that she felt like some of the stuff Delilah mentioned was holding her back, and she's showed. She needs to talk to a nutritionist. And we have to remember her viewers are commenting knowing she's not on a GLP-1. Okay. She's a real, but what is a picky, what do y'all define as a picky eater? So there's two questions. What's wrong with her eating all of the processed food if she's in a calorie deficit, right? And what is a picky eater? Like, picky eater to me means you can't just invite me out to dinner. I need to see the menu before I go to the restaurant, because there is a 70% chance that the average person is going to want to go to a place that doesn't have something that I like. Like, picky eater to me means like 90% of the time, if I go out to eat, I'm getting the same thing in some sort of like different form. So it's like 90% of the time I'm getting chicken, whether it's baked, grilled, rotisserie, fried, shredded, like that's picky eater to me. Like, I eat a lot of the same things over and over and over and over again. Like, you can't just invite me out to a restaurant that serves barbecue. Is there chicken on the menu? Because if there's not, I don't want to go. 180 degrees is 100% cutting the coffee, drinks, and Pop-Tarts. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. A few healthier choices, but I feel like I see she feels attacked because she has seen success and she knows what she's doing is defeating her own progress. Okay. So she's projecting. I think, like what Jen said, may not know she's off her GLP-1. She doesn't track on the weekends and hinges and drinks every weekend. Doesn't like veggies or fruits. Okay. So as a person that does not like vegetables and eats limited fruits, I'm going to have to take us off the picky eater list for that reason, if that's the reason. We are not 5, okay? Not liking fruits and vegetables does not make you a picky eater. It just means you don't like fruits and vegetables. And I feel like we use that as an excuse to not change our eating habits. I am here to say to Jasmine and to anyone else listening, just because you don't like fruits and vegetables does not mean you get an excuse to have a 100% processed food diet. No. Okay. I don't eat fruits and vegetables and I've still lost 70 pounds. All right. Like, I have a couple apple slices in a month. All right. I buy apples every week and every week they go bad because I don't be eating them all like that, even though they be busting when I finally do eat them. But so, picky eater. I don't know. Just say you don't like fruits and vegetables. That doesn't make you a picky eater. You just don't like fruits and vegetables. If that's all you don't like, then you're not a picky eater. You just prefer processed food. But like I said, we're not 5. Like, we don't gotta eat our fruits and vegetables. And just because we don't eat them, we're picky eaters. Like, no. Like, just don't eat it. Just don't buy it. Like, you know what I mean? That doesn't mean you need to eat Pop-Tarts every week. Picky eater doesn't order the duck. I'm ordering chicken no matter where I go, Jen. I don't think you're listening to me. If it's not pizza, it's chicken. I think it means limited types of food without the ability, desire to even try things outside of your normal choices. Okay. Also, if you have BED, it's not easy to just not eat certain things. There's a lack of self-control there. Okay. She says she eats like a toddler. I say that too, because I do. But you know, like, I've had to work at it. Like I said, over a decade. Like, I've been working on making better decisions because I've eaten more like a toddler for more of my life than I've been making better decisions, if that makes sense. In the weight loss space, I'm seeing it means they like processed items more than fresh. See, and now I feel like that's a cop out. No, I think you're right, Mia. I think that you are correct. Picky eater is used as a catch-all for I prefer processed food. That is not what a picky eater is. That's not. That's not. Okay? That's not. Because if that was the case, then most Americans are picky eaters. Most Americans live on processed food. Okay? I don't like mayo, onion, or tomato. I don't think I'm a picky eater. I just don't like those things. Exactly. That's exactly the point, Delilah. That's exactly the point. You just don't like those things. I just don't like vegetables. I just don't like them. So I don't eat them unless it's a potato. I have seen a girl cry because someone expected her to try 2 bites of veg at each dinner meal. That would be me. I would cry real tears. I'm scared of vegetables. They are ugly. They are mushy. But that doesn't mean I haven't tried them, but I don't feel like you have to eat them and you don't have to like them. Now, do I feel like if I ate them more, I would start to crave them? Yes. I had a whole little celery thing going on last year where I started eating celery and peanut butter. And it got to the point where I was craving the celery. But when I stopped eating the celery, I stopped craving the celery. So is it a deal breaker if people don't want to eat vegetables? If you ask your doctor, probably. If you ask a dietitian, probably. If you ask me, my opinion don't matter. It's not a deal breaker. I do okay. Okay. Like I would my energy is better served reducing the amount of sugar in my diet. And I have been working on that for years now. I think the Greek yogurt drinks, bacon and eggs, and cheese wrap every morning. Is that what she eats? Oh, isn't a poor choice in eating. Who does the Greek yogurt and the bacon, egg, and cheese wraps? Because you just described my breakfast. I'm like, are you watching me, Mia? I drink, is it Chobani or Kobani? Chobani. I drink those yogurts and I make a bacon egg. Well, no cheese, but okay. I haven't done a wrap in like a couple of weeks, but I have bacon and eggs almost every morning with yogurt. Sometimes separately, but that's like those are staples. Those are daily staples. So I'm like, how did you just describe my breakfast? Are you talking about her? Like I said, I relate to her. Like if that's how she eats, I relate to that. But I don't consider bacon and eggs processed. Bacon is processed, but bacon is better than Pop Tarts. Eggs aren't processed unless you get powdered eggs. Yogurt, I guess by default is processed, but it's yogurt. It could be highly, high sugar yogurt. Um, so for me, I make sure the carbs in that yogurt fit my macros for the day. That's how, just like she would make sure her coffee fits her calories, I make sure the protein and the carbs, the sugar in that yogurt fit my macros. Um, I see you, Vanity. Stop watching me. Jen said, the duck comment before you mentioned chicken. Okay. Jasmine has those foods. I'm telling you, I speak picky eater, but don't let that be a cop out for you eating Pop Tarts every day. Like, all right, so let me let her continue.
Is going to cause me to lose weight, and that's the way I've lost all the weight I've lost. 40 pounds, but I need to lose more like 200 pounds to be in a healthy weight range. But just because I'm fat doesn't mean I'm not working towards that. And it doesn't mean that I don't know anything about how to eat in a calorie deficit, which is ultimately what is going to cause me to lose weight. And that's the way I've lost all the weight I've lost. I don't know, you guys. It's not that serious. Like genuinely, I really am unbothered by comments of people who just sound arrogant and stuff. And like usually I don't even respond to them. Like I would say it's a very rare occasion that I even respond to arrogant comments in my comment section. Like I genuinely try to respond to every single comment, or at least like heart every single comment I get. If you're coming at me a type of way though, and I ignore your comment, just know that that was on purpose. But if you're sending a nice, lovely, supportive comment and I don't respond to it, that was an accident. Please do not take it that I am like offended. It for the people who are maybe on a weight loss journey and struggling like 80% of the time. Foods like journey and struggling and have food aversions and don't like fruits and vegetables and just do not like certain healthy foods. Like, when I say that when I started this journey at 343 pounds, I was eating a Totino's frozen pizza for dinner like 80% of the time, you guys, because a whole pizza is like 600 and I think like 60 calories, and it's a good size. And I grew up eating the Totino's frozen pizzas. Like it was one of my comfort foods. It was one of my safe foods. And so yeah, at 340 pounds, I could eat one of those every night for dinner. And I lost a shit ton of weight doing that because I fit it into my calorie deficit. And that is what worked for me. And so when
So what y'all beef? She ate pizza every night and lost the weight. What's the problem? Uh, I guess she fit it into her calorie deficit. What do y'all think? Let the girl have her pizza and be happy. Let her have her pizza and be happy. I guess. I wouldn't agree with that, but if who am I? If she lost the weight, what am I gonna say? Well, don't eat the pizza. Now, what I would ask though is, did she start her weight loss journey on a GLP-1 or did she get on a GLP-1 later? Because if you started your weight loss journey on a GLP-1 and you were eating Tostino's pizza, that's kind of misleading because that GLP-1 was helping you out. It was helping circumvent some of that impact from that pizza. Does anybody know if she started out on a GLP-1 or if she ended up on one later? Don't you think being on a GLP-1 makes one stop and think and make it a point to make better choices? Why be on this medication if nothing truly improves? Drinking can derail so much. Just ask Dave at On Depend. Doesn't she say she gets sick from the drinking? She drinks a lot of her calories. She was also on GLP-1 that helped correct her insulin levels, and now she's not. So what's regulating now? Right. That's my point. If she's saying, okay, guys, what's the problem? I ate pizza every night at 343 pounds and I lost the weight. Yeah, but were you on a GLP-1 at that time? Because if you were on a GLP-1, it wasn't just the calorie cutting that helped you out. It was the tirzepatide or whatever she was using, semaglutide. Um, it was that medication help normalize your blood sugar levels and your insulin. So now that you're not on a GLP-1, those same tactics might not work so easily. I guess that's the point that people may be trying to make. I left Jasmine the comment about how I make a pan of meat on Friday to use it different ways so she doesn't buy hinge foods or go to drinking. Lack of self-control is common for some people when off the meds. I once made a beeline and floated to insomnia cookies. Oh God, bussin'. One week when I significantly reduced my dose because I was sick. Okay, so let me tell y'all about what happened to me last night. So yesterday was shot day, and because I was on here lollygagging with y'all and I didn't plan accordingly, I missed my shot. I did take it today though. I missed my shot. Now, this is not the first time I've missed my shot. This has happened before. I just take it the next day. Not a big deal. Well, I am I have a much higher level of activity since having a personal trainer than before. So I do get hungry, right? Typically days probably 4 and beyond after my shot. It's not unusual for me to get hungry, especially with me working out 5 days a week. Like I'm weight training 5 days a week. And even on the other 2 days from home, I'm still doing some type of resistance training. So it may be weights, it may be resistance bands, it may be my body weight. So am, I have a decent level of activity at least 5 days a week. So my hunger is already higher than normal, right? Being on a GLP-1, with what you would expect. But this is day 7, so you can expect my hunger is through the roof. I had only eaten once yesterday, and it was around like noon. It was around like 12 p.m., maybe 11 a.m., 12 p.m. And I didn't eat for the rest of the day because I was busy. And now it was 10 o'clock at night, and I was hungry. I was ready to eat. So I was on a stream with y'all. I got on Uber Eats, and I ordered me some wings and fries. But Uber Eats does this thing where they will let you double up your order, right? So they'll let you order from 2 places at once. So I got the option to like order from like a 7-Eleven or something like that. And y'all, I wanted some chocolate. I wanted some chocolate. So I got me a Milky Way too. I got me a Milky Way and I got me some mints. Why the mints? I don't know, because they were there. I saw them. I wanted some mints. Why did I want mints? I don't know. I like Mentos. I don't eat them very often, but I wanted it. So I got the five piece wings, cut like wingettes. They were half wings, so 5 pieces, fries, and I got a Milky Way and some Mentos. It is day 7. I have only eaten once for the day. It is 10 o'clock at night. I am hungry. Okay, and I worked out yesterday. Okay, and I worked out. I keep doing this thing where I work out without eating, and I need to stop. So I was hungry. I was very, 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 very hungry. Okay. I ate 4 out of 5 of my wings. They were so good. I ate about a quarter of my fries. It was so good. Best fries I've actually had in a long time, which is weird. Maybe it was just really good because I was hungry. And then I ate a Milky Way and I ate my Mentos. I ate the whole pack of Mentos. Now, for me, that qualifies as a hinge, and I'll tell you why. Um, to me, it qualifies because not the wings and the fries, but I guess because I had 2 packs of candy. Like, it's not funny. This is not a laughing matter. But to me, because I had 2 packs of candy unnecessarily, yeah, to me that qualifies as a hinge. What do y'all think? I don't know. And I could easily tell, right? I could tell that my shot was missing. Like I could literally tell. Like I was reflecting on how I felt, and it definitely felt like the lid had been completely removed from my appetite being suppressed, right? That GLP GIP combination. It felt like the lid had been completely popped off of that. Like I could have totally kept eating. I just didn't have anything else to eat. But I would have had, and I remember thinking, like, I see why people gain the weight back so fast when they get off of a GLP-1. This is why you're supposed to stay on your medication, people. This is an obesity treatment. It is therapy. Stay on your medication unless, your doctor tells you to get off or whatever. But yeah, it was like, oh, like there have been days where I've made it to day 7 and my appetite is completely crushed. But yesterday wasn't one of those days. It felt like I hadn't had my shot in about a week. And my satiety didn't kick in after eating 4 wings, a little bit of fries. The reason I didn't eat the 5th wing is because I just kind of lost the taste for it as I was eating. I didn't finish the fries because I just didn't want any more. But I did want the sugar. I wanted the Milky Way and I wanted the Mentos. So I had 2 packs of candy after eating dinner, and to me that was overdoing it. Like that was overeating. That was way too much sugar at once. And that's what I get for not taking my shot on time. Most of the time it's okay, but I think with the increased activity, it's risky business to skip my shot because my appetite is already stimulated so much more from the exercise. Like I be hungry, y'all. And Andrew told me to eat before my stream yesterday. And I did it again. But I'm not gonna order Uber Eats tonight. I'm gonna have a protein shake. So yeah, so I understand. I empathize with that. It's extremely rare on a GLP-1 for me to have that type of experience, but I didn't take my shot on time, and that's what I get. That's what I get it. Okay. So yeah, let me know what y'all think about that. She stopped eating pizza every night. It's how she meant it, I believe, and she went to better choices. Yeah, but when she originally was losing weight, she said she was eating the pizza. Now she doesn't, but at the time she was eating the pizza. She yo-yo dieted before the GLP-1. Okay. I believe when you get on higher dose, it will work on your brain. Those thoughts of ordering mints will stop. Um, yeah, but so maybe you need to up the dose. Yeah, but I don't to me, I don't need to up my dose. I need to take my shot on time. Like this is day 7 and I didn't have a shot. So y'all think like on day 7, if you have food noise, that means it's time to go up. Is that what y'all saying? I don't feel that way. I feel like I need to take my shot on time. But y'all let me know before I move on. Are y'all saying like it wasn't even food noise? It really wasn't. It was like, oh, that sounds good. You know how they say don't go to the grocery store hungry? So I think this is just something that happens like to people, right? Like if you're hungry, which I was, It's day 7. I need to take my shot. I did not take it. It's the end of the day. I had one meal early in the morning, and then I went the whole day without eating. So I'm hungry on day 7, and I'm, my activity is increased, which is also going to make me more hungry. I don't think that means increase my dose though. Like, I don't think the fact that I wanted mints means I need to go up in my dose, but y'all let me know what y'all think. Um, 15 milligrams eliminates the hinging. Maybe. On a lower dose now, and I'm 10 times more likely to buy chocolate candy. Oh, okay. I used to hinge on them before Zepbound, but now I can enjoy them in moderation compared to how I ate them before. I would agree. I'm hungry day 6, but still don't overeat. Okay. But didn't think of them on 10 milligram and up. Oh, okay. You can start by taking your shot on time. Okay, so some of y'all are saying that as you go up in doses, because I'm only on a 10 milligram. So some of y'all have made it past the 10 and you don't even think about these things. Okay, I can see that. I mean, I don't know. I can't say I can see that. I haven't been on a 12.5 and a 15. Yeah. I think I need to take my shot on time. And I honestly think had I eaten properly yesterday, I don't think I would have wanted the mints either, right? Like if I was eating appropriately for the day instead of being on an empty stomach for 75% of the day, I don't think I would have wanted the mints either. But I also don't want to make it seem like just because I want candy, that means I need to go up in dose. like let me put the calories into my thing right now. Let's see. Because let me ask y'all this. If you don't eat for the day, and then is that okay? Let me see. Let me see. Well, hold on. Let me see. Oh, my app is acting stupid. Hold on. Okay, and then there's no way for me to calculate the calories in the wings and the fries. Why is it only showing me? Bro, this app is playing on my downfall. I was trying to see the calories in the Milky Way and the Mentos. Okay. That's why I do my shot in the morning. That way, if I forget, I have all day to remember. But I usually don't forget, except maybe for an hour. Yeah, I take mine at night. So if I forget, I just be like, oh, okay, I'll take it the next day. Being hungry isn't the issue for me. Ordering the mints just because is what I'm talking about. No one is hungry for mints. Yeah, but when you eat, so are you saying there's never a time where you just want a cookie, or a time where you just want a piece of cake, or a time where y'all don't have that experience at all? I have that experience. Like it's rare, right? Like so if I don't know, I feel like we're misunderstanding each other, because I don't like, to me, I hear what you're saying, right? Like just because you okay, so I take that back. Okay, so let's put it to you like this. Are y'all saying that none of you eat outside of hunger? Like you don't, because nobody's hungry for dessert ever, right? So none of y'all have like cookies or cake or a bag of chips or popcorn or some nuts. Do y'all only eat when you get hungry? I'm talking about mints. Yeah, like I love Mentos, like chewy mints. Like yeah, it's candy to me. 15 milligram crush that. Uh, if you said cookies has some substance, oh, so you're picking on me because of the choice of the thing that I wanted. Like, so if it was cookies, it would have been better. I disagree, Jen. Cookies has some stuff. Cookies are pure sugar. Cookies don't have any substance, just like mints don't have any substance. Like, and when I say mints, like mental specifically, the substance to me is the chewiness. Like somebody would chew on some Starburst. I like Mentos. And again, I don't think me wanting mints is like a sign to go up so that I never want them again. That to me, that's crazy. I'm not interested in that. Like I'm not interested in like, oh, you wanted mints just because? Yeah. If you go up in dose, that'll never happen. I'm not interested. If it happens, it happens, but I'm not interested in seeking that out. Like I'm okay with having the mints. What I'm not okay with is the fact that I wanted mints and a Milky Way at the same time. I'm not okay with like it was like pick one, you know? It's like you don't need both. Pick one, right? So that's the issue that I have, that I wanted both. And the reason that I wanted both is because I didn't take my shot on time. But if this is about like, oh, had you wanted cookies instead of mints, it would have been better. No, it wouldn't have. It's still sugar. It don't matter. Well, y'all bullied me. So yes, chocolate is candy. That's why I said 2 packs of candy. When you say I ordered it just because, but you also don't think chocolate is candy. Yes, chocolate is candy. Mints are candy. If it's sweet and it's chewy, it's candy. Yes, if it comes in a pack of it's candy. Okay, yes, it's candy. When I say I ordered it just because, I'm being facetious. I don't mean literally like I didn't want mints, but I ordered them anyway. No, when I say I ordered them just because, I mean like I could have picked mints or chocolate. I wanted both, so I got both. That's what I mean. I feel like a better decision would have been to pick one or the other, but I wanted both, so I got both, right? And when I say just because, what I mean is I wasn't thinking about it before I saw it. It was like, ooh, I want some Mentos when I saw it there. So that's what I meant by that. That's what I meant by that. I had some single Rolos on Halloween, ended up eating like 10 because I was like, dang, those are good. They really are good. They are. As long as it's not overeating, it's fine. OMG, haven't had Rolos in a minute. Rolos are good. I think if you're genuinely hungry and you don't eat, then your body might make you think things that you eat. Then your body might make you think of things to eat that you're more willing to get right away. Yes, that's the point that I'm making. Had I been more responsible and eaten throughout the day, and had I taken my shot on time, this wouldn't have been an issue at all. Like it would. This is not something that I do every day or every week. This wouldn't have been an issue at all. But and maybe it's not a hinge. Maybe it's not a hinge, but you know, I feel like even if it's within my calories, like I didn't overeat as far as calories for the day. I barely ate for the day. But to me, 2 packs of candy at once is just being greedy. That's the point that I'm trying to make. That's just greedy. Like you don't need 2 packs of candy at one time. Well, I guess people do have ice cream and cake, and those things just kind of is that greedy? I think 2 packs of candy is just being greedy. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And I'm typically not capable of being greedy on a GLP-1, but because I didn't take my shot and it was day 7 and I was hungry, it's literally like the don't go to the grocery store hungry thing. Like you start picking up stuff because you want to satisfy that those cravings and that appetite right away. Now, if you were at the supermarket and saw some mints and got them, you had the Uber Eats driver make 2 stops. I'm not fighting with you. It's too late. Yeah, I did. That's the other thing. I got Milky Way and I got mints, and I knew I had effed up. I did. Uber Eats shouldn't have offered it to me. It's not my, and I tipped for both stops, but they should not have offered me a second stop because technically, if I just wanted mints alone, they would have stopped for that too. Did I get something else? No, I got Milky Way and mints. I got Milky Way and mints. Um, because I wanted it. I wanted the Milky Way. That was what they were going there for. And the Milky Ways were two for $5, but I didn't eat both Milky Ways in one city, 1 day or whatever. I ate the other one today. And it wasn't as good because I didn't want it as bad because now I've had my shot. But yeah, so I wanted the Milky Way. That's what I wanted. And it was only because it got offered to me like, oh, add an extra stop for free if you spend a certain amount. I guess maybe that's why I got the mints, because I had to meet the minimum. But I really did want them. I really did. I just didn't want them before I saw them. You ever see something be like, "Ooh, that sound good"? That's what happened. That's not a hinge. Okay. Well, I feel like it's greedy though. Cookies have more calories than mints. Oh my gosh. I feel like that's greedy though. 2 packs of candy is greedy. I thought you meant you inked. Maybe you meant hinge. That's why I set up the dose. When I was trying to stop smoking, I had to replace my cig with my road apple. What the hell is a road apple? Greedy is a better word. Yes, I was being greedy. Okay, so okay, so I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I said hinge because that's the terminology I'm used to using, but I was just being greedy. Do we need to do a show about that? Are you hinging or are you just greedy? What do y'all think about that title? Let me do a poll. Let me do a poll. Okay, let me ask y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. Let me do a poll. Greedy is a better word. Okay. Do we need to talk about this? Um, there's no difference. Okay. Okay. Sorry for any typos. I should have put my glasses on. Okay, so are you hinging or just greedy? Oh, see, it says jur instead of just. Oh god, I should have put my glasses on before I started typing, because like when I say I literally can't see, I literally can't see. Okay, DoorDash does that too, double dash. You see, you know what I mean? So Jen says greedy is a better word. Okay, and Nicole agrees. Okay. I had to retire my DoorDash account before my last surgery. I lost weight being at home with no DoorDash. Okay, I'm greedy. Nicole says I'm greedy. Okay. Go ahead and vote in the poll, okay? Like the stream and vote in the poll. Are you hinging or just greedy? Do we need to talk about this? A road apple is an apple I eat driving down the road, eating instead of smoking my menthol cigarettes. Mia, I have walking bacon. I haven't done it in a while because I haven't walked outside like for an extended period in a while. But walking bacon, you go for a walk and take some bacon with you. Why not? I'm ordering all kinds of crap on DoorDash just because I saw it. That was the point that I was making. Sushi Fitness. I just saw it and I wanted it. Like, okay, so the point was to get the wings with the fries. Oh, I also had a lemonade. I forgot to mention that. I typically don't drink. Typically, only my coffees are sweet these days. But every now and again, I'll indulge in like a lemonade or a tea, sweet tea or a lemonade. So that was. And then so when they offered me, I would have never placed a second order for the Milky Way or the mints, but they offered me an additional stop. So I was like, okay, this is the perfect time for me to get my chocolate because I want it. And I was, scrolling and I shouldn't have kept looking. I shouldn't have kept looking, but I was hungry. And you know how when you're hungry, you want everything at once. And it's worse after, while you're on a GLP-1, because if you miss your shot and it's, depending on what your appetite is like, it can make regular hunger feel like 10 times, like it can make it feel amplified. So I saw the Mentos and I was like, I haven't had Mentos in so long. That would be so bussin' right now. And I got it and I ate the whole pack because it's chewy. I like chewy candy. Now it's weird. People find it weird to eat a whole pack of mints, but Mentos I think are the exception for me because it's like eating like a pack of Starburst, or maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm the only big bag that will eat a whole pack of candy at once. Do y'all budget y'all candy? Do y'all portion control y'all candy? I don't eat candy anymore until recently. Like, see, okay, that didn't make no sense. I had stopped eating candy, right? Gummy bears, start all the chewy stuff, right? But I kept eating chocolate because in my mind, chocolate wasn't candy. Chocolate was chocolate. But then y'all got on me and said chocolate is candy, Vanity. What are you talking about? I'm like, okay, so I eat candy, but I eat, I don't eat all candy. I specifically eat chocolate. So I made an exception for the Mentos. Okay. DoorDash is the devil. It is. And Amex gives me, American Express gives me $15, I think, and Uber Eats credits every month. So yeah, it's hard. Okay, let's get back to, is she done?
I'm saying is I share this part of my journey. I'm honest about the food part because I know that there are people who struggle with the food part. And honestly, when it comes to losing weight, like it really is about being in a calorie deficit. And I think for some people, myself included, I used to be the type of person who thought that the only way I could lose weight is if I ate salads and vegetables and chicken breast every night. And so
Girl,
I thought
nobody
I'm
is
never going to be
saying
able to
that.
lose
Why
weight
she
because
keep
I
doing
can't do
that?
that. Like I physically cannot do that. I cannot choke down fucking chicken breast and broccoli every night because it's just like impossible for me. And so I stayed stuck.
Girl, okay, all right. I'm kind of getting annoyed by Jasmine. Girl, then nobody said you got to eat chicken breast and broccoli every night to lose weight. Like, stop it already. Just, well, let me give grace because maybe she doesn't know this. Maybe she genuinely does not know. Okay, maybe she doesn't know. Like, but nobody's saying you gotta eat chicken breast and broccoli every day.
For years, I stayed stuck, and it wasn't until I truly grasped the idea that weight loss really is about calories in and calories out.
Okay. If weight loss is about calories in, calories out, Jasmine, why are you struggling? This doesn't make any sense. What is wrong with the calories in, calories out people where like they will stick to their guns but still say that they're struggling? I don't understand. If calories in, calories out is the answer, why are you struggling? Just reduce the calories and be done with it. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, what are we talking about here? Why do we keep going to calories in, calories out, calories in, calories out? It's about the calories. I know what I'm doing. It's about the calories. I know what I'm doing. I don't need a GLP-1. It's about the calories. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so then do it. Okay, you've done it thus far on a GLP-1. I might add, whatever. Okay, let's say the GLP-1 didn't matter. Calories in, calories out. Okay, so GLP-1 or no GLP-1, just reduce the calories and be done with it. Then it's not about calories now, is it? Or only? She is the one saying that it's solely about calories. But then we start coming up with all of these other things that she's struggling with. Okay, so is it about the calories or is it not? I think sometimes greedy, hungry, and food noise can be at play all at once. Oh yeah, definitely. I was definitely hungry. I genuinely was hungry, and that hunger made me make some greedy ass decisions. Does that make sense, nerd? Like the chicken wings and French fries would have satisfied the hunger, but because I was being greedy, I got Milky Way and Mentos. I was influenced by the hunger, and I made a greedy decision. She's struggling because she cannot control her BD now that she's on her GLP-1. Well, maybe she should get back on it. That's another thing. Like, why focus so much on the calories if you quote unquote know you can't control them? We're going to talk about that in the next video. But you remove, I don't know. It's a trifecta that can have me unconsciously buying something. I lowered my dose and started eating M&Ms again, but I'm able to stop unlike before Zepbound. I would agree. Now, I still eat French fries, but I can stop. I still eat junk food, but not as much. I had to make a conscious decision to limit the amount of junk food and limit the types, right? So like, whereas I used to be willing to eat gummy bears, Skittles, Starburst, Sour Patch Kids, not all in one day, but like I'd have a variety of different candies I like that I would eat. I've limited myself down to just chocolate now, which is still very sweet and I don't have it all the time, but it just makes it easier to know that I can have this particular thing and not every single thing. That works for me. Okay, let's continue.
And it really doesn't matter what those calories come from as long.
No, you see what I mean? Like, Maria, why do I keep calling you Maria? Mia, I'm sorry, Mia. Mia says, or is it Maya? Is it Mia or Maya? One for Mia, two for Maya. I believe she's responding to, and did you answer the question of whether or not you were a content creator? Let me know. I believe she's responding to a certain comments and it's coming out in a rant. I know she's responding to comments and I understand what she's saying. I just think that at the same time, she don't, I want to be careful as I say this. She's not as right as she thinks she is. Okay. I understand that she has successfully lost 140 pounds. For some reason, she keeps leaving out that she was on a GLP-1 because apparently her audience already knows that, right? But what if somebody's watching this video for the first time and they didn't know that, right? They would assume that all of her weight loss is only attributed to calories in, calories out. And she is saying that it does not matter where those calories come from. Do you see why we watched the Jason Fung video first? Because me personally, I disagree with this. To me, she's not as right as she thinks she is. If she thinks that, like, she's basically saying, yes, I eat a majority processed food diet. Yes, I eat junk food. No, I don't want to eat fruits and vegetables, which I don't even think that part matters. And it really doesn't matter that my food is majority processed, because as long as I eat the proper amount of calories, it's a go. Okay. If that is true, then she should not be struggling. Well, she's struggling because she has BED, and since she's been off of GLP-1, she can't control her BED. Then it's not solely about calories now, is it? Because you can have BED, right? BED. Let's say she has BED, or if she said that, I don't know, I'm taking your word for it, but let's say she has BED. Does that mean she has to hinge on processed food? I'm going to start a poll. Okay. Are you hinging or just greedy? Yes, we need to talk about this 30%. No, we already know the difference, 40%. There's no difference, 20%. No, boring topic, 10%. Okay. That's not enough of a difference for me to talk about it. All right. If there's a third option, you can leave a comment. Does BED mean hinge on processed foods? Yes or no? Oh, you have some oh, okay. I was just wondering because sometimes people are content creators and I don't find out till like months later. Okay. No, she doesn't have to hinge on processed food, but there are foods, those are the foods she primarily likes. Sounds like a personal problem, doesn't it? Not the hinge eating, but her choices, right? That sounds like a personal problem. So when I say it's not solely about calories and y'all respond with, yeah, but she has this disorder that potentially causes her to overeat and she can't control it because she's not on a GLP-1. Okay, but does having this disorder mean you have to choose trash food? No, it does not. So is all of this completely out of her control and she has no culpability? She could hinge on protein. She could hinge on protein and fats. She's choosing to hinge on the processed foods. I'm not even saying that, like, of course processed foods are addictive, right? But you gotta, now that's where your control comes in, right? Like you gotta make different decisions, and those, she makes it seem like it's either processed food or broccoli. There's nothing else that she could choose. It's either Tostino's pizza, sugary lattes, alcohol, and Pop-Tarts, or broccoli and chicken breasts. Those are her options. And because she can't eat broccoli and chicken breasts every day, leave her alone about the Pop-Tarts and the pizza and all the processed food. That is an excuse. That is an excuse. It is. If you hinge at all, it's highly likely that you'll hinge on foods that give you a dopamine effect, right? So that means it's completely outside of your control. Clearly, we're going to lean more toward foods that are more addictive, right? So we should take it upon ourselves to work toward making better decisions. She's saying two things at once. I'm trying to make better decisions, but I eat mostly processed and junk food because that's all I like. Those are the things that I like. That's what I'm used to. So you would have to believe both things at the same time, that she mostly eats processed foods, has always been this way, but she's also trying to make better decisions. I'm going to say that try is being used a little too loosely. I'm not even saying she needs to try harder. I personally don't care what she does. I'm just reacting to what she is saying. I'm reacting to what she is saying. And these foods needs to be in the house to hinge on. Let's define hinge when it comes to food. Often eating much larger than usual amounts of food in a specific amount of time, such as over a 2-hour period. Eating when you're full or not hungry. Eating very fast during eating hinges. Eating until you're uncomfortably full. You know, we lie to ourselves the most till we address our root issues. I can hinge on apples, freeze-dried strawberries, and protein drinks. Somebody said, I think it was Delilah, said she could hinge on watermelon. Eating to eat mindlessly. I don't know. It's not that I don't understand her. I understand. I just feel like she's using the pushback from people, even though she's responding to people. I feel like the way she's responding, as if, like, I'm picking her on her about the calories because she's the one that's saying that's all that matters, as if she didn't have the help of a GLP-1 to be able to be flexible with the type of calories she's eating. If she lost her weight without being on a GLP-1 and ate whatever she wanted and just cut her calories, like Kim was saying earlier, if that was her reality, then I'd be like, okay, well, that's not going to be most people's experience, but I can't take your experience away from you. No, she was on a GLP-1, unless y'all correct me, she was on a GLP-1 when she lost this weight. And in my mind, because she was on a GLP-1, she got the flexibility of having a crappy diet. When you try to have a crappy diet and you're not on a GLP-1 and you're trying to lose weight, it is much harder. I don't know.
As long as you're in a deficit. Now, I am not sitting here and saying that you're going to feel fantastic eating frozen pizza and, donuts every day in a calorie deficit versus eating whole foods and, fresh, this, that, and the third. Like, obviously, it does matter what you eat. And as I have lost.
What? No, I hate when people, no. Okay. How are you going to say it doesn't matter as long as you're in a deficit? Okay, but yeah, I mean, okay, yes, it does matter. Which one is it? I know which one it is, but do you know which one it is? This is what I'm talking about when I say she's not as right as she thinks she is. She even had to contradict herself in the very next statement. She said it didn't matter just to justify her calorie statement about being in a deficit. But when it came to about practicality, then she said it does matter.
The weight, and as I have gotten closer to my goal weight, and as I have had changes in my body, I have come to realize that the foods that I eat do matter and do impact like how I feel as far as my energy, as far as my digestion. Like, yes, they do matter. But I think if you are like just starting out and you're at rock bottom and you are just trying to get the ball moving, don't think about it too much. Don't think you need to overhaul your entire diet and cut out all the sugar and all the
Great. I think most people would agree with that. That it's okay to start slow if you're just starting out. Yeah, but you're not just starting out. You already lost 140 pounds, though. This doesn't apply to you. Like,
iced coffees. Like, no, absolutely not. Find a way to eat the foods you love in moderation, in a calorie deficit, and just make it a lifestyle. Make it to where you do not feel like you're on a diet. Like, I think that is honestly the only way to truly be able to stick to a diet, is to feel like you're not on one. That is my opinion.
okay. Let's see if people are giving her a hard time in the comments. And then we'll go to her other video and then we'll get out of here. I've done all the diets. I'm old, but I'm old enough to now ignore every new diet that comes along. I have people ask me how I lost the weight. Get a calorie app, log your food, eat in a deficit, and 6 years from now you can lose the weight too. 6 years? Wow. Okay. Staying consistent and eating mostly whole foods. Sorry, my bad, y'all. 80, 20, 70, 30, and moving my body more is what worked for me. 45 pounds down and still going. Okay. It's not just Americans commenting here. Europeans hair stands on end when they hear about the eating habits of the average American. But sure, the calorie deficit works. It's just becoming increasingly difficult to maintain a calorie deficit while still getting enough protein to avoid simply losing muscle. That's when a sensible diet comes into play. Okay, I agree. The weight of me says, please know we support you, Jasmine. What matters is you're working on yourself, and and a person who has no ups and downs in their journey is unrelatable, frankly. The only person we should ever be comparing ourselves to is the person we were yesterday. Love you, Jasmine. People have got to realize that each person must walk and live their own journey in their own way. And 150 pounds lost says you have figured out what works for you. I don't understand people who use their words to hurt others. I hate those people. Well said. I'm here for your authenticity on your weight loss journey. Truth is, the food nutrition is the hardest part. Okay, so it looks like people are being really supportive of her. The protein Pop Tarts may be a tiny bit more of protein than a regular, but because you suffer from hinging and don't cook enough from scratch, any protein and fiber more than the regular is important for you to get, because all the little changes may start to affect your appetite positively. Okay. I took Zepbound to take off 38 pounds and succeeded in now maintaining. I would never. Oh shit! What did I just do? I would never counsel those who have lost 50 pounds or more pounds to lose. Okay, I don't understand. Whoa. Okay. Elizabeth says, honestly, clean eating creates miserable people. Do y'all agree with that? Clean eating creates miserable people? Wow, that's harsh. Wow. So they probably just want company. Misery loves company. For the rest of us, we just want you to be the best you can be, which, as you've shown, is well within your capability. Wow. Clean eating creates miserable people. That's crazy. I truly believe you don't have to give any food up to lose weight. Everything in moderation. Okay. Um, sounds like her comments are pretty supportive. Um, okay, another person that can't eat fruits and vegetables. Okay. All right. So we have one more video to go through. I know this has gotten long, but I will break the video up. I will break the live stream up. So if any of you decide to call it a night, I will be working on breaking these up and uploading them over the next week or so. Okay. Um, if we are eating the foods we love, then we aren't on a diet. Isn't that how we got into trouble in the first place? I was thinking that. I didn't want to say it, but I was thinking that. Sensible diet is a good term. On the other side, I made myself feel sick. So paying the consequences of trying to get all my protein in 3 hours today. Okay. So her comments seem pretty supportive. So I have one more video from her. Now this is the video I believe she was responding to, like the comments in this video, but I could be wrong. Is it this one? I think it's this one. The truth about my November weight gain after coming off of a GLP-1. So again, I'm not playing this from the beginning. So if you would like to see it from the beginning, just go ahead and watch it on her channel. But I'm starting it about almost halfway through. So let's get into this. Hold on. Okay.
I knew I was going to have to weigh in on Monday and it was going to be the first, and I knew that it was going to not look good, but I just still, I don't know, I just couldn't stop like eating. I got to a point where I just didn't really care and I was just snacking and I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I think there are a lot of things that go into the mental side of weight loss. The majority of what makes weight loss so hard is the mental aspect of it. It's just crazy how easy it is to slip back into like toxic mental thoughts and patterns around food. And I definitely have noticed since coming off my GLP-1 that obviously the food noise is back. It's back. It's in full effect. One thing I will say though is that this time around, coming off the GLP-1, I am able to recognize that I'm having food noise. Like I'm aware that I am thinking about food all day and that that's like not normal, but sometimes it's just hard to like not cave and like not give into the cravings. Sometimes I do well and I'm able to, stay the course and I hear the food noise, but I'm able to just ignore it and do what I got to do. And honestly, most days it's like that. Like I would say Monday through Friday, I do really well. Like Monday through Friday, I usually do really well. I eat my deficit, I go to the gym, and I do have the food noise, but I'm able to kind of ignore it for the most part. It really is like on the weekends. And then I would say like around special events, like my birthday, holidays and stuff, where there's other people around who are indulging in food and treats and stuff. And I feel like on the weekends too, like the weekends is usually when, my husband's off work. And so that's when he's at home just kind of snacking all day on whatever. And like when I get off and I'm around that, it's hard to not like want to snack as well, I guess. And then also usually the weekends is when we'll get takeout. And so sometimes.
Okay. So she started out by describing a hinge that she had, I think, after eating out. I'm not sure if it was a weekend or not. But that was the part where she was like, I just couldn't stop eating. Like she started and couldn't stop herself. Okay. As a person that is not diagnosed, so I can't say whether or not I had or have an ED. But as a person that has had some level of disordered eating, I would say like that has had a poor relationship with food. Sometimes I feel like moderation is a trap, and people that don't struggle with their weight don't understand this. Or people that may have been overweight but was able to successfully lose weight one time and keep it off. Um People that really haven't had an issue with food, maybe they gained weight for other reasons, they don't understand this, right? So they are the people that are heavy, promoters of moderation. I feel like people like her, people like me, right? I relate to her. Moderation can be a trap if you're not careful, okay? what I have accepted for myself is that some things simply just cannot be moderated. Okay. I know that if I have access to it, I am going to overindulge. I know that I'm not going to just have a little bit and then stop. There are certain things that I can moderate, like ice cream. I can have ice cream a handful of times in a year and be perfectly fine. But there are things that I can't moderate, like cake or candy, right? So outside of chocolate candy, I don't really have, like, I don't feel the need to have it all the time. Unless my cycle's about to start or something. But anyway, um certain things I know I'm going to overindulge in, so I have to be incredibly careful and incredibly restrictive. So for example, like cake. I reserve cake for holidays and birthdays. It is extremely rare to catch me eating a piece of cake now outside of those occasions, because when those occasions come around, I can eat it, and when the occasion passes, I'm done, right? I can overindulge in these things, okay? I will overindulge in these things. So I have to limit myself to very particular occasions, okay? So when she talks about being around other people and when it comes to her husband and she wants to participate in this and participate in that, when you have this type of disorder, I'm not a doctor. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? I don't know nothing. I'm just speaking from what I feel and what my opinion is. You cannot have the same flexibility as the average person, okay? You cannot have the same flexibility as a person that does not have this disorder. You cannot tolerate your triggers the same way as a person that does not have this disorder. That is how I feel. And I feel like some people need to just be comfortable with the fact that certain shit you just can't participate in. You just can't until you find a rhythm that works for you. And sometimes that rhythm may mean you can only have certain shit twice a year. Sometimes it may mean you can only have certain things um every few weeks, or sometimes it may mean you can only have certain things on vacation, or maybe certain times you can only have certain things when you leave the country. Like, some of us, moderation does not mean what we think it means, okay? Some of us, every weekend is too frequent. Some of us, once a day is too frequent. Some of us can't deal with having certain triggers in our environment, okay? And it just is what it is. It just is what it is. Like, it's unfortunate, and maybe we can work through that in therapy. Like, if you have a specialist, maybe we can work through that. But one, when we're trying to get this weight off, and two, when we are still trying to figure out our relationship with food, some shit we just cannot have. Okay? Certain shit I just don't make an exception for because I know what that means. It dawned on me recently that I had made an exception for pizza. I had not had pizza in months because y'all know I went gluten free, but then I started reintroducing it in certain food groups. But the one that I knew was the most triggering was pizza. So unless it was gluten free pizza, I had kept it out for a very long time. And I indulged in it recently at a traditional American style pizza place. And then I had it again. This is how it starts. I had it again. But the second time I had it from an authentic Italian pizza place that imports all of their ingredients from Italy. So I remember y'all were telling me about the flour possibly being different and maybe not having as much of an effect if it's, not made in America. So I tried that and it was okay. Pizza is a trigger for me. It just is. American, New York style, or chain pizza, it triggers me. It triggers me. It triggers me. It triggers me. I can't have it. I can have it, but I choose not to have it because if I have it, it's going to come with a ton of headaches that I just don't want to deal with. It's going to come with me trying to figure out how to reduce it in my life all over again. So for her, sh- I, I, if listen, if I was her health coach, and I'm not, and so this is unsolicited advice, okay? If I was her health coach, I would have her take a serious look about what she can and can't do without. What she can't. I have just accepted the fact that I cannot be the person that regularly drinks Coke Zero. I just can't. I can't. I cannot be the person that regularly drinks regular soda or regularly drinks juice. Like I can't be that person. I can't be the person that regularly eats Sour Patch Kids. I can't budget it. I cannot be the person that regularly eats breakfast cereal in moderation. I had some Fruity Pebbles last month and they was bussing, but I ate the whole box. Not in one sitting, but over the course of a week or so, I ate the whole box. I can't be that. I just can't be that person. And maybe some other people can, but you have to know your weaknesses and your triggers. And once you know what your triggers are, keep them away from you as much as possible. It's really that fucking simple. But it's not simple. But it is, but it ain't. Does anyone know if the husband is overweight? I don't know. During my weight loss phase, wasn't no holidays or birthdays. Now that's one way to look at it. That's one way to look at it. Don't make no exceptions during the journey. No cakes are allowed in my house. Nope, nada, only celebrations. It's going home with someone else or it's getting thrown away. I will throw that shit out. I will throw that shit out. I will buy one slice of cake to help me regulate. Yes, I did that for Thanksgiving. I bought one slice of cake, but it was cut into 4 smaller pieces, which I thought was the cutest thing. So I got to eat it over a period of 2 days. So yes, I buy one cupcake. Yes. Agree with agree the weight of me. I know it can cost more, but I buy one single serving of some things to help me control or limit portions. Correct. But I hadn't had it during my first year. So now I do the limited quantity. Okay. Yeah, I just feel like I don't feel like moderation is a bad thing. I just feel like some of us have to be very fucking serious about what we can and can't moderate. Some of us have to be very serious and very honest. And when you are hinging on something, I mean, if I can eat half a bag of a shareable size of Sour Patch Kids, I'm Sour Patch Kids just can't be in my life. They just can't. They just can't. Like if I can buy the shareable bag, the movie size bag, and just sit there and eat half of it, 3/4 of it, it can't be a part of my life. I cannot moderate that. I've tried buying the little small mini packs. I just eat 7 of them, 10 of them. Don't matter. Okay. Like I've tried portioning them out. Don't matter. Don't matter. Now, what did work for me is this was years ago. This was before I cut them out completely. The chewy sweet candies that I like, I had limited myself to only having them on a particular occasion when I went to the movie theater, which would be about once a month, once every other month, or something like that. So anywhere from 6 to 12 times a year, I would indulge. But the rule was at the end of the movie, it goes in the trash. It does not go in my bag. It does not come home. I enjoy it for the movie and then I throw it away. Now, since removing them completely, I haven't been to a movie theater, so I don't know if I would indulge, but it's just safer for me to not bother. Safer. It's just safer for me to not bother. Um, I receive satisfaction from the control and regulation. Yeah, some people. I just feel like with her, she speaks a lot about losing control, which means that she has to me, I'm not a doctor, but I know what that feels like. And for me, certain things are just off the fucking table. Certain things, not whole groups of sugar. I tried that, didn't work. Okay, fine, whatever. Not whole groups of junk food. Okay, but certain shit is just off the table. It's just off the table. And the more you try to convince yourself that moderation works for you, the more you allow more exceptions than you actually should. That's just how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. Okay, that's how I feel about it.
Sometimes I find myself like overdoing it on those days and just eating too much. And then once that happens, like on a Saturday, sometimes I feel like, well, what's the point of trying to get back on track on Sunday? I'll just wait till Monday. And so,
Jasmine, if you ever see this portion of this video, don't do it, girl. Don't do it, girl. If you get off track on Saturday, you get back on track Sunday morning. Okay. If you get off track on Friday, you get back on track Saturday morning. Period. That's why I started my video out with my video from last year talking about don't y'all wait till January 1st. And if you hinged over the weekend, do not wait until Monday to start over. There's nothing special about Monday. Okay. So in case y'all missed it in the beginning, let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back. Okay. Let me go back. There's nothing special about Monday. Like, what is it with people wanting to start on Monday? There's nothing special about that. Hold on. There's nothing special about Mondays. Special about Monday. So we're going to get into why you should stop telling yourself, I'll get to it on Monday. First things first, there's nothing special about Monday, okay? Except the fact that it's irritating as hell to everybody that works a 9-to-5 job. Monday is one of the most annoying days of the week. Why would you make that your day to start a new task, challenge, journey, whatever it may be? If you feel like you've spent the weekend wasting it away, eating whatever you want, and you just can't get yourself back on track, I am here to tell you, you absolutely can. So I just spent the past 4 or 5 days eating out. If you've seen it in my other video, I was eating out. I was being, dare I say the L word, lazy. I was leaning more toward convenience foods because I wasn't hungry. I was sick, and I figured, well, if I'm going to eat, it may as well be something terrible because terrible is easy. That was dumb. That was dumb as hell. And I am now trying, not even trying, I am now like snapping myself out of it and getting back to doing what I was supposed to be doing. If you have ever experienced the turmoil of yo-yo dieting, where do you think that comes from? It comes from starting over and over and over. And you're only starting over if you're actually going back to your old habits to begin with. Now, weight loss and change is not linear. We kind of go like this. What am I trying to do? Like this? We do like that. We do well, we do bad, we do well, we do bad. But it's a mindset thing that needs to be adjusted. Okay. So yeah, what are we waiting till Monday for now? There's no reason to do that. Okay, ever. There's no reason to do that. Just get yourself. Just pick yourself up the next day. Okay, and if you fall again that day, you pick yourself up again the next day, and you just keep picking yourself up the next day until it sticks. Right? Because sometimes it takes me 3-4 days to actually pick myself up to the point where I have momentum again. And that's okay. We're human. But ain't no skipping a day or doubling down on whatever we was doing wrong. We don't double down until we get to Monday. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed myself kind of having those thought patterns since coming off of my GLP-1, and that has been kind of hard to deal with. But like I said, I'm at least aware of it. And, you know, I feel like before I ever got on a GLP-1, I wasn't even aware that I was having those kinds of thought patterns and that was not normal. So yeah, it is different. Another thing I will say is that, you know, I have at this point lost, you know, right around 100, close to 100. I keep saying it's 150. I know right now it's like 141. I'm just going to keep saying I'm down right around 150 pounds. But, you know, yeah, I have.
That's not how math works. I'm sorry. Now I'm nitpicking. Jasmine, you cannot give yourself 9 extra pounds down. Now, if she was 146 pounds down and rounded up, I would get that. You cannot round to 150 from 141. You round down to 140 pounds. I'm nitpicking. I'm sorry. That just irritated my soul. Girl, that is not how math works, okay? If it's at the 5 or below, you can round up. But if it's below the 5, you round down. Them's the rules. I don't make them, okay? I don't make the rules.
Lost a good significant amount of weight. I still have a little over 50 pounds that I want to lose. But the truth is that I have hit a place in my journey where I'm kind of comfortable. And I feel like that is a good, but also can be a bad thing, because once you get comfortable, it's kind of hard to always have the motivation to keep going. I feel like
that's where I am. That's actually very true. That's where I'm at now. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm getting kind of like a little lackadaisical, and it's getting harder and harder to push to get that, you know, last 30 pounds off. It's just like addiction. People relapse and let it derail them instead of picking themselves up and moving forward. That is a very, very good way to put it, Nicole. Thank you for that.
Day-by-day basis, like I am happy with my physical appearance on most days. There are some days where I'm not so happy with my physical appearance, but I would say for the majority of the days, I am content with what I currently look like. I am able to get dressed every day and, you know, put on an outfit and feel cute. I'm able to like do my hair and my makeup and like feel good about myself and, you know, about my size. And like when I go shopping in the stores, I'm able to find clothes that fit me and I'm comfortable, you know. And on top of that, like I feel good, like I'm able to go to the gym and work out, and I have, you know, the energy to be able to keep up with my toddler, and I'm able to go out on walks and not be winded. And like I just feel so much better than I did at my starting point when I was like 340 pounds. I feel like I am a completely different person. And so it's like I'm in this place where I'm like happy with where I'm at. And sometimes that just makes it hard to want to keep pushing, to keep trying to lose the weight. And I feel like, you know, I obviously realize I am still like very much overweight. I think I'm still classified as like obese at this point. I'm not even like in the overweight category. According to my BMI, I'm still obese. And so I know that I need to get this last 50 pounds off. Like I know I would feel even better if I did it. But I'm not gonna lie, like I've been kind of just living life at the same time and kind of just enjoying my life. And I feel like, especially around this time of year, it's easy to get sucked into enjoying your life a little bit too much and maybe putting weight loss on the back burner. And
don't do it, girl. It's a trap. Don't do it. Don't put it on the back burner. I'm sorry, y'all. My lashes were falling off, so I just had to take them off. Now my face looks bald. But anyway, don't do it, girl. It's a trap. It is a trap. It is a trap. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know when the holidays come and we just want to get all cozy and we want to eat and we want to do this. No, don't do it.
You know, for me, I feel like it's kind of hard because I am sharing my weight loss journey on the internet. And so I do my weekly weigh-ins and I do these monthly recaps. And it's like, in a sense, I am having to be held accountable for my actions and, you know, for my weight loss or weight gain or whatever. I've been on this journey now for almost 2 years straight, just focusing on trying to be on a weight loss journey, trying to eat in a calorie deficit. Like, and you know, it's a long time. It's a long time to do that. And to still not be at my goal weight is honestly kind of frustrating. But at the same time, I'm trying to give myself grace because I realize, you know, losing 200 pounds is not an easy feat and it does take time. And I don't know.
I'm sorry, y'all. I just got completely distracted by these comments. I don't know why I did this. I shouldn't have did this. I shouldn't have did this. Please like the stream or dislike and go ahead and vote in the poll. But okay. First person says stop drinking calories. Okay. All right. Okay. Whatever. Now Elizabeth says, I think the key phrase here is enjoying my life when really you mean eating food. I really implore you to look into some form of cognitive behavioral therapy to help reframe the idea that enjoying life equals eating food. You can be sensible with your diet and still enjoy life. They aren't mutually exclusive ideas. Enjoying life should be about more than what's to eat. Museums, live music, blah 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 blah. There are so many other things you should be experiencing for joy than just food. Just something I've noticed while following your journey. Isn't this now? If I'm lying on you, please comment and tell me I'm lying on you. But I feel like this is the same person that said, is this not the same person that said people that eat whole food diets are miserable? Maybe not. Maybe it's not this person because I think Elizabeth commented before. So maybe I read a different comment of hers. That is, but I agree. But so let's see what was said. Thank you for the input. Nailed it. Food isn't life. My life is so much more enjoyable when I feel great. Okay. All right. Okay. But I thought that was an insightful comment. You're sabotaging. It's so common. Listen to these comments. You got this. Don't forget the end goal, one day at a time, and go for your 150 goal. Okay. The hardest time of the year to lose weight, the cold weather and shorter days, along with the holidays, makes losing weight difficult. You are also doing this without GLP-1 tool. You have accomplished so much. That doesn't seem very negative. Let's see. I wanted to see where people were like coming for her. I think you need to break from weight loss mode, just maintain a bit, enjoy life. Then later you can focus if you want, but you look great. I feel the same way. I'm in maintenance now, completely tired of being on a diet. It does get to be exhausting after a while. I agree with people purposefully taking a break, or what do you call it? We get burned out. I've experienced burnout. I've been experiencing burnout for quite some time, but we talked about this before. If you get burned out, are you team push through it, or are you team take a break and just, enjoy where you are? Brandon had mentioned, one of my members mentioned he took a break, and I'm team just gun through it. Tush push, baby, tush push. But I am pro take a break. It's not gonna hurt to take a break. Um, so that was a good comment. Uh, kind of glad we don't have a lot of these creamers, etc. in the UK, because I'd be drinking all my calories. Okay, so let's see what she did in the beginning. Maybe she made a coffee or something in the beginning. I'm sorry. Did she just use 2 types of creamer, a cold foam, and some sprinkles? Seems like she needs to prioritize her weight loss more and get more serious if she really wanted um she'd make the changes she need to. Some people can't take the break and then get back on track though. We talked about this before. I do not want to go down this rabbit hole. Take a break does not mean eat and do whatever you want. Take a break means take a break from the scale. It means to not make the number on the scale going down your priority for a little while. That's what taking a break means. Okay. We had a whole conversation about this. Now, Jen was one of those people that said that can be a slippery slope. So I definitely understand what you're saying, Nicole, but I just feel like if you're going to crash and burn, it might just be easier to just say, I'm just going to take a beat. Like, I would rather a person take a beat than crash and burn. Just like you're saying, some people can't take a break and then get back on track. Some people can't push through. Some people just pushing through is really not good for their mental health. It's not even good for them physically, right? Especially if your version of weight loss is just continuously cutting calories. Like, that's not going to serve. If you think, okay, I cut my calories, but I'm still not making progress, but you don't want to take a break because you might not be able to get back on track and you just keep cutting, then what? So if you don't know what you're doing, trying to push through can also be a bad idea. So it really just depends on the person. It really does. Not everybody can lock in and be super duper focused. She posts the same stuff on TikTok. On TikTok, that's where it's negative. Well, TikTok is negative. TikTok is negative. She's not giving up her lattes. I ain't giving up my lattes. Okay, now let me tell y'all the truth. Okay. So shout out to Jasmine. I hope she figures things out. And hey, haters are gonna hate, right? But I do believe we gotta be a little bit open-minded to some level of change. Now listen, okay. Let me tell y'all my plan for 2026, right? Because I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm team gun it. I'm team don't get off track. I'm team don't take a break. But I understand when people do need to take a break. Okay, I understand. Let me tell y'all, I'm not taking no break. I'm not taking no break. I do feel where she is as far as like, hold on. Okay. I do feel where she is as far as being comfortable. I'm in that place now where like I definitely want to lose more weight, but I kind of like the way I look and the way I feel. And I'm losing sight of the mission, right? I'm losing sight of the mission, right? So let me tell y'all what my plan is for 2026, and then we can get out of here, okay? And if as I break down the video, if there's any part of this that we need to dive more into, y'all can tell me when y'all see the breakdown. Y'all can comment on whichever portion y'all feel like we need to dive into more, okay? All right. So for 2026, here's my plan, okay? Here's my plan. Actually, let me share my rough draft with y'all. So if there's typos in it, forgive me. And don't expect it to like actually make sense, but I just want to show y'all what I was working on. Okay. So um oh no, 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 that's not gonna work. If I can't zoom in, that's not gonna work. Hold on. How do I make this bigger? Uh I want to do this. I want to do this. And I want to do font bigger, control plus. I mean command plus. Okay. Okay. How do I hide? Nope. How do I hide? Sorry, y'all. I want to hide my. That's not what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Period. Pooh. All right. Boom. This is what we're working with. Okay. Can I make this any bigger? Can y'all see this? Nope, I can't make it no bigger. Okay, so let me just read it off to y'all. All right. Hold on, my glasses are dirty. So it's a rough draft. I was just making notes based on some of the stuff that I knew we were going to talk about in the live stream, okay? So we talked about what I spent on fast food thus far. My plan for 2026 is to identify restaurants that are worth the price because I don't plan to like remove eating out, okay? So I'm okay with eating out as long as I can damn near guarantee that I'm gonna have a good meal. So that means I have to remove all drive-through, okay? I cannot name a single drive-through place as of right now where I know for a fact I'm gonna get a good meal. Not right now. Like that I'm willing to pay for. Like, right? Like I cannot get I used to love Chick-fil-A. I can't but not so much anymore. I can't guarantee that I'm gonna love Chick-fil-A. I cannot guarantee that I'm gonna like the McDonald's. Um I cannot guarantee what other fast food? Bojangles. Can't guarantee that I'm gonna enjoy it. Um, and one I like is Zaxby's, but even then, I can't like it's a good chance I'm gonna enjoy it, but you know. So for the most part, not even for the most part, I'm removing the drive-throughs in 2026. Now, I don't know where I put it, but if I decide to go to a restaurant that has a drive-through like a McDonald's because I want coffee or something, um, I have to go inside to get it, right? So like, well, no, I take that back. If I want to drive through the drive-through to get my coffee, that's fine. But if I decide to eat anything out of there and I can't guarantee it's going to be good, I better get my big behind ass out of the car and walk inside that restaurant and get that food that I know is not worth it. I cannot make it easy by going through the drive-through and getting food. Done. Done. And somewhere on this list, I talk about no longer eating food in my car. So what is the point of going through a drive-through if I'm not even going to eat it in my car? Okay, I'm not going to go to a drive-through and then take the food home and eat it. No, the point of going through a drive-through is to eat in the car. Who else eats while they're driving? Is it just me? Am I the only one that does that? Okay. So we're removing, for me, this is not a Venetian 30, right? I'm removing the drive-through foods because I cannot guarantee. Oh, there it is. If I want fast food, go inside. Okay. Right. So I can't guarantee that I'll never eat fast food again. But if I am going to eat it, which I'm going to try not to, but if I do eat it, I better get out and go inside to get it. All right. I better go outside and go, get out of my car and go inside to get it. And that's my deterrent because I know I'm lazy. I don't really want to go inside and get it. All right. Remove food delivery. Okay. Now, the reason I had deleted the Uber Eats and the DoorDash apps before, or DoorDash is still deleted, but I reinstalled Uber Eats because I forgot I was racking up Amex credits and not using them. So here's my caveat for the food delivery. if I use Uber Eats, I have to go pick up my food. I am not doing any food delivery unless there's some sort of weird type of circumstance where I need to have my food delivered. Like I better be snowed in or something. All right. If I just didn't plan for that day, and I like last night, I just didn't plan. I didn't eat enough. I didn't eat before my stream. I didn't eat before work. And I just gotta. If I'm going to use my Amex credits for Uber Eats, I need to go pick up the food. And it has to be food that's actually good, right? Like it has to be something that I know is going to taste good, right? So one thing I like to do is like there's a Peruvian place that has like rotisserie chicken and rice and things like that. That's fine. And oftentimes, sometimes they'll have a buy one, get one free, so I can have a second meal for another day. I gotta go pick up my food. Okay. So if I'm gonna be eating out, I need to be leaving the house. Eating, it's called eating out. Eating out, people. Not bring your eat out in. Don't bring the outside food inside. No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing none of that. No, there's no reason why my outside food should be making it to my inside. I'm not doing that. Y'all do what y'all want to do, okay? But I'm sick and tired of being like within 35 pounds of my goal. I'm sick of it. Okay. So this is gonna help me, right? This is gonna help me limit my eating out without just saying, oh, just don't eat out ever again anymore, right? Okay. So make eating out a special occasion. What do I mean by that? All right. If I'm going to eat out, right? We've already removed the drive-throughs, we've already removed the food delivery. If I'm going to eat out, it is going to be an occasion, right? So this is where identifying restaurants with good food comes into place. These have to be restaurants where I have to get dressed and actually go out to the restaurant, sit there and eat my food, enjoy my time, get up and leave and go the fuck home. Okay? I'm lazy. I don't want to do that 5 times a week. I'm not going to do that 5 times a week. The only way me eating out comes into play more than once a week is because I be going through drive-throughs, okay? Staying in a car where it's warm. If I got to get up and get dressed and go out into the cold, which means I'm putting on something nice, I'm doing my hair, I'm doing my makeup, I'm getting into the car, I'm going into the restaurant. If I'm doing all of this planning, this food better be good. This food better be good. I'm not doing all of that for Applebee's. I'm not doing all of that for Olive Garden. Not that there's anything wrong for those restaurants. I'm just not willing to do all of that for that. Okay. I don't need to get, I don't need to necessarily get cute to go to Outback. Okay. Like I don't have to get cute to go to Red Robin. All right. Um, so my plan, right? My plan is to pick restaurants that I know within about 90% of the time, unless something goes wrong, one, the food is not going to disappoint. And it's going to be a place where it's worth me getting. Now, I don't mean full glam dressed up. I just mean I put on, I just make sure I look cute and I go have dinner, right? Whether I'm with somebody or not. Okay. That's my plan. To me, this is going to limit the amount of times in a week that I can actually eat out, right? Because I'm putting obstacles in the way. I'm making it harder for me to eat out. I'm making it so that I have to put more effort into eating out. And if I'm going to eat out and it's trash, I'm even putting obstacles in the way of that. I'm not saying I can't have it. I'm just saying McDonald's getting some chicken nuggets at McDonald's ain't worth me getting out of my car. I'm sorry. It's not worth me parking the car, getting out of the car, going inside of the McDonald's and getting the chicken nuggets and then either sitting there and eating it or going back to my car. And it's not worth all of that. It's not worth all of that. So if I can't get it out the drive-through, I'm probably not going to get it. But if I want it bad enough, if I just really want some motherfucking nuggets that day and I want them from McDonald's, fine. I can have the, as long as I do what I'm supposed to do, which is go inside and get it, right? Make it more challenging for myself. Now, if you already go inside for your food, this is probably not a big deal. I don't. I sit in my car. Okay, so this is a big deal for me. All right. And the meal that I go to sit down for should be at least an 8 as far as satisfaction, preferably a 9. But I don't know of enough restaurants where I get that experience for me to commit to that. So I said at least an 8. And I listed out some restaurants where I know for a fact I've had that experience. One is a restaurant called Yugaku. It's a Japanese barbecue style restaurant where you saute your meats yourself. They give it to you raw. Some of it is cooked. They got these bussin' wings that are to die for. But for the most part, you saute your meat. You barbecue your meat. I'm sorry, you barbecue your meat at the table. I have to drive 2 hours to get to this restaurant. I have driven 2 hours to get to this restaurant. Now, I stayed overnight in Charlotte when I did it. I did do that. Me and my cousin have driven from Virginia to Philadelphia to go to this restaurant. Now, we did stay overnight. We did, but it's on the list, right? It's on the list. The other restaurant is the Italian pizza place that I told y'all about called V Pizza. I just recently discovered this place. They import 90%, if not all of their ingredients from Italy on a weekly basis. I'm talking about their cheese, their flour that they use to make their crust. It's that traditional soft crust, not more of that like American style, like thicker crust, which I love New York style pizza. I really do. But their pizza is more so on the expensive side. So it's not something that they don't have a lot of locations. So that's for one. I have to be in North Carolina to get their pizza. I have to be in North Carolina and I have to, well, they do deliver. So I don't have to necessarily go get it. But this is going to be one of those things that I actually go there and sit down and eat. It's a little tricky because it is wheat, but I think the quality of the flour is a lot better, so I can tolerate it better. So I'm willing to have this very, very like once in a blue moon. Okay. And the last restaurant I put down was Chicken and Waffles because I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but it's the one that I told y'all about that I discovered recently where I had the chicken and French toast. I don't know whose auntie was in that kitchen to make that fried chicken breast or to make that French toast, but they put so much love, so much feet, so much heart, so much everything into this French toast and into this chicken. And then my friend had shrimp and grits and something else. They put so much effort into this food. It was delicious. And I didn't even think that the prices were outrageous. I think maybe if I was to go somewhere else, like just an average place, I would be appalled at paying $22, $23, $25 for some chicken and waffles or something like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? What are you thinking? This place, I think it was like $22, $23. It was worth every penny. It was worth every penny. Not something that I would eat every day, but once in a while when I want to get cute, get dressed up, go sit down, enjoy my food, have some wine, right? So those are the restaurants that I came up with so far, okay? And the thing that they have in common is that one, the prices are a little bit higher, so I can't have them as frequently. I kind of got to go out of my way to get to those places. So again, I can't have them as frequently. And I know that the food is going to range from an 8 to a 10 when I go to eat there. Are y'all following me so far? I'm not recommending this for anybody, but this is what what I'm thinking of for me, and not as like a 30-day challenge or anything. This is just kind of how I want to move forward in my life. Like if I'm going to go out to eat, if I'm going to spend my money, I want my shit to taste good. And if I'm in a mood for a little trash, okay, I'm going to put in some effort to go get it. That's the only time I eat out is celebrations, family dinners. Nicole, you ahead of the game because when I say the girl been eating out regularly, okay, I'll eat out regularly for 1 week and then don't eat out the next week, and then I'll eat out regularly for 1 week and then I won't eat out the next week. Okay. No eating in my car. What the fuck is the point of that? That's what this says. It says no eating in the car. What is the point of that? I cleaned my car today. I vacuumed it. I'm gonna get it detailed in a couple of weeks properly, professionally. No more eating in the car. That's it. I'm done. I'm done with eating in the car. I can't even pay attention to how good the food is if I'm eating in a car, especially if I'm eating while I'm driving. Like, I'm not eating in the car. Sometimes I'm parked, sometimes I'm still moving, right? And I'm just reaching in the bag and eating it. Okay. Are you really hungry if you're eating and doing something else at the same time? Are you really hungry? Are you really paying attention to how that food tastes? Crumbs everywhere, Nicole. I mean, I got to get my car details. Crumbs, French fries, all in the wrappers, all in the nooks and crannies. And then I don't even take my trash out the same day that I eat it or whatever, right? So like I had McDonald's a couple of days ago, well, one yesterday and then a couple of days before that. Those bags were just making it out of my car today. Oh no, that's unacceptable. I am a lady. I am a lady. That is unacceptable. Okay, we're not gonna be piling up, you know, iced coffee. Oh, the iced coffee cups get me. Oh my god, I'll have like 4 iced coffee empty cups, like from between McDonald's and Starbucks, like in my car. No, I'm a messy girl. I am. I'm working on it. I'm messy. No, no more eating in the car. What is the point of that? There is no point. I'm not eating in the car. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not snacking in the car. I'm not eating in the car. If I'm hungry, get out the car and get something to eat. Get out the car and get something to eat, or you not that hungry. Okay? All right? Leads to mindless eating and eating on autopilot. Do we know what our food tastes like if we're eating it in the car, in motion? Even if we're parked, do we even know what that food tastes like? Do we even know? Or we just swallowing it? Swallowing it. Okay? No, no more eating in the car. Eating in the car is done. Okay? No eating or snacking in the bed. When I ate that candy last night, you know what I did last night? So I got my chicken and fries, right? I sat at the kitchen counter and I ate it. And then you know what I did with the candy? I took it upstairs and ate it in the bed. What are we doing? Who eats in the bed? Yep, don't eat in my car anymore. And my car is so much cleaner. I can't, Nicole. I can't. Y'all still here? Are you talking about 2026 goals? I'm talking about, yes, my 2026 goals around surrounding my eating, because we've been talking about eating and calories and all GLP-1s and all of that for the past 5 hours. Okay. So luckily this is on a Saturday because I have all day tomorrow to chop this video up. So Sydney, don't worry. If you don't want to catch the 5-hour playback, I will be breaking this video up like I did with the other live stream if you saw that. Okay. 26 of us. Who's in the bushes? Who wants to come out of the bushes? If I can get 3 people to come out of the bushes, I will gift some memberships before I get off of the stream. Now, I can't guarantee y'all are going to be the ones to get the memberships, but if you'd like a shot at getting a membership, I need to know who's in the bushes. Let's see if they're actually, let me not lie. Let me see if I have memberships to give. I actually forgot how to do it. Hold on. Members only live stream. How do I actually don't know how to. Oh, there we go. Membership gifting. Yes, I can gift 5 memberships. There's no way to tell who they're going to go to. But if I can get some people to come out of the bushes, I will give some memberships, okay? Bed candy is the best. No, Jen, we already agreed that I was being greedy, okay? Yo, it was good too. And I don't even like mint and chocolate don't even go together, honestly. Shorty's back, has been here listening, okay? Who else? Who else is in the clouds? I don't allow food or drinks in my bed either. F those crumbs and mess. Absolutely. And wrappers. What is with the wrappers and the cups and stuff? I'll look for the replay highlights. Okay, perfect. Just give me, I'm gonna start editing tomorrow because I have to do this stream and yesterday's stream. So I have about 8 hours worth of stuff to get through. So yes, I'll let them upload throughout the week. Not when you wake up with melted chocolate stuck somewhere. Bed candy. Nicole, that chocolate gonna be in my belly. Listen, not if that wrapper wake up and it's stuck to your hair or stuck to your back. If you haven't already, please like this stream, okay? Please, please, please hit the like. I appreciate you all. All right. Oh, sweetie, I've been in the bushes laughing. Oh, I'm braiding my daughter's hair, so I can't comment. Hey, y'all. Hey, sweetie. I was wondering where you was at, girl. That's when you eat an ambient, a whoozy whatsy. That's 2 people. Okay, I need one more person to fall out of the cloud so I can give some memberships. The membership's gonna go to 5 people that don't ever comment, and then the people that do comment gonna be like, what the hell? Who are them people? Okay. So All right, so let's continue. Okay, so no eating in the bed, no snacking in the bed, no eating or snacking at my desk. Okay, so this one is going to be tricky, right? So the other place that I frequently eat is at work, right? Because I work from home, so I eat at my desk. It is my favorite place to snack. It is one of my favorite places to eat or drink sugary coffees or anything. I'm going to keep the coffee, but I'm going to remove the snacking and the eating. Now, this is tricky because I technically don't get a lunch break. I work 10 hours straight. Um, if I was to build in like an hour lunch break, I'd have to add an hour to my schedule because, lunch breaks are unpaid. Okay. So my schedule, we don't take lunch breaks. We eat at our desk, right? We just bring our food to our desk at home and we just eat while we work. Very toxic, but that's what we do. That's what I've been doing for the past 3 years. Okay. That's probably part of the reason why my back's so big. All right. That's part of the reason why my back's so big. All right. Jazzy says, "Hey songstress." Jazzy, are you songstress? Or are you saying hey to songstress? Hey girl. All the ambient taker know what I'm talking about. Stay away from drugs, kids. My butt falls asleep before I can get through it all though, Jen. That's why I made the no food bed rule. Okay. So snacking at my desk is a big deal to me. It's a big thing to me. So I'm removing it. Okay. I need to make sure I eat before work. I work at 3 p.m. from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m. By the way, Jen, when we did that members only stream and we talked about me extending my window to 10 p.m., that has been wonderful for me. It really has done wonders because I was trying to stop eating too early. So with that being said, okay, I need to eat before work. I need to take 15 to 20 minutes away from work to go eat something, right? And if I'm eating dinner, I take another 15 minutes or 20 minutes away to go eat again, right? So that means my food has to already be cooked. It has to already be prepared. No Uber Eats because it's not being delivered to me. And I don't have time to go cook a whole meal, right? So I got to make sure I have it already ready. So I'm going to get rid of snacking and eating at my desk. I'm going to pick up my body. I was about to say pick up my computer, pick up myself, go get whatever I was planning to eat and go sit down at a table or counter and eat it. Okay. Like I'm about to just remove eating in my bedroom altogether because I work from my bedroom. I don't work from an office. So I don't need to be eating in my who eats in their bedroom? By a show of hands, who eats in their bedroom. Okay. So I had 3 people fall out of the cloud. So I'm going to go ahead and gift these memberships. And congratulations in advance to whoever receives them. We're going to be able to see who receives them. And all my regulars, don't start complaining. Okay. Like if people y'all don't know receive memberships really quickly, make sure your YouTube profile is set to allow yourself to receive gifts so that you can have a chance to potentially receive a gifted membership. Okay. So let me I'm happy to report my back is no longer big. I admire it in the mirror every morning now. Megan Thee Stallion says she stare at her booty every time she walked past the mirror. That's what she said. That's what she said now. Okay. That's what she said. Okay. All right. So okay. So we have Sam. Congratulations, Sam, on your gifted membership. Bovada, Real Talk with Elaine has a membership. And hold on. Whoop, I broke my screen. Hold on. Rita, 4456, and Mocha Nurse. Congratulations to all of the new Venetians. Congratulations on your membership. Okay. I have 5 more that I can gift during the month. Um and if you got a membership and you're listening, because the people don't necessarily have to be listening. It could be people that either subscribed before or were listening prior. But if you are listening and you got a membership, please leave a comment so that we can congratulate you on your new vein badge. Okay. Show off your badge. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Okay, drinking calories. Okay, now, y'all, this one is hard. Okay, this is the last one. Drinking calories. Okay, drinking calories. Okay. Somebody told Jasmine to stop drinking her calories. I think Rita got a membership before. I thought it was a different Rita though. Is it the same Rita? I don't know. I have no idea. Rita, if you're here and you got a membership again, girl, you cheated or you just watch a lot. If that's the case, thank you, Rita. Um, okay. So okay, so the last thing is the drinking my calories, okay? So my Starbucks gift card for the month. I'm gonna keep my Starbucks gift card, guys. I'm gonna keep that idea. It has been working for me. It has kept me from overindulging in the Starbucks, but it has not taken away me drinking McDonald's coffee. So I have to make a decision about the McDonald's coffee. I either have to additionally get a McDonald's gift card, like reduce my Starbucks gift card and get a McDonald's gift card so that I can have McDonald's coffee for the month, or just remove it altogether. Okay. I don't want to constantly be charging my coffees to my credit or debit card because that's how you just mindlessly just keep spending and spending and spending and spending. Okay. So I don't want to do that. So my Starbucks budget has been working for me. I'm going to keep that. I have to make a decision as far as the McDonald's coffee. To the downsides, always get memberships to the downside, or do you mean downsize the channel? Okay. So we're keeping the coffee. So shout out to Jasmine again. We keeping our lattes, girl. But I am tracking the sugar in my lattes. I am tracking that. Okay, and I don't have them every day. Um, in fact, I haven't really even been drinking coffee every day. Like it's been really crazy. Like and that wasn't intentional either. I've been really like doing well on with the coffee. Okay, no juice, lemonade, sweet tea, sodas, except for special occasions. The special occasions are those times when I get myself all done up to go out to dinner, right? So if I put in a bunch of effort to go out to dinner and I haven't been out to dinner in a week or two or whatever, I put my effort in. If I want a freaking Coke Zero, I'm gonna have the Coke Zero, okay? Whatever. Whatever. If I wanna have the Coke Zero, I'm gonna have if I wanna have a sweet tea, I'm gonna have it, right? If it's my day to go to brunch, okay, because I made an effort, I picked the place, I made an effort to go to brunch. If I want to have what would I cranberry juice, I'm gonna have it. Okay, I'm gonna have it. But as far as buying it and bringing it home, no. As far as getting it at a drive-through, no, none of that. As far as like I was about to say taking it to work, I don't go to work. I work at my desk at home. Okay, so no, it cannot come in the house. No, it cannot come into my car. No, I cannot get it at the drive-through. Oh, flights. I didn't put this on there. If I catch a flight, this has already been a thing for me, right? So soda and juice aren't typically a part of my life anymore. But if I catch a flight, I'm getting me a ginger ale and I'm getting me a cranberry juice, and I don't want to hear shit about it. Okay, that's always been my thing. When I get in that seat and they say, "Can I get you something to drink?" and I'm just sitting there looking cute in my airport outfit in first class, and they offer me a drink while all of the peasants go to the back of the plane. No, I'm stop. But when I get to my seat and they offer me a drink before we take off, I always want a cranberry juice. It's the first thing that I order. It's the first thing that I order. And then, later on the flight, I'll get me a ginger ale or something like that. But outside of that, so my dinner dates or brunch dates with myself or whatever with somebody else, and my flights, my flights. Okay. Do you add money to the Starbucks gift card every month? Yes. Okay. And once it's done, I can't buy any more Starbucks. Now, let me tell y'all what I did do recently. I cheated the system. Amen. Yes, I did. It's amazing to be a daughter, especially the youngest daughter. So I had my dad's debit card because I went to get some stuff from the grocery store, and it dawned on me. It dawned on me. I get to have Starbucks that I don't have to pay for. So not only did I get me a coffee, I got me a breakfast sandwich too. And that was $15 that I did not have to spend out of my money. Call it what you want. Don't rain on my princess parade, okay? But now for my own money, my own Starbucks budget, I don't spend it on $7 breakfast sandwiches because I'd rather have the coffee, right? Like I got a strict budget, so I got to make it count. Okay. And then when it's done for the month, it's done. So I try to make it last the whole month. But I've been cheating the system a little bit with the McDonald's coffee because it's cheaper. So I gotta work that out. But yeah, I refill it every month because I was spending about 30 to 40, maybe sometimes $50 a week on Starbucks. It was crazy. So now I've cut myself down to like 30 to $50 for the whole month. Like on the higher end, 50 if I want like 2 coffees per week. But if I want 1 coffee per week, about $30 for the month. And I just reload it every month. Sounds like good 2026 goals. I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. Did I get everything? Okay. And I had a question for y'all to help me out with the last one. My bad. So we ended off with the sweet beverages. The last one that I have was a question about snacking. I'm on the fence about snacking. I haven't come up with a solution for this, okay? Are we for or against snacking? I just want to know what y'all think about snacking in general. Because I'm trying to figure out if snacking should be limited to specific days or a specific time of day, or don't snack at all, or I don't have to limit which day, but limit the type of snack. I'm a little lost on the snacking portion. No feelings. Do you snack, Jen? Do you snack? Like, do you eat in between meals? Because I picked 2. Okay, you don't snack. Okay. I picked 2 processed things for snack. Well, I guess if I include pretzels, gluten-free pretzels. So I had picked the white cheddar Cheetos and I picked Rice Krispie treats. Now I also have my more reasonable snack, which is like apples, peanut butter, cheese, and grapes, sunflower seeds, crackers, gluten-free pretzels. But as far as like nonsense snacks, I had got myself down to 2. No, 3. I'm sorry. It's Sydney, the Ghirardelli sea salt chocolate squares, because I can have one of those and I won't have another one for like a week or so. Like I'm okay once I have one. So the Ghirardelli chocolate squares, sea salt chocolate squares, sea salt caramel chocolate squares, mini Rice Krispie treats, they're 90 calories, and white cheddar Cheetos. Not necessarily all in one day, but that's the variety that I plan to pick from throughout the week. I tend to only snack in the evenings. But it doesn't matter the day of the week. Cuz I'm kind of thinking I don't need to make it like a weekend thing. Like I can have a snack a day as long as I'm not having 3 Rice Krispie treats, 2 bowls of Cheetos plus 2 squares of chocolate. Like okay, that would be a bit much. The chocolate is easy. The sea salt squares, the sea salt caramel chocolate is very easy. I have one of those and I'm just like I'm totally satisfied as far as that particular thing. But the Cheetos and the Rice Krispie treats, that's a bit of a toss up. I don't know if I should eat that throughout the week. How bad do I want this body for my birthday trip? Mine are string cheese, Chester's I forgot about the Chester's puff corn. The reason I picked the white cheddar Cheetos is because they're advertised as like no artificial colors. I love regular Cheetos, but I was like, oh, they took away the orange puffy nuclear reactive powder. I want to try that. And it was good. So I was like, oh, okay, I can have these. Chester's puff corn though? Crack. Those sound like good snacks. I still snack. If I snack, it's only in the evening on chocolate. Okay, so we are evening snackers. Me too, because I snack at my desk at work. Lola and I have pretzels and cheese cubes at night before bed. Didn't know that was a snack. Thought it was being. Sometimes you can snack, like you can pick a snack because you're being greedy, or sometimes you just want to snack, right? So what would be a greedy snack? eating a Milky Way and a pack of Mentos. That's a greedy snack, right? But I feel like if I have apple slices and cheese with some gluten-free crackers, that's not me being greedy. That's me wanting to eat something, but not a whole meal. Jasmine eats a mini Rice Krispies treat before her gym workouts. Me and Jasmine are the same person. This is why I can't be too hard. I just think she's where I was a few years ago, like mentally, like I just can't make certain changes. So I just got to make what I know work. She'll come around eventually, depending on how bad she wants it. But I did that earlier this week. I ate a mini Rice Krispie treat before my workout. I literally grabbed. Now I have to tell y'all, do y'all know Celsius, the drink? Celsius? It's my guilty pleasure. I drink a Celsius like every time I work out now. Oh my god, it's so the non-fizzy ones, the acai berry something something something. A mini Rice Krispie. So it's not something that I have been doing. I just did it once the other day because I didn't eat. I didn't eat and I was on my way out the door. I was like, okay, let me grab a Rice Krispie treat. So I have done that once. Now doing that every day, because she said she works out 5 days a week. So doing that 5 days a week is kind of diabolical. Like, come on, girl. But I understand her. She's just not at that point where she has realized that her definition of moderation isn't really moderation. She hasn't realized it yet. I'm trying to picture Lola eating pretzels and cheese cubes. That has to be the cutest thing. Oh my god, take a video for us. A mini Rice Krispie treat before working out is nasty work. You know what's nasty work? At Planet Fitness, they have a bucket of Tootsie Rolls and grape Tutti Fruities. And you know who eats candy right before her workout? Me, because it's sitting there. Now, going into 2026, I'm just going to have to let that one die. I'm just going to have to leave the Tutti Fruities and the Tootsie Rolls at the counter. But I'll be eating it. So if you think a Rice Krispie treat is diabolical, how about candy before workout? Now, Celsius Cosmic Vibe as my kryptonite. Is it fizzy? Is it bubbly? Is it sparkling? I haven't tried that one. I've only had, well, I've had two, but the one that it got me on my knees. Is the acai, it's the non-sparkling, the fizz-free berry acai green tea. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's something. It's something. It is the what is it? It is the I gotta let you know. It is the raspberry acai and green tea. Oh, it's the fizz energy. Okay. I got the fizz free one. I don't like the fizzy one. Well, no, it's okay. It's good. It's actually good, but I prefer the fizz free. Um Celsius is my guilty pleasure. I have one per day, and I only have it when I'm working out because it gives me oh god, it's so good. It's so good. Low calorie too. Low carb, low calorie. I just try not to snack every day. That's what I'm trying to debate. Like, is it okay for me to have a snack every day or should I limit my number of days? Okay. I'm going to start wrapping up, y'all. If you don't feel your snacking is an issue, I say snack, but monitor your snack options and the number of snacks a day. I snack some days, but make sure I have things available that fit into my plan. That sounds reasonable to me. That sounds reasonable to me. I would like to lean more toward the fruit, cheese, and peanut butter, which has been working out great. And like adding in some gluten-free pretzels or crackers, that has been working out great. But I still want a mini Rice Krispie treat. The mini Rice Krispie treats are probably gonna have to die though, because sometimes I'll eat 2 in one day, and that's too much. I put it in the app, but I'll be getting mad because it'd be like blowing through my carbs for the day, and I'm like, oh my god! Like, had I just not had that second Rice Krispie treat, had I just not had it, so the Rice Krispie treats may have to die. But the Ghirardelli chocolate squares, I literally probably have like 1 square per week, and the Cheetos, one serving is like little 32 of the little Cheetos, and it works out to be like about a half a bowl, and it's good. It's complete another garbage trash, like empty calories. I don't feel any type of satiety from it, but I enjoy it. is a snack supposed to be healthy? No, a snack just means eating outside of a meal. Like it's a in between meal kind of thing. So it's supposed to be, I guess it depends on your preference. I would say to hold you over. I say hold you over. That's why I snack. I eat in between meals because I'm not ready for a full meal, but I do want to eat something, right? Like I'm not hungry enough to eat bacon and eggs, but I am, you know, I do have like somewhat of an appetite for something. So it doesn't have to be healthy, but the closer it is to some whole food options, the better, I would guess. But I'm also like, I'm just okay with having both, right? I'm okay with, some days having the Rice Krispie treat and some days having the apple and peanut butter or the cheese and pretzels or whatever. I never drink many carbonated drinks, and since starting Zip, I can't tolerate anything carbonated. Yeah, yeah. I cut out the carbonated drinks because they were stalling my weight loss. But I still drink. Do y'all know Poppy, the prebiotic soda? I do drink that. That's new for me because I had stopped drinking soda altogether. But these have about 15 grams of carbs in them and a bunch of prebiotics, so I enjoy it a couple times a week. Couple times a week. Um, yeah, yeah. Okay, so that's my plan, guys. I'm ditching drive-through food delivery, eating in my car, eating in my bed, eating at my desk, right? I'm ditching all of that, right? But it's not complete restriction because I will still eat out. I just have to plan for it. I will budget for my eating out. I will still have my sweet coffees, but I'm gonna budget how much I spend on it. I will snack, but I'm limiting my snack options like Kim suggested. Um, there is no complete restriction anywhere necessarily. The only thing I'm completely restricting is food I already know is gonna be nasty. Like I gotta stop just eating out of habit. I know them chicken tenders at McDonald's is nasty to me. I'm a chicken tender kind of girl, so like I'm a chicken tender professional. Okay, them chicken tenders at McDonald's is nasty. Okay, they need to bring back them 2006 chicken selects. Okay, I don't know what kind of lunchroom situation they got going on, but they nasty. I am completely removing the foods that I know already are going to be nasty. Okay, all right. I finally started using my Lose It app. I love the Lose It app. I was my fitness pal for over a decade, and then they started removing features and adding too many ads. I went to Lose It. I pay for the premium of Lose It. I have to track whatever I eat because I wasn't sure I was getting enough protein and overall calories, but I found out I was getting plenty of both. Okay. I don't drink any carbonated drinks either anymore. Does that mean you won't eat a meal while you're working, or will you step away from your desk to eat? Yes, I'm going to step away. So I don't have a scheduled lunch break. None of us do on my shift, on second shift. We don't have a scheduled lunch break. So I don't have an hour to go sit down and eat something. So my plan is to already have a meal or a snack already prepared. And I'm going to step away for, 15, 20 minutes and eat that because it doesn't take me long to eat. I don't want to rush, but I also don't want to be sitting there mindlessly eating stuff while I'm working, right? I could do a protein shake. I wouldn't mind having a protein shake at my desk though. Like I have a protein shake or yogurt. I wouldn't mind having a drinkable yogurt or protein shake at my desk. And I wouldn't feel like I'm breaking my rule. But I don't want to snack at my desk. I don't want to, even if it's fruit, I don't want to be mindlessly snacking at my desk. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. And I don't want to eat a whole meal in front of my computer. Like, no, I don't want that. I need to get up and go eat. But there are times where I do get so slammed at work that I can't peel away. In those situations, I'll be perfectly fine having a yogurt, a drinkable yogurt, or a drinkable, protein shake. I found out about the Lose It app from you. Oh, bought a subscription 6 months ago, but I wasn't using it. Now I am. Yes, I love the Lose It app. I feel like the subscription, it's, you can use it for free, but I like the premium version, and I feel like it's affordable for the whole year. So I bought the year subscription. I forget how much it was. Was it like $20 or something like that? $39? Don't give me the lie on the people. Okay. So that is about it. That's my plan to get around what I feel like has been my biggest hurdle, which has been eating out, and the sugar sweetened coffees. Okay. City, you missed it. I went over my receipts of how much I've spent and where I ate out in the past 2 weeks. So since December 1st, I went out, I went over how much I spent on fast food, where I spent it, and also my coffee as well. So I'll make sure to put that in the highlights. All right. So thank y'all all for rocking out with me for the past 5 hours. We would have been done in 3, but I spent the first 2 getting hung up on Jason Fung because and fat babies and calories. Okay. So it's going to be interesting to see how this gets broken down. Okay, last question. And I'm not going to do a poll. I just need y'all to comment in the chat really quickly. When it comes to the highlights, okay, here's what I noticed. I have a couple of options. So I think I broke down that live stream about Lizzo into like 5 to 6, 5 to 7 parts. And the first 2 parts, I let the notifications go through so that people know that it was uploaded. But because I didn't want to blow up y'all's notifications, I just ended up choosing to not notify anybody and then just let them, I just made them all public at one time. Okay. That's why the views are particularly low, because I didn't notify anybody that they were getting uploaded. So there's a lot of people subscribed that don't even know those highlights were posted unless they're looking at the channel, on a regular basis. So here's my question. When it comes to the highlights and when it comes to y'all's notifications, do you want to be notified? Do you want the notification? Like, because if you've been here for 5 hours, you might not watch the highlights, right? So that's where this gets a little tricky, right? So do y'all want the notifications or no? Or just like make them all public at the same time? Because if I do notifications, I have to stagger the available, like the making them public, right? Because I don't want y'all to get 10 notifications at one time. And sometimes YouTube doesn't do that, but they might end up uh blowing stuff up. So how do you be knowing when I'm live, Jen? You just be catching me live? You don't get notifications anyway? I have to go look. Oh wow. Who's getting notifications? Put a 1 in the chat if you get notifications from me. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. If you are not getting notifications and you want to get notifications, 1, make sure you are still subscribed, because YouTube does a sweep and goes through and unsubscribes people. So 1, make sure you're still subscribed. 2, go to your notifications, right? Go to my channel and go to the notification bell. Can I show y'all this? Hold on. Let me see how can I show y'all this. No, I can't show you on my own channel. Okay. Well, when you go to my channel and you go to when you go to notifications, you should set your notifications to this. There's like an off option. There's an all option, and then there's a middle one. I forget what the middle one is. Like you'll get tailored notifications or something like that. 2, I just look. It doesn't matter to me. My phone is usually on do not disturb anyway. I still get the notification. Okay. All right. So it doesn't matter. All right. So y'all have said y'all wanted the highlights, but it doesn't matter if I choose notify subscribers when I'm uploading. Okay. So I'll do that then, because that Lizzo stream got broken down into like, just Lizzo's part alone was like 5 parts. And I'm like, shit, I can't send out all these notifications. I cannot send out all these notifications. So I mean, if y'all not getting them anyway, then it's fine. So I will do highlights from this stream, and I will do highlights from the last stream. And when I say highlights, yeah, like a lot of me reading comments gets cut out. A lot of my sidebars get cut out. So I try to I personalize. That's the other one. I try to just stick to whatever topic that I'm talking about. Okay. Now, the other thing is, a lot of the times when I post the highlights at the end of the stream, I will leave the link to the very next video in the description so that if you want to watch it before it's public, then you can go ahead and do that. The problem with that is I can't then schedule the live streams to go public on their own. So with YouTube, if you schedule the live stream to go public, the video is private until that scheduled time, which makes sense because you don't want people to watch it in advance. But if I don't schedule it and I just unlist it so that it's not public, but if you have the link, you can still get to it, then you can watch in advance. But then I have to remember to make all the videos public. So I have to think about it, but I'm probably not going to make the highlights available in advance, which means that if you want to move ahead before it's public, you just got to come to the live stream and find the place where you left off in the previous highlight, if that makes sense. So if you get the first highlight from like the first 15 minutes of the video and you want to see what happens next, but it's not available yet, you're just going to have to come to the live stream and see it until the next one is posted. That's how I think I'm going to do it, because I want to be able to upload all of the videos and schedule them to become public each day or whatever, or 2 or 3 of them per day or whatever, however many parts I ended up creating. All right. But if you want to skip all that waiting, then just come back to the live stream and find the portion from when you left off, and you can watch from there. All right. Now, if you're in the clouds listening, okay, or for anybody that may watch this part, the reason why I talk about the notifications is because if it's nice to be here during the live stream because that's the best experience. The highlights don't quite grasp the experience of watching live, but also when it comes to ads, when I first finish the live stream, I turn on the monetization. Okay. Y'all may not care. Y'all might care, but let me just let y'all know. I turn on the monetization. So if you come to watch the playback, you may, depending on if you have YouTube Premium or not, you may see ads as you're watching the live stream. Okay. But once I post the highlights, I turn off the monetization on the live stream, and then the ads are in the highlights. Okay. Sometimes I'll take the ads out of the highlights and keep it in the live stream. It just depends on, which one I feel like doing at the same time. But the easiest way to get an ad-free experience is to just watch the stream while it's live. Okay. All right. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I am going to get out of here after 5.5 hours. We did it. I made this live exceptionally long because I wanted to get caught up on Reindeer's video, and I wanted to get caught up on, I wanted to review the one that Jen sent me about Jasmine flowers. So shout out to y'all for that, for participating. Thank you all. If you've been hanging out with me for this long, I love you guys. And you guys have no life, just like me. All right. So shout out to the 23 people watching. Shout out to everybody that got gifted a membership. I have 5 more to give away for before the end of the month. So we will see who gets those memberships. And I'm going to say goodnight to you guys. So goodnight, Nicole. Let me remove this because I will forget. Make sure you like the stream on your way out and subscribe if you haven't already. Don't be a hater. Okay. Like, even if you cloud watching, you ain't gotta hate from outside the club. You can subscribe and be vain with us. Good night, Sydney. Good night, Jen. Good night, Kim. Thank you for all of your participation, Kim, and thank you for rocking out with me, girl. Good night, Shawty's back. Good night to Jazzy. Good night to, did I say Nicole? Good night to Mia. Good night to Sweetie. I know Sweetie was in the clouds. Nerd was here. Good night, y'all. I love you guys. No more 5-hour streams, okay? Y'all get one 5-hour stream every 2 months. I'm putting y'all on the fucking budget, okay? All right? Like the stream on your way out. And, when you see the highlights coming up, even if you don't watch it, give me a like. Why not? You watch the live stream, you may as well go back and like the highlight too, okay? All right? I love you all, and I hope y'all have a good night. I will see y'all next week. Bye. Love you. Bye.